Today we are going to see, what if Goku raised Gohan alone after losing Chi-Chi? Part 5. So let's get started. The air of Namek roared as if the planet itself trying to flee the fate rushing toward it. The ground was nothing but craters and fractures. The ocean boiled, sending pillars of steam skyward. The green sky bled red from the clash of two opposing auras. Face to face, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. His white and purple body radiated a ki so dense it seemed to suffocate every corner of the planet. His cold, venomous smile belonged to a predator who knew his prey still had nowhere to run. Goku, the Saiyan raised on Earth. The crimson aura of the Kaio-Ken crackled like wildfire, but his breathing was heavy, his muscles burning as if they were about to tear apart. Even so, there was no doubt in his eyes. Only rage, love, pride. Frieza tilted his head mockingly. You can barely stay on your feet, look at you, panting like a wounded animal. Do you really think that's enough to challenge my true power? His aura exploded again, carving a crater beneath his feet. This is only half, Saiyan. 50%. Do you understand? I'm not even warming up. The air became unbearable. From atop a distant mountain, Piccolo clenched his teeth, cold sweat running down his temple. That monster, his power is crushing even the atmosphere. Krillin dropped to his knees, gasping. There's no way. Gohan stood firm despite the tremor shaking his body. Dad is going to win. I know it. And yet, under that crushing pressure, Goku stepped forward. The ground beneath his foot shattered. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and roared. His red aura burst outward in an instant. Pillars of crimson fire erupted around him, and the air vibrated like a war drum. Nearby mountains collapsed. The oceans rose in towering tsunamis. Piccolo shielded his eyes, stunned. He's trying. It can't be. Krillin screamed, his voice breaking. He's going to tear his own body apart. Goku's roar grew louder and louder until it became a soul-rending scream. Veins bulged across his body, his skin flushed red, and his aura transformed into a blazing inferno. Kaio-Ken times 20. The universe itself seemed to tremble. Frieza narrowed his eyes. For the first time, his smile faltered. The pressure pouring from Goku was real. This wasn't an empty scream. The very air pushed him back. What the devil? The tyrant muttered. Goku vanished. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Frieza. His fist buried itself in the Emperor's face. Whong! The explosion sent shockwaves ripping across miles. Before Frieza could react, another blow smashed into his abdomen. Bong! An elbow to the spine. Woom! A knee to the ribs. Krash! And with every strike, Goku's voice thundered like a mantra, like an oath forged into violence. Ka! A crushing punch to the stomach. Me! A kick to the chin, launching the tyrant skyward. Ha! A descending elbow that drove him into the ground. Me! A brutal knee to the back, kicking up a cloud of dust. Frieza was sent flying backward, staggering, purple blood spilling from his mouth. Goku pursued him in a flash, his crimson aura roaring like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He stopped mid-air, hands cupped together, ki condensing into a single point so bright that Namek's entire sky turned blue. His final cry tore from his throat, carrying all the fury, all the pride, all the love burning in his chest. Ha! The Kamehameha blasted forward like a pillar of pure annihilation, ripping through the air with a deafening roar. Frieza's eyes widened. What the hell? Instinctively, he raised both arms and crossed them before himself. His smile was gone. The Emperor of the Universe was defending. The blue beam struck his arms head-on. Krash! The explosion lit up the entire battlefield. The sea rose in monstrous walls, nearby mountains were uprooted, and the green sky turned white for endless seconds. Frieza screamed, teeth grinding, sweat pouring down his brow. GHH! The Kamehameha drove him back mercilessly. Second by second, the beam forced him farther and farther toward the horizon. From the mountain, Krillin shouted at the top of his lungs. He's doing it. Goku's overpowering him. Gohan trembled, fists clenched tight. Dad! Piccolo's heart pounded as he watched. The Emperor roared, fury tearing through his throat. Enough! Suddenly, his aura erupted in a violent purple blaze. His muscles tensed, his ki expanding savagely. You will not defeat me, insect. With both hands, he began forcing the beam back. His body slid across the ground but he held firm. The clash became a battle of pure will. The Kamehameha roared like an erupting star. Frieza resisted, feet digging into the earth, arms trembling violently. And Goku, suspended in the air, gasped for breath, teeth clenched, his body ripping itself apart under Kaio-Ken X20. Frieza quadruple A, his voice boomed like thunder, like the cry of an extinct race, and of every fallen warrior. The roar of the Kamehameha still echoed through Namek's atmosphere. The sea boiled, rising in massive pillars of steam. The mountains had been reduced to dust. The green sky, stained red by the Kaio-Ken, looked ready to tear apart. Goku gasped for air. His arms trembled. Every muscle screamed. He could barely keep himself suspended in the air. Kaio-Ken X20 had pushed his cells beyond their limit. His entire body felt like it was burning from the inside out, as if he were one heartbeat away from being consumed completely. Ha ha, his breathing came in ragged, broken bursts. And in the distance, Frieza had vanished into a storm of light and dust. The impact had been so catastrophic that even the horizon seemed warped. Rocks floated in mid-air, dragged upward by the shockwave. On a nearby mountain, Piccolo had immediately thrown himself over Gohan, shielding him with his body. The boy, eyes wide and overflowing, tried to look past his shoulder. Dad, Krillin, meanwhile, had been hurled backward by the blast, nearly falling from the peak. He barely managed to grab onto a rock, cold sweat pouring down his face, eyes wide with disbelief. That attack was insane. If Frieza didn't die from that, then nothing can kill him. Piccolo shot him a sharp glance, brow furrowed. Don't celebrate yet. And then the dust cleared. The silence was suffocating. Everyone's heart stopped for a moment. There he was, Frieza, still floating in the air, his white aura burning around him like liquid fire. His body was stained with ash and smoke, but the most terrifying sight was his hands. They were cracked, burned, purple blood trickled from his palms. The Emperor of the Universe slowly lowered his gaze to them, disbelief in his eyes. How? There was no mockery in his voice. No arrogance, only pure confusion. He flexed his fingers slowly. Pain shot through him. His expression twisted into fury. How dare you? His sharp voice sliced through the air like a blade. He lifted his gaze toward Goku. His red eyes burned with hatred. An insect like you did this to me. Goku swallowed, barely staying upright in the sky. Every breath was agony. Every muscle betrayed him. Damn it, even that wasn't enough. He clenched his fists, though he knew his body wouldn't survive another Kaio-Ken X20. For a split second, doubt flickered in his eyes. What could he do now? And then he remembered the technique they had used against Vegeta, the one King Kai had taught him. Goku's eyes widened with a spark of hope. The spirit bomb, that's my last option. Frieza advanced slowly through the air, like a predator closing in on wounded prey. His crooked smile returned darker than ever. What's wrong, Saiyan? He asked in his shrill, venomous tone. Out of strength already? Was that everything? Goku struggled to breathe. He couldn't show weakness, not now. He straightened as best he could, though his legs trembled. No, he panted. I'm just getting started. Frieza laughed, a piercing sound that froze everyone's blood. You lie. Your body is broken. I can smell it. Every cell in you is screaming. You're a corpse that's still breathing. He leaned forward, tail coiling like a serpent. But don't worry, I'll finish this. On the mountain, Gohan sprang to his feet. Dad, don't fight him alone. Let me help. Piccolo grabbed his shoulder firmly. No, Gohan, if you go, you'll just die. The boy struggled, fury blazing in his eyes. I don't care. Frieza killed Dend. He killed Vegeta. I'm not standing still. Krillin cut in desperately. Listen to me, Gohan. Your dad's the only one who can fight him right now. If we go in, we'll just get in the way. Piccolo clenched his teeth, eyes locked on the battlefield. He knew Krillin was right, but he also saw the truth. Goku could barely stand. That idiot, he's betting everything. Frieza raised one finger, pointing it directly at Goku. A small red sphere of energy formed at its tip. Goodbye, Saiyan. Goku's eyes widened. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't block it. He grit his teeth, and then an idea sparked. I need time, even just a few seconds. He threw himself sideways, barely avoiding the beam as it slammed into the ocean, exploding into a towering column of steam. Goku used the smoke as cover. He closed his eyes briefly, bringing his hands together. Planet Namek, please lend me your energy. He raised his arms toward the sky. Namek's air began to vibrate. A small bluish sphere started forming above his hands. Goku stared at it, panting. It was weak, still small. He needed more time. Come on, I need more. Frieza frowned, confused as he watched him lift his arms. What the hell do you think you're doing? Praying? He advanced calmly, crooked smile returning. How pathetic. But something unsettled him. That sphere, that faint glow forming above the Saiyan. A strange feeling tightened in his chest. TCH. It doesn't matter what you're trying. Nothing changes the fact that I am your limit. On the mountain, Piccolo's eyes widened as he noticed Goku's stance. His breath caught. What? Krillin saw it too. The posture was familiar. What's he doing? Piccolo narrowed his eyes. It's another technique, but I don't recognize it. Gohan, heart pounding, watched his father raise his arms to the sky. This power felt different. It wasn't just his dad's. Dad, what are you doing? Goku clenched his teeth, focusing. Sweat streamed down his face. The sphere slowly grew, drawing energy from the planet, from the sky, from the universe itself. Faster, he whispered. I have to finish before he attacks. Frieza was getting closer. Each second brought him nearer. Time was running out, and the fate of the universe rested in that sphere of light. Namek's air trembled with unbearable tension. High in the torn sky, Goku remained motionless, arms raised, eyes fixed upward. The bluish sphere pulsed above his hands like a living heart. Each flicker of energy illuminated the ruined mountains, the burning fissures in the ground, the boiling seas. It was a strange light, one that did not belong to a single warrior, but to every living being. But Goku could barely contain it. Every second was torture. Every breath was a command to himself not to yield, not to lower his arms even as Frieza approached. The tyrant, floating calmly, tilted his head with mockery. Really? His shrill voice twisted with a sneer. You plan to stand there with your arms in the air, waiting for me to politely allow you to finish whatever that is? He clenched his fists. His white aura roared, pathetic, and in an instant, he vanished. FWOOM. Frieza appeared in front of Goku in a blink, driving a punch straight into his stomach. Bong! The Saiyan's body arched. Blood sprayed from his mouth. But his arms did not fall. He gritted his teeth, eyes shut in agony. He refused to yield. Frieza frowned, confused. Quote? He stepped back slightly, tail snapping like a whip. Wong! The blow struck Goku across the face, spinning him through the air. His vision filled with black sparks. His skull rang, and still his arms remained raised. The blue sphere continued to grow, brighter and brighter. On the nearby mountain, Krillin understood. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the sphere, finally recognizing it. That's the spirit bomb. Gohan turned toward him. It's the spirit bomb. Krillin nodded urgently, voice shaking. Yeah, the same technique we used to defeat Vegeta on Earth. The one that gathers energy from living beings. Gohan's eyes lit up instantly. Then that attack, it might be able to beat Frieza. Piccolo, still serious, narrowed his eyes at the growing sphere. A technique that requires that much preparation time. His deep voice sounded grim. And that demon isn't going to stand still while it charges. Krillin clenched his teeth. Then we'll have to make him. We need to buy him time. But before he could move, Gohan had already launched himself forward. Frieza quadruple A, the boy roared, his voice torn by rage. He appeared behind the tyrant, his leg blazing with golden white aura. Wong! The kick smashed directly into Frieza's face, forcing him back several meters. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by shock and fury. You? He growled, touching the mark left on his cheek. Insolent brat. Goku watched in shock. He wanted to shout at his son to get away. But in that moment the best thing he could do was trust him. Gohan was capable now. He could defend himself. He just had to hold out long enough. Piccolo appeared at Frieza's flank, placing himself between the tyrant and Goku. His voice boomed, steady and deep. Don't underestimate those of us still standing, Frieza. Krillin arrived on the other side, breathing hard but defiant. You'll have to go through us before you touch him. Gohan positioned himself in front, trembling with fury. I won't let you hurt my dad. Not ever again. The three warriors exchanged a glance. They didn't need words. This wasn't about winning. It was about enduring, buying every second possible. Frieza stared at them for a moment, brow furrowed. Then he laughed a sharp, mocking cackle that chilled them to the bone. This is ridiculous. Do you want to end up dead like that little Namekian or Vegeta? He spread his arms, white ki raging around him. Then die like the flies you are. And he lunged at them. Piccolo was the first to intercept him. With a roar, he barely managed to block Frieza's opening punch with both arms. The impact dragged him back several meters through the air. "Now, kid," he shouted through clenched teeth. Gohan appeared instantly, driving a punch into the tyrant's torso. Frieza stopped it with one arm. But Krillin seized the opening, hurling a Destructo Disc straight at his side. Zuush. The spinning blade skimmed across Frieza's skin, slicing into part of his shoulder. The tyrant roared, recoiling. Insolent worms. Piccolo gave him no room to breathe. He reappeared behind him, firing a special beam cannon straight at his back. FWOOM. Frieza twisted away by mere inches, spinning around in fury. "You'll pay dearly for every second you make me waste." His tail lashed across Piccolo's torso, sending him crashing into a mountain that shattered into rubble. "Mr. Piccolo," Gohan screamed, but he had no time to react. Frieza materialized in front of him, smiling maliciously. "You'll be first." He raised his hand, a beam of ki glowing at his fingertips. But then a flash. Krillin appeared between them, unleashing a desperate Kamehameha from his palm. Kaboom! The blue beam collided with Frieza's, exploding mid-air. The shockwave blasted them apart. Krillin dropped to his knees, drenched in sweat, gasping. "Ha ha, I won't give up, you monster." Frieza clenched his teeth, furious. "Why do you keep resisting? There is no hope left for you." And then he noticed it. Above them, in the sky, the sphere of energy had grown. It was no longer a faint blue glow. It was a rising sun, vibrant, pulsing, illuminating the entire battlefield. Gohan, panting, smiled through his anger. "That is the end for you." Piccolo rose from the rubble, bloodied but still standing. "Keep looking at it, Frieza, because when it falls, there won't be anything left of you." Krillin, exhausted, forced himself upright. "And we'll make sure you stay right here until that happens." Frieza's eyes burned with rage. His aura erupted like a hurricane. "You damned!" He lunged at them, determined to tear them out of his way. And the three warriors, hearts pounding like war drums, charged him together. It wasn't a fair fight. It wasn't a fight they could win. But it was enough. They only needed seconds. Seconds for the blue sun to finish being born in Goku's hands. At the same time, King Yema's palace echoed with the constant murmur of souls coming and going. The colossal judge sat behind his massive desk, calmly reviewing his endless list, stamping destinies like a bureaucrat dealing cards in an eternal game. But in one corner, two presences broke the monotony. Vegeta stood in silence, staring at the crystal sphere floating before her. Her dark eyes reflected the growing blue glow in Namek's sky. Her lips trembled faintly as she remembered the first time she had seen that technique. "That technique," she muttered hoarsely. "That damned sphere." She remembered clearly the agony when that same attack had overwhelmed her on Earth, forcing her to retreat, humiliated, after being struck by it. Back then it had been small, barely the size of a palm. Now it was an entire sun, growing in Kakarot's hands. A shiver ran down her spine. Not fear, a bitter mixture of humiliation and hope. HMPH. She crossed her arms. At least this time let it be worth something. Beside her, Chi-Chi couldn't tear her eyes away from the sphere. But what truly consumed her were the two tiny figures fighting below. "Gohan," she cried, her throat tight. "That's my baby. What is he doing fighting that monster? Look at his little eyes. He's scared, he's crying." Vegeta slowly turned her head, arching a brow. "Baby? That cub has guts. He's fought things that would be impossible for anyone else. He's throwing himself at Frieza without hesitation. Not even most adults could do that." Chi-Chi bit her lip, breathing unevenly. He should be studying, reading books, learning math, not risking his life against some space demon. Vegeta snorted. "Math? What use is math against someone like Frieza?" Chi-Chi shot her a glare, but it softened quickly. "You don't understand. I just wanted him to live a normal life. To grow up happy, to become a scholar, not to know the world of battles like his father." Vegeta fell silent, watching the cub in the sphere. His small figure blazed with fury as he charged the Emperor of the Universe without fear, driven only by the instinct to protect. Her lips curved into a bitter smile. "The cub is more Saiyan than you realize." Chi-Chi sighed, then looked at her curiously. "And you're Vegeta, right?" The princess lifted her chin proudly. "That's right, Princess of the Saiyans." Chi-Chi studied her. There was something in her posture, in the fire still burning in her eyes even after death, that didn't match the enemy King Yema had briefly described. You know, she said gently, smiling. I'm glad I met you. Vegeta narrowed her eyes. Glad? Why in the world would you be glad, Earth woman? Chi-Chi laughed softly, calm despite he raging battle reflected in the crystal. Because I can see that besides caring about my Goku you care about my Gohan. Vegeta froze. Her face tightened, a traitorous blush spreading across her cheeks. What nonsense are you talking about? Chi-Chi tilted her head, amused. Don't look at me like that. I recognize that look. I've seen the way he looks at you even from afar. That warmth in his eyes. I knew him since he was a baby. A mother always knows her son better than anyone. And I know when someone is important to him. Vegeta clenched her fists, turning her gaze back to the sphere. TCH, it's nothing special. Anyone would have done it. That idiot Kakarot, for example. Chi-Chi stepped closer, still smiling gently. You're right, he's been an incredible father. But since I left NCEI died, he carried a huge emptiness inside. And now, seeing you, she studied Vegeta carefully. I can tell that emptiness isn't there anymore. Vegeta swallowed hard. Pride, confusion, something she refused to name. I don't know what you're talking about, she muttered softly. Chi-Chi didn't press further. She simply turned back to the crystal sphere. The only thing I ask, Vegeta, is that when Goku brings you back to life, she took a deep breath. Make sure Gohan does his homework. Vegeta blinked. Brings me back? What kind of nonsense is that? I'm dead, just another soul like you. I was only a temporary ally. Why would anyone bring me back? Chi-Chi looked genuinely surprised. She didn't understand. Then she laughed warmly. Because that's my Goku. He always finds a way. He'll do the impossible to bring you back. He tried with me, it didn't work. But your case is different. Vegeta stared at her. And why would he do that? Chi-Chi met her gaze, steady and certain. Because he's in love with you. The words echoed through the chamber. Vegeta blushed instantly, turning sharply toward the crystal. In its reflection, memories surfaced. Their battle on Earth, fight, side by side against the Ginyu Force. The moment she placed him inside the healing pod. Brief moments, but special ones. Her chest tightened. The Saiyan princess had no answer. Chi-Chi, meanwhile, smiled gently. Trust me, I know. The crystal sphere flared brightly again. The blue glow of the spirit bomb now blanketed Namek's sky, growing into a silent, roaring sun. Vegeta swallowed, eyes locked on the battlefield. Kakarot, do it. Show that bastard that Saiyans never surrender. Chi-Chi clasped her hands to her chest, tears in her eyes. Please, Goku, protect our son. Two women, so different, bound by the same man, watching the same hope, and the fate of the entire universe hung from that sphere of light rising above Namek. Namek's battlefield had been reduced to a wasteland. Smoking craters, seas stained red with blood and lava, mountains torn from their roots. In the middle of that inferno, the air trembled with Frieza's shrill laughter. The Emperor held Piccolo by the throat with one hand, lifting him into the air like a broken doll. The Namekian's face was twisted in pain, muscles taut, arms hanging uselessly at his sides. At his feet, Gohan and Krillin lay sprawled on the ground, gasping. Covered in wounds and dust. They tried to rise but their bodies barely obeyed. Frieza tilted his head, that icy smile colder than any ki blast. Pathetic, his voice was sharp, venomous. All that noise and in the end, it was far too easy. He tightened his grip around Piccolo's neck. The Namekian grunted as his lungs burned for air. I think it's time to finish you once and for all. The Emperor's red eyes gleamed with cruelty. Gasping, Piccolo lifted his gaze toward the sky. His antennae quivered. His senses locked onto that colossal energy that had been growing above them for minutes. He knew, the time had come. Clenching his teeth, he roared with everything left in his throat. Goku, now. Frieza frowned, confused. He slowly turned his head upward. And then he saw it. His eyes widened. For the first time in a long time, the Emperor of the universe was speechless. Above him, Namek's green sky was eclipsed by an artificial sun. A colossal, brilliant blue sphere roared in silence, pulsing with the power of every creature, every life, every corner of the world that had answered the Saiyan's call. The spirit bomb, and beneath it floated Goku, arms extended, body trembling from the strain, his face hardened by absolute focus. The light of the attack illuminated his silhouette, making him seem less like a man and more like a myth. Even the wind bent around that massive sphere. Frieza clenched his teeth in disbelief. What the hell is that? The Emperor dropped Piccolo at once, as though the Namekian no longer mattered. Piccolo hit the ground heavily, coughing, clutching his throat, but he wasted no time. He grabbed Krillin by the arm and hoisted Gohan over his shoulder, stumbling away from the area with stubborn determination. "Move," he growled, though they could barely respond. "Goku needs space." Krillin gasped weakly. That's fear, I remember it. On Earth, Gohan clenched his fists. "Dad." In the sky, Goku slowly lowered his arms. Eyes locked onto Frieza. His voice rang out deep, steady, unshakable. "This is the power of this planet, the power of life itself." He gritted his teeth, then roared as he hurled the sphere downward. "And today it ends with you, Frieza." The spirit bomb descended like a blue comet, a falling sun aimed straight at the Emperor. Frieza roared in fury. His tail cracked through the air like a whip, stirring violent winds. "Don't you dare, don't you dare." He thrust both hands forward, condensing a crimson sphere between his palms, dense, destructive, powerful enough to erase entire planets. "No one can defeat me. No one." With a scream, he launched his destructive orb toward the spirit bomb. The two energies collided. The air shattered in a deafening thunderclap. The ground split into mile-long fissures. The sea rose in towering columns that pierced the clouds. Mountains disintegrated into sand. Frieza's crimson sphere burned against the radiant blue of the spirit bomb. He clash-lit Namek as if two suns were battling for dominance. Goku screamed, arms extended, guiding the spirit bomb with every fiber of his being. "You're not escaping, Frieza." The Emperor, face contorted, shoved against his own attack, sweating for the first time in years. "I am the Emperor of the universe, you worthless monkey." The energies pushed and pulled, surging back and forth like colliding oceans. From a distance, Piccolo watched under the shelter of a shattered rock, shielding Gohan and Krillin. "Come on, Goku, don't you dare lose now." Gohan clenched his teeth, tears in his eyes. "Dad, you can do it." Krillin trembled, whispering under his breath. "Come on, Goku, come on." And then, it happened. Frieza's crimson sphere began to crack. Fractures of unstable energy spread across its surface like glass about to shatter. "What?" Frieza murmured, horror creeping into his voice. The spirit bomb roared, flaring brighter. The Emperor's attack shattered into countless fragments devoured by the overwhelming blue light. Frieza screamed in disbelief. No, the spirit bomb fell upon him. The sky turned blue. The ground ignited as if the sun itself had exploded. Frieza's body was swallowed by the colossal sphere of energy, engulfed without mercy. The explosion was beyond description. A detonation that shook the entire planet. Blue fire tore through the atmosphere. Oceans evaporated in seconds. Mountains were reduced to dust. A hurricane-force wind swept across every corner of Namek, flattening everything in its path. The spirit bomb expanded an immense sphere of light, consuming miles before finally beginning to fade into the horizon. And then, silence. Only floating debris remained. Smoking seas. A clear sky, as though the planet itself had been left breathless. The silence after the explosion of the spirit bomb was unreal. Not even the roar of the boiling seas could fill the void left behind by that colossal attack. Namek's sky, still stained with fading blue embers, seemed to be holding its breath, as if the entire planet stood stunned by what it had just witnessed. The raging waters crashed violently against the newly formed craters. Burning rocks broke off the cliffs, falling into the ocean like dying embers. And in the middle of that desolate landscape, three trembling figures tried to comprehend what had just happened. Krillin, on his knees, panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes stared at the smoking horizon, unable to believe he was still breathing. That was," he stammered weakly. It was like the sun fell on Namek. Beside him, Piccolo remained standing, though his chest rose and fell violently. Blood stained his torso. He frowned, his eyes locked on the epicenter of the blast. An attack like that, even that demon had to be gone. Gohan, on the other hand, couldn't wait. His heart pounded furiously in his chest as he launched himself into the air, ignoring the pain screaming through his muscles. "Dad," he shouted, his voice breaking with emotion. For several long seconds, there was nothing but smoke and boiling water. The boy searched desperately, his eyes scanning every inch of the devastated terrain. And then he saw him. On the edge of a shattered cliff, among scorched rocks and steaming water, a figure moved slowly. "Dad," he cried again, tears filling his eyes. Goku was there. His body was wrecked, covered in blood and dust, his clothes torn to shreds. Every breath was torture. Each gasp sounded like a blade scraping against his throat. But he was alive. Gohan landed beside him, dropping to his knees and wrapping his arms around him as tightly as he could. "Dad, you did it. You did it." Barely conscious, Goku felt his son's arms around him. For a brief moment, the battle, the pain, the burning agony throughout his body, all of it faded away. He clenched his teeth, breathing with difficulty, and returned the embrace, placing a trembling hand on Gohan's back. Gohan's son, though exhausted, his eyes shone with a warmth that could only come from holding his child. "I'm alive," he gasped with a faint smile. All thanks to you." Krillin arrived moments later, wobbling mid-air before landing. "Goku," he exclaimed, reaching out to help him up. The Saiyan accepted the gesture, leaning on his old friend. He could barely stand. His legs trembled as if they might give out at any second. Piccolo descended shortly after, his stern gaze sweeping across the battlefield. He said nothing, but his antennae twitched. There was something in the air, something he didn't like. Krillin forced a nervous laugh, trying to break the tension. "You did it, buddy. The spirit bomb worked. That monster couldn't survive that." Goku sank onto a nearby rock, breathing deeply, Gohan still at his side. "No," he said, barely audible. "It wasn't just me, it worked because you bought me time." He looked at Krillin, then at Piccolo. "If you hadn't held him off, none of this would have been possible." Krillin smiled weakly, tears in his eyes. "Why, you're always carrying us, Goku. This time we just paid you back." Piccolo didn't respond. He simply crossed his arms, but his frown remained. The pressure in the air didn't feel like victory. After a few minutes of rest, Goku's breathing steadied slightly. With Krillin's help and Gohan supporting him on the other side, he managed to stand. For the first time in a long while, a spark of hope flickered among them. Krillin tried to lift everyone's spirits. "We need to find Bulma and get off this planet before it splits in half." Gohan nodded quickly. "Yeah, we have to regroup with her." Then Piccolo spoke. "Wait." His voice was low, grave. Everyone turned toward him. The Namekian closed his eyes, concentrating. "The air still feels heavy. That pressure, it hasn't disappeared." Krillin swallowed hard, shaking his head. "No, don't say that. No one can survive the spirit bomb. You saw it, Piccolo. It was like a sun crashing down on him. It wiped him out." Piccolo opened his eyes slowly. The tension on his face was unmistakable. "That's what I thought, but something's wrong." And then Krillin saw it. Far off in the distance, atop what remained of a mountain split clean in two. A silhouette. At first, he thought it was a mirage. His vision trembled, cold sweat running down his back. "And no," he whispered. Gohan noticed immediately. "What's wrong, Krillin?" The bald warrior lifted a shaking finger, pointing ahead. There." Goku and Gohan turned their heads at the same time, and they saw him. A figure floated amid smoke and dust. White skin stained with ash and purple blood. His tail hung limp, nearly torn apart. One eye was swollen shut, and his breathing was ragged. But he was there. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, was alive. Krillin's heart sank. He collapsed to his knees, face pale with horror. That's impossible. It's impossible." Gohan instinctively stepped back, covering his mouth with his hands. "And no way." Piccolo clenched his teeth, his entire body trembling. "Damn it, that monster survived even that." Goku, still swaying, locked eyes with the tyrant. His breathing quickened. His body screamed at him that he couldn't go on. His overuse of the Kaio-Ken had pushed him far past his limits. But his heart knew the truth. The battle wasn't over. Frieza moved forward slowly, staggering slightly yet wearing that cursed, twisted smile. Though hoarse from his injuries, his voice still carried that icy cruelty. "You thought you could get rid of me with that?" He coughed, spitting purple blood. "Insects." He lifted his gaze, red eyes burning with hatred. "I will tear you all apart slowly." Gohan clutched his father's arm, trembling. "Dad." Goku, panting, placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Though exhausted, his eyes burned with fire. "Listen to me," he rasped. "Don't let your guard down. Get ready." Hell wasn't over. The monster was still alive. And all of Namek trembled at his return. The silence after Frieza's revelation was unbearable. Namek's waters still boiled, dragging scorched rocks in violent waves. The air smelled of sulfur, molten metal, death. And in the middle of that inferno, 4 warriors barely clung to hope. But Frieza was there, wounded, bleeding, barely standing but alive. His twisted smile said it all. The nightmare wasn't over. Suddenly, the tyrant raised a finger. A red sphere of energy formed at its tip, glowing with lethal intent. His gaze locked onto Goku. "Let's start with you, insolent monkey." The crimson beam fired like lightning. Zop! Goku barely had time to widen his eyes in horror. His body, drained from the Kaio-Ken, wouldn't react in time. But a flash of green intercepted it at the last second. Hog, Piccolo, the Namekian appeared in front of Goku, crossing his arms and taking the full impact. His body arched under the devastating power. The beam pierced through his torso violently, burning flesh and bone. His scream tore through the air. Ga hhhhhhhhh. The explosion hurled him backward, slamming him into a shattered mountain. Rocks collapsed over him, raising a cloud of dust. The silence afterward was brutal. Gohan's broken voice shattered it. "Mr. Piccolo." The boy's heart plummeted. Tears flooded his eyes as he stared at the place where his master had fallen. Goku's face twisted in shock, fists trembling. "Piccolo," Frieza chuckled softly, that shrill laugh that froze the blood. "Hey, how touching. That green insect chose to throw his life away for you, monkey. But, don't worry," his smile stretched with infinite cruelty. "I'll return every single blow you gave me in this battle. One by one you'll beg me for a quick death." The air grew heavier as the Emperor slowly extended his hand toward Krillin. The bald warrior blinked, confused. What? Suddenly his body jerked off the ground, lifted by invisible force into the sky. "Ah!" he screamed, flailing helplessly. I can't move. He's lifting me." "Krillin!" Gohan cried. Goku stepped forward desperately. "Frieza, stop!" But the tyrant only laughed, savoring the sight of Krillin rising higher and higher. What an amusing spectacle. Look at your friend squirm." Krillin thrashed wildly, terror etched into his face. "Goku, help me." Goku clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. "That's enough, Frieza, let him go." Frieza's sadistic grin only widened. The sky over Namek darkened for a moment, as if the planet itself sensed what was about to happen. Frieza lifted his hand slightly higher. Krillin's body hung suspended dozens of feet above them, trembling, screaming. Gohan stretched a helpless arm upward, tears streaming down his face. No, fear, rage, helplessness, they consumed him. Goku stepped forward, fists clenched, breathing heavy. His voice roared like never before. "Frieza, I order you to let him go." The tyrant tilted his head calmly. "Let him go? Yes, of course." His eyes gleamed with sadism. "But not the way you want." His hand clenched into a fist. Krillin's scream ripped through the sky. "Goku!" And then, he exploded. A brief, brutal sphere of light illuminated the green sky. Krillin's body shattered into 1,000 fragments. The air filled with dust, blood and silence. Gohan stood frozen, eyes wide, tears suspended mid-fall. "No," he whispered, voice broken. "And no way." His chest tightened so hard he could barely breathe. "Krillin!" The scream tore from the depths of his soul, an anguished cry that echoed across the battlefield. Heavy with grief and despair, Goku didn't move. For what felt like an eternity, he didn't breathe. He didn't blink. His eyes remained fixed on the empty space where, seconds earlier, his best friend had been. Frieza's shrill laughter pierced through him like needles. Did you see that? He popped like an insect you crush between your fingers. The look of terror on his face before he burst was exquisite. The air trembled with the Emperor's pure malice. Gohan sobbed on his knees, his fists pounding against the cracked earth. Why? And then the silence returned. Heavy, fatal. Goku's eyes, which had been empty, began to change. A tremor ran through his arms. His breathing, once ragged, grew deeper. His hair stirred in an unseen wind. Frieza, still laughing, didn't notice at first, but something in the air had shifted. Something was about to awaken. The entire universe seemed to hold its breath. And the story of the Saiyan War. Rear was seconds away from changing forever. Namek's air felt like a tomb. The echo of Krillin's scream still rang in their ears. Smoke and ash from his explosion drifted slowly across the battlefield. Like dirty snow, like the remains of a shattered dream. Frieza floated there, twisted smile in place, eyes glowing a poisonous red. Slowly, he turned his head toward the child, the Saiyan son. His finger pointed directly at the boy's heart. "Well then, the cub is next." His sharp voice sliced through the air. Gohan took a trembling step back. Tears still streamed down his cheeks, his breathing broken and uneven. "And no," he whispered, his throat tight with fear. Krillin's face, the blood, The explosion. It was all still alive in his mind. And now that monster was looking at him. But then he felt it. His father. The boy turned, expecting to see him shattered, defeated, broken. What he saw instead was something else entirely. Goku stood rigid, staring at Frieza. His clenched teeth ground together as if they might crack. His breathing deepened uneven, heavy. His fists trembled with a fury that seemed to burn from within. Frieza noticed it too. His smile faltered for a brief second. There was something strange in the air. Something he couldn't fully grasp, but it unsettled him. Goku slowly lifted his head. His dark eyes burned. No, his inner voice was a contained roar. This I will never forgive you for this. The memories struck like lightning. Vegeta lying on the ground, bleeding, tears in her eyes as she begged him to avenge the Saiyans. Then Piccolo taking the beam meant for him. And now Krillin, his best friend, blown into pieces right before his eyes. A shudder ran through his entire body. How dare you? The sky above Namek began to darken. Black clouds formed at terrifying speed, spiraling over the battlefield. Golden lightning split the horizon, flashing violently. Goku's aura erupted, but it wasn't the crimson energy of the Kaio-Ken. This was different, something new. His hair whipped in an invisible storm. And within the familiar black, a golden shimmer began to flicker like a flame catching on a fuse. His breathing became a growl. You bastard. Frieza frowned. For the first time in a long while, he felt uneasy. The air around him churned. The pressure was different, like something beyond his control was awakening. Gohan, eyes wide with disbelief, stumbled back. Dad? The ground began to quake. Namek's waters boiled violently, rising into massive waves. The already fractured mountains collapsed, as if the planet itself were surrendering. Goku clenched his fists, threw his head back, and roared. Ah, it wasn't just a scream. It was the grief for Krillin, the fury for Vegeta, the anguish for Piccolo. It was a racial cry, a Saiyan's roar. Golden lightning exploded from his body, striking the ground and tearing apart everything around him. His hair spiked upward, each strand glowing with incandescent light. The black faded. Gold consumed it all like a sun erupting into existence. His aura detonated into a blazing, boundless golden inferno. Namek's green sky was drowned in gold. Gohan shielded his eyes with his arm as the wind blasted him backward. Piccolo's unconscious body was dragged several feet by the shockwave, and Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, stared in disbelief. His smile vanished. What the hell? Goku slowly lowered his head. His golden hair shimmered with every crack of lightning. His eyes were no longer black. They were green, cold, burning, merciless. His gaze wasn't human. It was pure wrath. The Saiyan inhaled deeply, every breath surging with power. He glanced at Gohan from the corner of his eye. His voice came out low, hard, an order that allowed no argument. Gohan, listen to me carefully. Quote. The boy, still in shock, barely managed to blink. Dad, what? Goku stepped forward. The ground beneath his feet shattered like glass. I want you to take Piccolo, he's still alive, and get off this planet. Find Bulma and leave. Now. His tone was absolute. Gohan didn't answer. He stood frozen, staring at the golden aura surrounding his father, at the transformation in his face, at the fury consuming him. He had never seen him like this. Goku clenched his jaw, turning his head slightly, eyes blazing. Didn't you hear me, Gohan? The roar shook the air itself, forcing the boy back a step. Get out of here before it's too late. That's an order. Gohan swallowed hard. His heart pounded so violently it felt like it might burst from his chest. His father's voice wasn't just that of a warrior. It was the voice of someone carrying the weight of the universe. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Why, yes, Dad. He turned toward Piccolo, stumbling through the rubble to lift him. Frieza, who had remained silent, slowly raised an eyebrow. His voice came out low, venomous, but beneath it there was something new. Uncertainty. What are you? Goku didn't answer. He only looked at him. A look that promised something not even an emperor could ignore. Death. At the same time, the echo of Goku's scream still resonated inside the crystal sphere. The hall of King Yema's temple trembled softly, as if even that place beyond life itself could feel the magnitude of what had just occurred on Namek. The sky within the sphere had turned black, split by golden lightning that fell like blades. The sea roared, mountains crumbled, and at the center of it all stood him, Goku. But he was not the same Goku Chi-Chi had loved, cared for, and scolded in life. Not the easy smiling innocent who could devour 10 bowls of rice without messing up his hair. Not the man who had once seemed like a child trapped in an adult's body. This was something else. Chi-Chi covered her mouth, eyes wide. That can't be my Goku. Her voice trembled. She couldn't look away from the golden hair burning like liquid fire, from the fury in those green eyes, from the tension coiled in every muscle. She had never seen him like this. Never felt him like this. A knot tightened in her chest. Goku, you never truly got angry. Even when you were beaten, even when you fouled. Demons like Piccolo, you always kept that strange calm, that innocence. But now she understood. Even the most patient man, even the purest heart has a limit. The murder of Vegeta, Piccolo's agony, Krillin's explosion, and now Frieza threatening Gohan. Chi-Chi lowered her hand, clutching it tightly against her chest. Her voice came out low and trembling. I understand why. Beside her, an unusual sound broke the silence. First, a snort, then a dry chuckle, and then, laughter exploded through the hall. Chi-Chi blinked and turned. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, was laughing. Head thrown back, shoulders shaking, transparent tears streaming down her face. Ha 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 ha. Her voice thundered through the chamber, mixed with sobs she didn't even try to hide. Every burst of laughter was laced with rage and relief. Chi-Chi stepped back, startled. What's wrong with you? Vegeta didn't answer immediately. She bent forward, clutching her stomach as if the laughter physically hurt. And still she couldn't stop. King Yema slammed his massive hand on his desk, his voice booming through the hall. Enough. You're disturbing the souls in line, you wretched women. Vegeta barely lifted a hand, still laughing. Jahihihi, sorry. Old man, I can't. Chi-Chi frowned, confused. Why are you laughing? What we're seeing is madness. That monster is still alive, and Goku is so full of rage I barely recognize him. At last, Vegeta raised her head. Her eyes shone with tears, but not of sorrow, of triumph. Her smile was that of someone who had waited an entire lifetime for this moment. Because I knew it, she said, her voice breaking between laughter and sobs. I knew it. She struck her chest with her fist. Kakarot, that damn low-class insect, is the warrior of legend. The Super Saiyan. Her laughter burst out again, now tangled with raw sobbing. After all these years, after the humiliation, after the death of my people, my father, at last someone will avenge us. She leaned over the sphere, staring into it as if she could pierce it with her gaze. Goku floated there, golden hair blazing, cold green eyes fixed on Frieza. Vegeta clenched her fists, a broken roar escaping her throat. At last, you monster, someone will make you pay for everything you did to us. Chi-Chi watched her in silence. The proud princess, laughing and crying at once, tears streaking down her hardened face. Chi-Chi remembered what King Yema had shown her, Vegeta's atrocities. The destroyed planets, the massacred innocents, and yet now she understood something new. Vegeta had also lost. She, too, had lived beneath Frieza's shadow. Chi-Chi stepped closer to the sphere and whispered, "Then Goku is fighting for you, too. For your people." Vegeta gave a bitter laugh, though her smile remained. HMPH. I don't need his compassion, her lips trembled. But at least my race will have vengeance. Even if it comes from that damn country bumpkin. More tears fell freely. After all these years I finally feel that my race, my honor, my pride did not die in vain. Her shoulders trembled, and between laughter and sobs, she repeated like a mantra. The Super Saiyan, the legend is real. And it's Kakarot. King Yema snorted, shutting his book with a heavy thud. Always the same with Saiyans screaming, crying, revenge, what a noisy race. But neither Chi-Chi nor Vegeta heard him. Their eyes were fixed on the sphere. The golden glow expanded, illuminating even the other world. On Namek, a new battle had begun. And both the wife and the rival knew that, in that moment, the fate of the entire universe rested on that golden warrior. The silence after the transformation was unnatural. Even the air seemed frozen, as though the planet itself held its breath before this newborn power. Frieza floated in the air, red eyes wide, unable to look away from the Saiyan. That golden hair burning like flame, that aura crackling like a living sun, that pressure bending the very atmosphere around him. No, the tyrant muttered. No, it can't be. Then his attention shifted. In the distance, Gohan staggered away, carrying the wounded Piccolo across his shoulders. The child strained with every ounce of strength to escape the battlefield. The sight snapped Frieza from his shock. He narrowed his eyes. His twisted smile returned. Hey, I don't care what you are, he hissed. That brat won't escape. He extended his hand. A red glow formed at his fingertip. Goodbye, cub. A crimson beam shot toward Gohan. It never reached him. The instant the energy fired, another hand intercepted it. Firm, calloused, wrapped in golden light. Goku. He had appeared in front of the tyrant without Frieza even sensing him. His speed was beyond even the Emperor of the Universe. The energy dissipated between his fingers. Goku's eyes locked onto him. His voice came out low, heavy, burning with restrained fury. You'd better calm down, you murderous bastard. Frieza struggled. Let go of me. Goku tightened his grip. Crack. A sickening snap echoed. Gah! Frieza screamed, staring in disbelief as one of his fingers bent at an unnatural angle. He trembled. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that anyone had made him scream. He tried to pull free again. Crack. Another finger shattered. Aarghhhhh. Each attempt to escape earned him another breaking bone. His face twisted in rage and horror. What is this? What is this power? It can't be real. It can't be the... Desperate, Frieza gathered his ki. His white aura erupted violently, energy surging outward in a massive shockwave that shook the seas and split the ground. Ha! The blast tore across the battlefield, raising pillars of rock and monstrous waves. Smoke swallowed everything. When it cleared, Frieza was panting, body trembling. He had unleashed more power than at any point in the battle. But Goku was still there, unmoving, untouched, not a single mark on his skin. His gaze hadn't shifted even an inch. Is that all? Goku asked. The tone froze the tyrant's blood. Frieza stepped back, pupils shaking. Impossible, impossible. I am the Emperor of the Universe. I am the pinnacle. I cannot be surpassed by a mere Saiyan. But deep down, he knew. He felt it in his broken fingers. The man before him was no longer the same opponent from minutes ago. He was something else. Goku slowly released the tyrant's hand. He assumed a fighting stance, fists firm, feet planted in the air. His voice was deep, each word heavy with hatred. Frieza, I hate you. The Emperor blinked, startled by the rawness of it. I hate you for every life you've taken. For every race you wiped out. For every tear you've caused. His golden aura roared louder with each word. Rocks levitated around him. The air vibrated like a war drum. I hate you for Vegeta. His voice faltered for just a second, remembering the Saiyan princess dying in his arms. For Piccolo, who's lying half dead because of you. His face hardened. And I hate you for what you did to Krillin. The image flashed in his mind, Krillin suspended helplessly, screaming his name before exploding. Goku's heart burned. You're a monster. The sky darkened further, golden lightning striking the ocean and ripping up towering columns of water. He clenched his fists and roared. I'm furious, Frieza. His golden aura detonated outward. The sea rose like mountains. The clouds scattered as if fleeing. The earth split open in fresh cracks stretching for miles. His power crushed the air itself, pressing down even on the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza felt something he hadn't known in decades. Fear. He had no time to process it. With a golden flash, Goku vanished. Before Frieza could react, a blazing fist slammed into his face. Wham! The impact sent him flying for miles, tearing through rock formations that exploded like paper. The battle had changed. For the first time, the hunter had become the prey. The air of Namek roared as if the planet itself were protesting what was unfolding. The sea churned in violent storms, craters spewed towering columns of smoke, and the green sky was streaked with golden flashes that burst without pause. In the heart of that storm of power, a single fist decided the course of fate. Whang! Goku's punch buried itself in Frieza's face with such brutal force that the air trembled like a struck drum. The tyrant's body shot away like a missile, tearing through mountains of stone and pulverizing them in seconds. Frieza's eyes went wide, shock carved across his pain-twisted face. Gah! His scream echoed, but he barely had time to breathe before another golden shadow appeared above him. Goku caught up mid-flight. He seized Frieza from behind, gripping the remains of his shattered armor. His golden aura roared like living fire, casting the Saiyan in the light of a war god. And then he drove his knee viciously into the tyrant's back. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr pressure tore through his spine. Og, h. His face twisted in pure agony. He had never felt pain like this. But Goku didn't stop. His rage was a river long restrained, now it surged, unstoppable. He released the tyrant into the air only to unleash a savage barrage of blows. Fists hammered into Frieza's stomach, jaw, ribs. Each strike detonated like an explosion. Bam, bam, wham, crash. Frieza could barely react. His body was tossed around like a rag doll, hurled in every direction by the Saiyan's overwhelming power. Stop, he roared desperately, blood covering his face. With a furious scream, he unleashed his ki. Zop, zop, zop. Dozens of crimson bloss TS erupted from his hands in every direction, each carrying enough force to wipe out a continent. Beams tore through the sky, the sea, the mountains. The planet trembled as though on the verge of shattering. But through that rain of destruction Goku advanced. The Golden Saiyan floated forward, unshaken, wrapped in a radiant aura that deflected every attack. Explosions engulfed him, smoke swallowed him whole, yet he remained, untouched, not a scratch. Frieza's eyes filled with desperation. N number, this can't be. How can you withstand this? He didn't stop firing. Die, you miserable Saiyan. Die. The sky became a festival of lethal light, yet none of it could reach Goku. And then amid the chaos, a shadow appeared directly in front of the tyrant. Looking for someone? A deep voice whispered. Before Frieza could react, a golden elbow smashed into his jaw. Whong! The impact spun him violently, purple blood spraying into the air. Goku didn't hesitate. He surged forward with a ferocious combo. A punch to the stomach. A knee to the ribs. A descending elbow that drove Frieza into the sea like a meteor. Krash! The water erupted into towering pillars of boiling vapor. The entire ocean roared from the impact. But the Saiyan gave him no reprieve. He dove after him, plunging into the sea, cutting through bubbles and steam. Frieza struggled upward, gasping, his face twisted with fury and fear. You can't defeat me, he swung, a straight punch to Goku's face. Blocked with one hand. Clack, his other fist shot toward Goku's stomach. Blocked, a desperate tail strike. Blocked again. Every movement Frieza made was stopped with insulting ease. Each attempt met by a cold, merciless gaze. The ocean vibrated with the force of their clashes, yet none of the Emperor's blows could push the Super Saiyan back. Finally, with a roar, Goku seized Frieza's wrist and hurled him skyward. FWOOM. Both burst from the sea wrapped in vapor, rising above Namek's cloud layer. Frieza panted, red eyes wide and bloodshot. His breathing was ragged, his body battered. Goku, meanwhile, floated upright, his golden aura blazing like a living star. His voice rang out low and firm, slicing through the air. You're not the Emperor of anything anymore, Frieza. The tyrant clenched his teeth, hatred twisting his face. You wretched! He tried to form a sphere of ki in his palm. But Goku was already moving. In a flash of gold, he appeared before him. Your reign ends here. His fist buried itself in the tyrant's abdomen. Whong! Frieza screamed, doubling over as the air was forced from his lungs. Goku finished with an uppercut that launched him higher into Namek's darkening sky, where golden lightning illuminated the heavens. From afar, Gohan watched, still carrying Piccolo on his back. The boy stood frozen, eyes wide. Dad, he whispered, trembling between fear and hope. I've never seen him like this. Piccolo, half conscious, muttered hoarsely. That's not the same Goku, that's something else. Krillin was gone. His absence was a crushing weight. Yet the golden figure in the sky ignited a spark of hope in the young half-Saiyan's chest. Frieza staggered mid-air, bloodied and gasping. His mind spun in disbelief and fury. Impossible, it can't be. I am Frieza, I am the Emperor of the universe. But before him, the golden light burned brighter than ever. Goku pointed at him, his gaze unwavering, his voice booming like an oath. And I'm the one who's going to end your tyranny. They charged again. Namek's air burned with a strange silence. The green sky, once torn by storms, was now streaked with golden lightning bending across the horizon as if the planet itself wanted to witness what was happening. At the center of that wasteland of ruins and steaming seas, two figures hurled themselves at each other at a speed no eye could follow. Whong! Goku's fist smashed into Frieza's jaw, purple blood spraying. Before he could recover, the Saiyan was behind him, driving an elbow into his ribs. KRRRRRACK. The Emperor's scream ripped through the air. Quadruple ARG. No respite. Goku grabbed his arm, spun him in circles, and slammed him into the ground with such force that all of Namek shook. KRASH. The entire planet shuddered. The nearby sea rose in massive columns. Mountains trembled like paper. Frieza staggered up, but a golden shadow enveloped him again. Goku grabbed him by the tail. The appendage that had once been the tyrant's deadliest weapon was now the rope of his humiliation. "This is for Vegeta," Goku roared, and slammed him into the ground. Boom! Frieza screamed, blood spilling from his mouth. "And this is for Krillin." Another smash. Krash. The earth split into a new crater. "And this is for everyone you murdered." Whong! Another violent shockwave, dust and fire erupting around them. The Emperor gasped, body ruined, barely aware of what was happening. With a roar of desperation, Frieza gathered what strength he had left. "Enough." Quote. He thrust his hand forward and fired a crimson beam straight at Goku's chest. Zop! The blast tore through the air like a lightning bolt of death. Direct hit, a flash that illuminated the green sky for seconds. Smoke swallowed the Saiyan's figure. Frieza panted, blood on his lips, chest heaving like a cornered animal. A crooked smile returned. Hey, finally. The smoke cleared. He was still there, standing, unmoving. The golden aura roared on. His spiked hair gleamed like molten gold. And on his face no pain. Not even a scratch. Frieza's eyes widened in horror. What? Goku glanced down at the spot where the beam had struck. A faint scorch mark on his blue eye, that was all. Then he looked back at the tyrant. And smiled. His voice came out low and steady, edged sharper than any attack. "I see you can destroy a planet." He paused, clenching his fist. "But not a person." The words stabbed into Frieza's chest like a blade. His smile vanished. His breathing quickened. What are you?" he rasped, voice shaking between fear and rage. Goku stepped forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet from the pressure of his ki. Wind lashed around him, debris rising as though gravity had lost meaning. His gaze hardened, and for the first time in his life, Frieza felt something he had never known before. Real fear. "Still don't get it?" Goku asked, his tone absolute. The tyrant instinctively stepped back, lips trembling. "No, impossible, it's a myth. A lie from your extinct race." Goku clenched his teeth, Krillin's final moments flashing before him. Vegeta dying in his arms. Piccolo's broken body. The fear in his son's eyes. That fury burned within him like an eternal volcano. His golden aura expanded, lighting the battlefield like a miniature sun. He raised his voice, his roar shaking all of Namek. "I am what Vegeta warned you about, the legendary warrior awakened by rage." His eyes burned like incandescent steel. "I am the Super Saiyan Goku." The name thundered across the sky. The wind stilled for a heartbeat. The planet itself seemed to hold its breath. Frieza stared, lips parted, sweat pouring down his face. For the first time in his life, the Emperor of the Universe did not know if the battle was his. Damn you," he whispered. But the truth stood before him, wrapped in roaring golden fire. The myth had become flesh. And Frieza knew it. The universe would never be the same again. The echo of Goku's roar still reverberated through the celestial court. The crystal sphere floated above the colossal desk of King Yema, casting golden reflections across every corner of the temple. There, in silence, two women watched. Two figures so different that, were it not for the cruel twist of fate that had brought them together, they would never have met each other's gaze. Chi-Chi, her halo glowing softly above her head, pressed her hands to her chest. Her eyes were fixed on the golden figure hovering above. Namek, the warrior roaring with murderous fury, the one who had made the Emperor of the Universe tremble. But beneath all that fire she still saw him. The same Goku, my Goku. The naive man who once promised to marry her without even knowing what marriage was. The husband who had held her one last time, their newborn son in his arms, before she slipped away from him forever. Beside her stood Vegeta, the Saiyan princess. Her lips curled into an ambiguous expression, half a crooked smile, half the tremor of something she refused to name. Her dark eyes still shimmered faintly from recent tears as she stared at Kakarot wrapped in that blazing golden aura. Damn it, she muttered inwardly, clenching her fists. She had seen countless warriors. She had admired, though she hated to admit it, her own father. She had respected Nappa's strength. As a child, she had even feared the shadow of Frieza. But she had never seen anything like this. And that heat, that cursed heat, again rising through her chest, making her feel alive even in death. "Tch," she growled under her breath, glancing away for a moment, trying to steady herself. But nothing worked. The fire would not die. To distract herself, Vegeta spoke. Silence was not something she tolerated well, especially not when emotions threatened to overpower her. She turned her head toward the Earthwoman beside her. "You," she said roughly. "You were his wife." Chi-Chi looked at her, slightly surprised by the initiative. "Yes?" Vegeta pressed her lips together before forcing out the question. "How did you die?" Silence fell instantly. Even King Yemma raised an eyebrow, lowering his ledger to observe. Chi-Chi lowered her gaze, a melancholic smile on her lips. 5 years ago, she whispered. Vegeta frowned, surprised at the calmness in her voice. Gohan was just a baby, a newborn, so small he fit in my arms like he was made of glass. She swallowed, fingers tightening against her dress. I got sick, a very rare illness. None of Earth's doctors could truly identify it. Quote, Vegeta arched an eyebrow. An illness? That's it? Chi-Chi nodded sadly. Yes, Goku did the impossible, he tried everything. Her voice trembled as memories surfaced. He went with Bulma, searched for scientists, healers, he even used the Dragon Balls. But a transparent tear slid down her cheek. The Dragon Balls can't cure illnesses. Vegeta narrowed her eyes. So those cursed orbs are useless for something so simple, she thought. Bulma worked day and night looking for a cure, Chi-Chi continued. But in the end she looked me in the eyes and told me it was terminal. There was nothing to be done. Silence returned. Vegeta said nothing. Her expression remained hard, but her clenched fists betrayed an emotion she couldn't quite place. That's why, Chi-Chi said softly. Before I died I asked Goku for one last thing. Vegeta tilted her head despite herself. And what was that? I asked him to take care of Gohan. To raise him into a good man. To give him a chance at happiness even if I wasn't there. HMPH. And? Chi-Chi hesitated, as if revealing a secret she had never spoken aloud before. And that if he ever found someone else E1 he could love freely, he shouldn't hold back. Vegeta's eyes widened. You told him that? Chi-Chi nodded with a faint, sad smile. Yes, because I loved him too much to condemn him to loneliness. His heart was always too big to chain it to mine after death. Vegeta fell silent. Heat rushed to her cheeks. She, the proud princess who never blushed, who never showed weakness, now felt her face burning like a child caught in a lie. TCH insect, she snapped, turning her face away. Why the hell are you telling me this? Chi-Chi smiled gently. Because it seems my wish has already come true. Vegeta nearly choked. Don't say ridiculous things. I have nothing to do with that idiot. But her voice lacked its usual bite. A weak defense. An excuse. Chi-Chi looked at her with the quiet wisdom of someone who had truly loved. You don't have to say it. I can see it in your eyes. Vegeta clenched her teeth. The memory struck her. The way Kakarot held her when Frieza impaled her. The tears on his cheeks. His trembling voice promising she would be fine. His vow to avenge her. The heat returned stronger than ever. Damn it, was that what this was? That feeling she had always despised in others? Love? She couldn't accept it. Not yet, but she couldn't deny it either. Chi-Chi looked back at the sphere, watching Goku in his golden form. Look at him. Vegeta looked closely. He's furious more than I've ever seen him. But even so I know that behind all that power, he's still him. The man who made me laugh with his innocence. The father who protected Gohan. Vegeta didn't answer, but her chest burned, and despite her pride's resistance, a silent tear slipped down her cheek. Then another, and another. King Yemma cleared his throat loudly. Lower your voices. This is a court, not a tavern. Vegeta remained silent, pride intact but tears still streaming down her face. Chi-Chi watched her quietly, at first surprised by that mixture of pride and sorrow, then she understood. That wasn't just pride, it was redemption, it was hope. Vegeta, eyes red and cheeks wet, whispered. Damn you, Kakarot, in the end, you just had to be a low-class Saiyan. But in her heart, she had never felt more proud. The air over Namek crackled with electricity. Every inch of the green sky flashed with golden and violet lightning, as though the universe itself were holding its breath. Goku floated mid-air, wrapped in his blazing aura, eyes locked on his enemy. The legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan. His spiked hair burned like molten gold, each breath a growl of power that shook the rocks below. Opposite him Frieza, the tyrant of the universe. His body bled, muscles torn from the beating he had endured. Yet that crooked smile had returned, a smile colder than any attack. Frieza raised one hand. In his palm, a crimson sphere began to form, vibrant, swelling, the size of a miniature moon. This was no ordinary attack. It was the promise of total annihilation. Goku narrowed his eyes, fists tightening. You want to try that again, Frieza? Throw that thing at me? His voice rumbled like contained thunder. I won't let you get close. The Saiyan was ready, body coiled, prepared to intercept, to protect. But then, the unexpected. Frieza's smile widened, venomous. And instead of hurling the sphere at Goku, he threw it downward. FWOOM. The energy ball plunged into the planet's crust like a blazing meteor. A deathly silence lasted a fraction of a second. Then the world trembled. KRRRRRRASHHHH. A colossal crater opened beneath them, swallowing entire seas. Columns of boiling water shot hundreds of meters high. Namek's crust cracked like glass on the verge of shattering. The planet roared. Blue and red lightning burst from the ground into the sky. The air grew heavy, nearly unbreathable. Goku's eyes widened. For the first time since his transformation, surprise cut through him. What did you do? Frieza descended slightly, lowering his arm as if nothing had happened. His smile twisted further, baring his fangs. Hey, did you really think I'd waste it on you, monkey? He sneered, voice shrill like metal scraping steel. He raised his other hand, spreading his 5 fingers slowly, savoring every second. 5. A pause. 5 minutes. His voice echoed like a death sentence. That's how long this planet has before it explodes into 1,000 pieces. Goku felt the air freeze in his lungs. The ground beneath him continued to quake. Cracks spread toward the horizon. Even the sky looked ready to tear apart. What did you say? He roared, not fear for himself, but for what that monster had just condemned. Frieza laughed, a sharp, piercing sound. Exactly what you heard, Saiyan. This miserable planet will become cosmic dust. And you, your son, that half-dead Namekian, and every living thing still on this world will explode with it. In the distance, Gohan carried Piccolo over his shoulder. The boy could barely stay airborne, gasping, his small body trembling from exhaustion and rage. The Namekian was unconscious, his breathing shallow, his ki barely detectable. Gohan felt the tremor. He looked down, watching the sea rise as if the planet were trying to vomit itself inside out. What's happening now? He whispered, tears of fear welling in his eyes. Piccolo forced one eye open weakly. It's the end, Gohan, that demon. He shattered the planet's core. The boy clenched his teeth, his heart pounding wildly. Dad. Back on the battlefield, Goku tightened his fists, his golden aura roaring violently around him. You're a damn maniac, he shouted, fury shaking his voice. You're going to take everyone with you. Frieza merely shrugged, as if it were trivial. So what? I can survive in space. Can you? He sneered venomously. I doubt it, no matter how legendary you are. A knot tightened in Goku's stomach. Time was no longer endless. This wasn't a battle he could stretch out. Now there was a countdown. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to defeat him. 5 minutes to save his son, Piccolo, Bulma. 5 minutes, Goku repeated hoarsely, teeth clenched. Then that's more than enough. His golden aura flared like a miniature sun, ripping stones from the ground and hurling them into the air. Because I don't need any more time to finish you, Frieza. The Emperor stared back at him, sadistic delight flickering in his eyes. Then come, Saiyan, show me that the myth of your race can truly defeat me before the clock runs out. His voice rose into a roar. Come, Super Saiyan. The air fractured under the collision of their auras. Goku golden like the sun. Frieza wrapped in a white and crimson fury that tore at the atmosphere itself. Above them, lightning howled across the sky as the dying planet counted down the seconds to its destruction. At the same time, Earth's sky was clear, a crystal blue that contrasted cruelly with the chaos raging millions of light years away on Namek. Yet high above the planet, at the sacred lookout, that calm was nothing but an illusion. Kami stood at the edge of the white platform, brow furrowed as he stared toward the horizon. His antennae trembled not from wind, but from distant echoes of catastrophe on another world. Behind him, the air vibrated with an unseen connection. A voice thundered in his mind, clear, high-pitched, carrying both mockery and worry. Kami, boomed King Kai across the infinite void. Can you hear me clearly? Kami closed his eyes, nodding solemnly. Yes, King Kai, the connection is stable. How is Goku? A brief silence. Then the North Kai spoke gravely. He's still fighting, but it's different now. Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Kami's eyes narrowed. A Super Saiyan? Yes, King Kai huffed nervously. But there's no time to explain. Frieza did the unthinkable. He destabilized Namek's core. The planet only has minutes left. Kami clenched his fists, a chill running through him. Then defeating Frieza won't be enough. Everyone on Namek will die regardless. Exactly, King Kai said urgently. That's why we have to act from here. I've thought of a plan and I need you to coordinate it. Kami stepped forward, robes swaying softly. Tell me, King Kai's voice grew solemn. The Dragon Balls on Earth exist again, right? Yes, Kami confirmed. My return after Piccolo's resurrection restored them as well. Perfect. Then listen carefully. If they gather them, we can wish back everyone Frieza and his men killed on Namek. Kami's eyes gleamed with understanding. That would revive the Grand Elder as well. Exactly, King Kai shouted. And if the Grand Elder comes back, Namek's Dragon Balls will be restored too. Kami narrowed his eyes, grasping the scale of the plan. I understand. King Kai chuckled lightly despite the tension. And there's more. The Namekian Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. 2 have already been used, 1 remains. If the Grand Elder returns, they can use that final wish to transport everyone to Earth. Kami's expression hardened, though hope flickered within him. Then we still have a chance. Silence lingered between them. Neither could afford to waste a second. King Kai spoke again, firmer now. Kami, everything depends on you. You have to coordinate the collection of Earth's Dragon Balls. Get someone moving. There's no time. Kami nodded solemnly. I will. King Kai's tone softened slightly, though urgency remained. And Kami, pray that Goku can endure those minutes. Otherwise, there won't be a planet or Dragon Balls to save him. Kami bowed his head. I know I will trust in him. With a faint shimmer, the connection severed. The air returned to stillness, though Kami's heart was anything but calm. Turning slowly, he lifted his staff and tapped it gently against the temple floor. Popo. In an instant, his loyal attendant appeared. His face remained calm as always, but even he carried the weight of the moment. Yes, Kami-sama? Kami fixed him with an intense gaze. How many Dragon Balls did you gather during my absence? Popo lowered his eyes briefly, calculating. 4, Kami-sama. 4 of the 7 Dragon Balls are already in my possession. Kami tightened his grip on the staff. Good, 3 remain. Popo nodded. I have sent several magical creatures to locate the others as quickly as possible. One lies deep within a forest, guarded by wild beasts. Another fell into the Western Sea. The third has not yet been located. Kami closed his eyes, thinking. We must hurry. Frieza has doomed Namek. Time is running out. Popo's eyes flickered with rare concern. And Goku? Kami remained silent for several seconds, staring toward the horizon. Finally, he spoke gravely. Goku has awakened a new power. But even with that power, if we do not act from here, everything will have been in vain. Popo bowed his head. Then I will gather the remaining 3 as soon as possible. No, Kami corrected firmly. As soon as possible is not enough. You must do it now. His eyes opened, glowing with a determination rarely seen. The fate of Namek and of all who still live there depends on us. Popo nodded solemnly. Understood, Kami-sama. Without another word, he vanished into the air, summoning his magic carpet to continue the search. Kami remained alone at the lookout, gazing into the blue sky. Reflection shone in his eyes, but so did the crushing weight of responsibility. Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, he whispered gravely. Hold on. A gentle wind swept across the temple, but in Kami's chest, his heart thundered with the echo of a planet that, at that very moment, was beginning to fall apart. The air of Namek vibrated with a deep roar, as if the planet's very core were protesting the battle tearing it apart. The green sky was split by golden lightning, echoing with the fury of a legendary warrior. Goku floated upright, his golden aura crackling like living fire. His green eyes cold and blazing never left the battered figure of the Emperor. Frieza panted, his breathing ragged, his body marked by wounds he had never imagined suffering. The Emperor of the Universe was bleeding for the first time. Frieza lifted his head with a twisted grimace. Despite the blood on his lips, he smiled. You are strong, stronger than I ever thought possible, he rasped, his voice rough but still carrying that venomous tone. But tell me, Super Saiyan Do you have the courage to face me at my full power? His trembling hand rose, pointing directly at the Golden Warrior. Because until now I've barely been holding back. You haven't seen anything yet. Goku didn't answer immediately. He simply watched him in silence, brow furrowed. His golden aura roared, and in his eyes there was more than fury, there was a fierce calm, an unshakable determination. Finally, he spoke. Your full power? His voice rumbled like distant thunder. Then show it. Frieza blinked, confused. What? Goku clenched his fists. Use 100%. Frieza. Everything you've got. His voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from restrained rage. Because I want you to understand something. I want you to know that even at your maximum power you still won't be able to beat me. At that moment, King Kai's voice thundered inside Goku's mind with the urgency of a desperate shout. Goku, listen to me, don't be an idiot. The Saiyan tensed, hearing the North Kai. That monster is playing with you. Finish him now before it's too late. The planet is doomed, and every second you waste puts your son and everyone else at risk. The voice cracked like a whip against his conscience. But Goku didn't close his eyes. He didn't look away from the Emperor. I know, King Kai, he replied calmly in his mind. Then do it. You can't afford to toy with him. The Golden Warrior clenched his teeth. This isn't a game. His eyes hardened. I'm not doing this for me. He remembered Krillin's face, screaming his name before exploding into pieces. He remembered Vegeta, crying in his arms, begging him to avenge her race. He remembered Piccolo's sacrifice, Gohan's terrified eyes. I'm doing it for them, he thought, his heart pounding like a war drum. I want Frieza to feel it, that even at his maximum power, he never had a chance. That everything he did, every bit of pain he caused, was meaningless. King Kai's voice faltered, surprised by the resolve. Goku, the yes. Ian closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Vegeta, if somehow you're watching me, he thought, a knot tightening in his throat. I want you to see this. I want you to see how the monster who destroyed your planet can't do anything against a Saiyan. Frieza clenched his fists, his muscles trembled, and a venomous light flickered through his red eyes. Very well, Saiyan, he hissed coldly. You asked for it. His body ignited in a white and crimson aura. The air grew heavier. Even gravity seemed to bend around him. His muscles swelled, every fiber hardening like steel. Veins bulged across his pale skin like rivers of compressed energy. The sea roared, raising titanic waves. The sky darkened, slashed by lightning that fell like blades. Ha! His scream shook the entire planet. Rocks lifted into the air, disintegrating into fragments. The ground split open with cracks that spewed burning lava. Far away, Gohan felt the pressure. He could be. Arlie keep flying while carrying the unconscious Piccolo. Dad, he whispered, eyes wide, his heart pounding in terror. Piccolo opened one eye, his voice weak but clear. That is Frieza forcing his body to its limit. The boy clenched his teeth, staring toward the distant clash of two suns. His father's golden light and the Emperor's crimson-white blaze. Finally, Frieza stopped roaring. His body was larger now, more muscular. His aura burned like a white sun. He panted, but his crooked smile had returned. This, he said, his voice deeper and heavy with power. This is my true power. He leaned forward, pointing at Goku. Prepare yourself, Super Saiyan. The Golden Saiyan watched him seriously. There was no arrogance in his eyes, no doubt either. Only the relentless calm of someone who had accepted his destiny. Then come, he said, his voice booming with power. And prove that your maximum power means nothing. The clash was instant. Whom! Both vanished in a flash, and the air exploded from the force of their auras. In the blink of an eye, Frieza appeared in front of Goku, throwing a punch loaded with his full power. Bong! The impact shook the planet. Entire mountains collapsed, the ocean split into gigantic pillars. But Goku blocked it with one arm. Frieza's face twisted in disbelief. What? Goku shoved him back, sending the Emperor sliding several meters through the air. This, the Saiyan said, his eyes blazing, is for Krillin. He vanished in a golden flash, and reappeared with a fist driven straight into the tyrant's stomach. Wong! Furry! Zaw's body bent forward as purple blood burst from his mouth. Before he could react, another punch smashed into his face. And this is for Vegeta. The Emperor was blasted into a mountain, tearing through it in a storm of shattered rock. The planet trembled with every collision. The air was saturated with energy, screams, explosions. Namek, dying, counted the minutes toward its end. And at the center of it all, two absolute forces clashed, an Emperor at 100%, and a legendary Saiyan. Frieza staggered out of the rubble, his face twisted with fury and humiliation. No, he roared, his eyes bloodshot. I will not lose to a damned monkey. His aura exploded again, blasting energy in every direction. Dee! Hundreds of crimson beams shot toward Goku, annihilating everything in their path. But the Golden Saiyan simply raised one hand. His golden aura roared, forming a blazing shield. The beams struck, exploded, thundered. But none of them touched him. Goku looked at him calmly. Frieza, you have nowhere left to run. Far away, King Kai shouted inside Goku's mind. Goku, stop, don't drag this out any longer. Finish him before the planet explodes. But the warrior didn't answer. He clenched his teeth, his gaze locked on the monster who had destroyed lives, planets, dreams. No, King Kai, he thought. Not until Frieza understands. Not until the Emperor of the universe understands what it means to face a Super Saiyan. The sky roared. The ocean boiled. The universe itself seemed to hold its breath. The final battle between Goku and Frieza had only just begun. Meanwhile, the sky of Namek thundered with distant golden flashes. Goku and Frieza's battle shook the planet as if gods had chosen a dying world as their battlefield. Every explosion lit the horizon. Every lightning strike reminded them that time was running out. But not everyone could keep watching that fight. Gohan, his face soaked in sweat and dried tears, flew unsteadily through the air. Piccolo hung over his shoulder, unconscious, his body stained with blood and ash. The boy could barely carry him, but the fury in his eyes gave him strength. Mr. Piccolo, he muttered between breaths. I'll get you out of here. I promise. His heart pounded wildly. He had wanted to stay. He had wanted to witness his father's transformation. But he couldn't, not after seeing Krillin explode before his eyes. Not after feeling his teacher's life fading in his arms. He had to save him. That was his mission now. He closed his eyes, focusing on the key of the survivors. The battlefield was flooded with violent energy, but within the chaos he found a weaker presence. More human, trembling somewhere on the planet. Bulma, he whispered with a spark of hope. Without hesitation, he shot off in that direction, flying at full speed past shattered mountains and boiling seas. Every tremor beneath him reminded him that Namek was dying. Finally, he saw it. In the middle of a partially intact valley, a ship was hidden among collapsed rocks. It was the space capsule that had brought Goku to Namek. Its structure was scorched and smoking but still standing. The energy he sensed came from inside. Gohan descended quickly, barely keeping his balance as he laid Piccolo gently on the ground. He ran to the hatch of the ship. Bulma, Bulma, the door slowly opened. Inside stood the blue-haired woman, her clothes dirty and wrinkled, her eyes overflowing with anxiety. When she saw him, her lips opened in a cry. Gohan. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly, her hands trembling as if afraid he might vanish. You're alive, finally, but the embrace broke when her eyes landed on the body behind him. Piccolo, bloodied, barely breathing. Bulma covered her mouth in horror. My God, what happened to him? What's going on out there? Gohan swallowed, tears shining in his eyes. Mr. Piccolo fought Frieza. He protected us, but he's badly hurt. Bulma turned to him desperately. And the others? Where are Krillin? Where's Vegeta? And your dad? The boy lowered his head, clenching his fists. Krillin died. Frieza killed him, his voice trembled. And Vegeta too. Silence fell like a stone. Bulma's eyes widened. Dead? Krillin? But he already died once. That means the Dragon Balls can't. Her breathing quickened. And Vegeta? The princess too? What happened while I was stuck here? She grabbed her hair in panic. This is insane. Krillin dead again. Vegeta dead. Then what do we have left? Gohan lifted his head, fire burning in his eyes. My dad. Bulma blinked. Your dad? He nodded. He's fighting Frieza right now. But not like before, his lips trembled. My dad transformed. Transformed? Bulma repeated. Into a Super Saiyan. The words hung in the air. Bulma blinked several times. A what? Gohan clenched his fists. A Super Saiyan. He transformed after Krillin died. His power, it's incredible. Even Frieza can't stop him. Bulma's face shifted between disbelief, fear, and awe. A Super Saiyan, she whispered. She remembered moments back on Earth. Vegeta speaking with pride and contempt about Saiyan bloodlines, about elites and low-class warriors. And now, was that cheerful, naive man really the one who had fulfilled the legend? She shook her head and returned to the present. But that doesn't change the fact that Krillin is dead. She shouted through tears. And if he already died once, can the Earth Dragon Balls even bring him back again? Gohan lowered his gaze. I don't know, but if we can bring the Namekian Dragon Balls back, and since they work differently from Earth's, maybe those can. Silence returned. Heavy, suffocating. Bulma struggled to breathe as she tried to process everything. Finally she slid down against the wall of the ship with a broken, nervous laugh. This is a nightmare, a complete nightmare. After a few seconds, she looked up again. Listen to me, Gohan, she said firmly. Stay here. The boy stared at her. What? Stay here with me and Piccolo, she repeated, voice trembling but resolute. You've done enough. You brought Piccolo here. You saved him, but now it's your father's job. Gohan clenched his teeth. No, I can help him. Bulma shook her head, tears in her eyes. No, Gohan, listen to me. She grabbed his shoulders and looked him straight in the eyes. Your dad became whatever that Super Saiyan is. He's the only one who can beat Frieza. No one else. You're just a kid. You can't risk yourself anymore. Gohan's heart twisted between rage and helplessness. He remembered Krillin. He remembered Vegeta. He remembered his teacher. He wanted to fight. He wanted revenge. But he also knew Bulma was right. Tears filled his eyes. But Dad is out there alone. Bulma hugged him tightly. No, Gohan, she whispered. He's not alone. He has all of you in his heart. He's fighting for you, for Krillin, for Vegeta, for Piccolo, and for me too. The boy sobbed into her embrace. Dad. Bulma looked toward the horizon, where golden flashes lit the green sky. Her heart pounded wildly. Goku, I always knew you were special, but I never thought that empty head, Ed idiot, would be the universe's last hope. She closed her eyes. Please, Goku, she whispered softly. Come back alive. Meanwhile, the sky above Earth was clear, a crystal blue that seemed complete. Detached from the chaos-devouring Namek. But high above the planet, on the vast white platform of the sacred temple, the calm was nothing more than a disguise. There, surrounded by ancient pillars and walls, 7 crystal spheres rested in a perfect circle upon the marble floor. The Earth's Dragon Balls, they glowed with a soft radiance, as if sensing what was about to happen. Mr. Popo, his dark eyes calm and watchful, observed the spheres. He had crossed seas, forests, and mountains to gather them. His hands were still stained with dust and salt water, yet his expression remained the same as always, serene, though carrying an undercurrent of urgency. A few steps behind him, Kami walked slowly, leaning on his staff. His white robe fluttered gently in the wind, and the wrinkles on his face were hardened by tension. Both of them knew what was at stake. Popo, Kami said in a deep voice. You did it. The attendant nodded solemnly. The 7 spheres are here, Kami-sama, ready to summon the dragon. The old god looked toward the horizon. Though his eyes appeared fixed on Earth's blue sky, his mind was far away, millions of kilometers across space. He could feel the echo of the Ba-Tle on Namek, the roar of 2 powers that shook the universe. Then let us not waste time. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He stepped forward until he stood before the spheres. The wind whispered across the temple. The tension was so thick that even the birds circling the temple seemed to fall silent. Kami lifted his staff, gently tapped it against the ground, and with a powerful voice spoke the words only he could command. Come forth, Shenron, and grant our wish. The Dragon Balls began glowing instantly. Their red stars flashed in unison, growing brighter and brighter until a blinding light engulfed the entire platform. The blue sky above Earth turned black in seconds. Thunder rumbled overhead, and clouds spiraled around the temple like a vortex. Day became night, and then, an ancient, thunderous voice filled the air. I am Shenron. From the Dragon Balls emerged a colossal dragon, a celestial serpent rising into the heavens. His emerald green body stretched farther than the eye could follow. His red eyes burned like twin suns, and his roar shook the foundations of the temple. Mr. Popo looked up calmly. Though he had witnessed this sight many times before, it always filled him with reverence. Kami stood firm, though his face revealed the gravity of someone fully aware of the weight of what he was about to ask. Shenron lowered his head slightly, observing them with a piercing gaze. Speak, what is your wish? The wind howled across the temple. Darkness blanketed Earth, though down in human villages no one understood what was happening. But there, atop the temple, Kami spoke with firm, solemn clarity. Shenron, my wish is that you revive everyone who was killed by Frieza and his men on the planet Namek. The dragon narrowed his glowing red eyes as he processed the request. His deep voice echoed like thunder from the heavens. That wish can be granted. The sky roared. Black clouds split apart with spiraling lightning. The dragon's light expanded across the temple and then vanished into a beam that pierced through space. Within seconds, the energy shot beyond Earth, beyond the solar system, until it reached the planet Namek. And there, in the midst of chaos, something incredible began to happen. In the destroyed villages, fallen Namekians slowly opened their eyes. Elders and children who had been massacred by Frieza's army gasped as they returned to life, their bodies rising under the dragon's radiant light. Even the Grand Elder, the immense old being who had given his life for the universe, slowly opened his eyes and drew breath once more. Across the battlefield, warriors who had died defending their people also returned. Life was returning to Namek. But the most important event was happening in the other world. In King Yema's court, where bodiless souls waited for their fate, confusion suddenly erupted. The gates of the afterlife burst open, and Shenron's roar echoed even through that realm. All Who fell by the hands of Frieza and his men return. Chi-Chi covered her mouth in shock. What? Vegeta, who had been watching the crystal viewing orb beside her, opened her eyes in disbelief. What's happening? A blue light surrounded them. The soul of the Saiyan princess began dissolving into glowing particles, as if being pulled back into the world of the living. Chi-Chi reached out toward her, tears in her eyes. Vegeta, the Saiyan, looked at her, stunned, as her body broke apart into sparks of light. For once, there was no arrogance in her voice, only shock. What's happening? And she vanished. Back on the temple platform, Shenron roared, "Your wish has been granted." The Dragon Balls glowed once more before dimming. The sky remained black as Shenron slowly disappeared, and the spheres scattered across the world once again. Kami took a deep breath, gripping his staff. He knew what it meant. The Grand Elder had returned, and with him the Dragon Balls of Namek had been restored. Time was still running out, but hope had just been reborn. The air of Namek vibrated with a strange murmur. Where once there had been the silence of death, voices now rose: gasps, confused cries, frantic breathing. Namekians opened their eyes one by one among the ruins and ashes. An elderly farmer sat up in the middle of a scorched field, his eyes wide. What happened? I remember the soldiers of that monster there. Beams the pain. His son, who had fallen beside him, rose as well and embraced him tightly. Dad, we're alive. But how? Whispers spread across the land. Village after village, survivors of the massacre confronted the impossible. Life had returned, but the joy was quickly overshadowed by a violent tremor beneath their feet. The ground roared and cracked as if the planet itself were trying to tear them away. One of the Namekian warriors looked toward the sky, where distant red and golden lightning clashed. "Something is wrong," he muttered. "Our world is dying." Elsewhere, a small voice trembled through tears. "Where am I?" Den slowly opened his eyes. The young Namekian lay among the ruins of the battlefield where the fight with Frieza had begun. He pushed himself upright, his clothes torn. The memory struck him like lightning. Frieza smiling coldly, raising one finger, firing the beam that pierced straight through him. The pain, the darkness, and then nothing. I died," he whispered, clutching his chest. His antennae trembled. The planet's energy was convulsing. There was no joy in his return, only a chilling premonition. What is happening now? High atop a cracked mountain, another aura illuminated the stone. The Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes. His massive body, which had fallen like an ancient tree, breathed again. Each breath was heavy but real. His heart, once silent, now beat again. For several seconds he remained still, trying to understand. Then a voice thundered inside his mind. "Grand Elder." The old Namekian narrowed his eyes immediately. "King Kai of the North." Quote, "Exactly," King Kai's voice said urgently. "Listen carefully. We don't have time. Frieza caused Namek's core to collapse. This planet is doomed." The Grand Elder closed his eyes with a weary sigh. "I sensed it. The ground screams. The sky fractures." King Kai continued quickly. "We need your help. The Namekian Dragon Balls are active again because you returned. There's one wish left and it's our only chance." The Grand Elder listened silently. "Speak." King Kai inhaled before delivering the crucial words. "We must use the third wish to transport everyone on Namek, everyone alive, to Earth." "Everyone except Frieza." The Grand Elder's eyes slowly opened. "Transport my people to another world?" "Yes," King Kai said urgently. "It's the only way to save them. Otherwise they'll die again when this planet explodes." The Grand Elder remained silent, his trembling hands resting on the stone as he felt the planet's failing heartbeat. "I understand." But before he could continue, another voice cut through his mind. A younger voice, stronger, burning with resolve. "Wait." The Grand Elder opened his eyes in surprise. "Who?" The voice answered with controlled fury. "It's Goku." In the middle of the battle, his golden aura blazing like a sun, Goku had closed his eyes for a brief moment. His mind, connected to the flow of universal ki, linked with the ancient Namekian. The Grand Elder heard his demand clearly. Don't make that wish yet, like King Kai said. I don't want to be transported with everyone else. Silence lingered in the Elder's mind. You do not wish to go to Earth? Goku clenched his teeth as he dodged one of Frieza's blasts in the middle of combat. His mental voice was steady and fierce. No, I want the wish to be that everyone is transported off Namek except Frieza and me. The Grand Elder frowned. You wish to remain on this doomed planet? Goku roared as his fist slammed into the tyrant's face. This fight is mine. King Kai immediately interrupted, his voice nearly choking with frustration. Goku, you idiot, don't say such stupid things. The planet has only minutes left. If you stay there, you'll die with it. Goku answered with a mental shout so powerful that even King Kai fell silent for a moment. I don't care. The Super Saiyan breathed heavily as he faced Frieza, whose hatred burned in his eyes. Inside his mind, Goku continued. I'm not running away, not while that monster is still alive. Not after what he did to Vegeta, to Krillin, to everyone. His voice faltered for a moment as memories of his fallen friends resurfaced. I'll finish him myself. This is my duty, my promise. The Grand Elder silently felt not only his words but the man's heart. His spirit burned like an unbreakable flame. I understand, he finally said. King Kai shouted in desperation. You stubborn old man, don't listen to him. If he stays there, it's just his Saiyan pride talking. But the Grand Elder had already made his decision. King Kai the First, trust your warrior. If this is the path he has chosen, we Namekians will respect his will. King Kai groaned in frustration, pounding the ground of his tiny planet. AAA arg, you thick-headed Saiyan. The Grand Elder extended his mind outward. Dend. The young Namekian heard his voice deep within his spirit. Grand Elder, you've returned? Yes. Listen carefully. Summon Kurunga. The final wish must be made immediately. Dend blinked in confusion. What will the wish be? The Grand Elder closed his eyes as he felt the distant clash of Goku and Frieza shaking the planet. To transport all beings on Namek and the visitors from other worlds to Earth. A pause. Except for Frieza and Goku. The decision had been made. The fate of Namek's innocent Peo, PLE, and Goku's own fate would diverge at that very moment. As the planet's red sky roared and the crust split apart, the will of a legendary warrior sealed everything in fire. He would stay, he would fight, he would avenge them, even if it meant dying alongside his enemy. Elsewhere, the air in the valley was still and silent, the ground covered with damp grass and soft soil. Something disturbed the quiet. First, a tremor in the earth. Then a fist burst out of the dirt, covered in dust, trembling with strength and desperation. Another fist followed, tearing through the surface as if a corpse refused to stay buried. With a muffled roar, an entire body forced its way out, gasping, coughing, spitting mud. Gog, the figure dropped to her knees, hands pressed against the wet soil. Her breathing was frantic, as if her lungs had never tasted air before. It was her, the Saiyan princess, Vegeta. Her black hair was disheveled and caked with dirt. Her shattered armor hung in torn pieces, cracks revealing bruised and battered skin beneath. She spat forcefully, clearing the mud from her mouth. Tisk, she snarled, frowning as she lifted her head toward the blue sky. What the hell? Her chest rose and fell violently. She brought a hand to her throat, feeling each breath with disbelief. Her lungs burned, but they were alive. She remained silent for a few seconds, trembling. She could feel gravity beneath her feet, the warmth of the sun on her face, the steady pounding of her heart. This isn't the afterlife, she murmured, barely believing it. Her memories struck her like daggers. Frieza, his laughter, the beam that pierced her body, leaving her discarded on the ground like trash. Kakarot's face leaning over her, his tears falling onto her face as he promised revenge. Vegeta clenched her fists, trembling not with weakness, but with rage. Kakarot, she whispered, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. She slowly rose to her feet. The earth cracked softly beneath her weight, and then she felt it. Her ki stirred violently. She lifted her gaze toward the sky, toward the distant horizon. There, high in the heavens, two lights battled for dominance. One golden, vibrant, infinite. The other purple, venomous, destructive. The very air trembled beneath the clash of those titans. Vegeta's lips parted slightly. So it was real, she whispered. Her experience in the other world. The tears, the laughter through tears, the roar of the Super Saiyan. It hadn't been a dream. Kakarot had done it. The legend was no myth. The Super Saiyan, she said, her voice blending anger, pride, and a warmth she did not recognize. But then something else happened. A soft voice drifted through her mind. It wasn't like King Kai's booming presence, nor the roar of a warrior. It was warm, gentle, feminine. Vegeta, the princess tensed, looking around sharply. Who the hell? The voice continued, clear as a whisper within her heart. Even if it was only for a short time, I'm glad I met you. Vegeta's eyes widened. What? That voice. That damn voice. She recognized it. Chi-Chi, she whispered, a chill running through her body. The voice continued softly, filled with tenderness. Please take care of Goku. And Gohan. Vegeta trembled. Her chest heaved with something she couldn't control. TCH. Why are you telling me that? She snapped, but her words were swallowed by the wind. The voice didn't stop. You have my blessing, protect my family. Silence followed. Deep. Endless. Vegeta shut her eyes tightly, teeth clenched. Her Saiyan pride roared within her, but there was something else there too. A strange weight, a feeling she had never wanted to name. She clenched her fists and lifted her head toward the horizon, where the golden and purple lights clashed. Chi-Chi, she muttered hoarsely. Damn woman, she swallowed hard, and finally said it, even if only to herself. If that idiot ends up falling, I'll grant your damn wish. Her gaze burned as she stared into the sky. The Super Saiyan was fighting up there. And even if she denied it, even if she hated him, even if her pride bled her dry, part of her wanted to be at his side. The princess's heart pounded with fury. And with something else, a destiny that had just been rewritten. The air of Namek was saturated with death. Every breath tasted of ash and sulfur. The ground burned, cracked, with fissures that vomited red lava like blood. The green sky was no longer a sky, it was a dark storm split by golden and crimson lightning. A mirror of the auras of the two titans fighting. And there they were, two figures at the center of the end of the world. Goku, his golden hair standing up like living fire, gasped for breath. His torso was bare after losing what remained of his clothes. His skin was smeared with sweat and blood, yet his gaze still burned steady, like a blade that could never break. Across from him stood Frieza. His body was more muscular than ever, veins coiling across his torso like serpents. His red eyes burned with hatred, and every breath he took sounded like a restrained roar. The Emperor smiled, crooked and venomous. What's wrong, Super Saiyan? He spat, purple blood sliding down his chin. Already getting tired? Goku clenched his teeth, his green eyes blazing. You still haven't seen anything yet, Frieza. The tyrant vanished in a flash. Wham! ABR. Udal fist buried itself into Goku's stomach. The Saiyan's eyes widened as a ragged gasp tore from his throat, blood spraying into the air. Gah! The impact launched him like a projectile toward one of the nearby islands. The rocky ground shattered beneath his body, collapsing into a smoking crater. Almost instantly, the island began splitting apart, lava erupting from its core like a murderous river. Frieza dove after him, laughing like a demon. Is that all you've got? Is this the warrior of legend? But Goku didn't give up. Amid the steam and lava surrounding him, he clenched his fists. His golden aura exploded outward, forming a wall of energy that deflected the molten rock. With a roar, he burst out of the crater. His foot slammed into Frieza's face before the tyrant could react. Whong! Frieza was hurled into the sky, his jaw twisting from the impact. Goku didn't wait. He raised his hands, blue energy gathering between them. Kami! His voice echoed like a war drum. Frieza steadied himself in mid-air. His eyes widened as he saw the glowing sphere growing between the Saiyan's hands. Don't you dare! But Goku didn't stop. Ha-mi! The energy lit up the green sky like a second sun. Mountains collapsed beneath the pressure of the accumulating ki. Ha! The Kamehameha erupted like an endless blue wave, obliterating everything in its path. Frieza roared in fury. You won't defeat me, you monkey! He shot forward like a missile, charging straight through the beam with all his power. His body resisted, forcing its way through the devastating current. Every step forward was a challenge to the impossible. Ghhh, you won't stop me. Goku's eyes widened with fury. His arms trembled, but they did not yield. Then take this. He suddenly increased the power, his golden aura roaring around the Kamehameha. The blast multiplied in intensity, oceans evaporating for miles around. Frieza screamed as the pressure tore at his skin, but with a feral roar, he shifted his trajectory at the last second. Triple A arg! He broke out of the attack from the side. The Kamehameha shot into the horizon, obliterating an entire chunk of the planet, which shattered like broken crystal. Before Goku could react, the tyrant was already on top of him. Wham! A direct blow to the chest hurled him backward. The air burst from his lungs in a strangled cry. Frieza didn't stop. Bam! An elbow to the back of the neck. Whack! A kick to the ribs. Goku fell like a rag doll, struggling to resist, barely raising his arms to block, but every impact drove him down further. Finally, the tyrant clasped his hands together above his head and brought them down in a brutal hammer strike. Krash! The Saiyan was slammed into the ground, shattering the planet's cruise. And unleashing a river of lava that burst upward like a crimson fountain. Frieza panted, his smile twisted. "Hey, can you feel it, monkey?" he said, slowly descending through the air. "With every passing second, this planet moves closer to its end. The lava, the tremors, even the sky itself, all of it is my victory." He wiped the purple blood from his lips with contempt. "And you, even in that form, can't do a thing." Smoke covered the crater where Goku had fallen. The air reeked of sulfur and molten rock. Suddenly, a golden flash tore through the cloud. Goku emerged staggering, but alive. His chest bled, his lips stained red. His breathing was heavy, but his eyes were still pure fire. Frieza clenched his teeth in irritation. "Why won't you surrender? You can't defeat me." The Saiyan spat blood onto the ground. Then he lifted his head and smiled, though his voice was low, heavy with fury. "Because you don't understand what's at stake." He clenched his fists, his golden aura erupting again, lifting rocks and dust into the air. "I'm not fighting just for myself, I'm fighting for everyone you killed." His shout shook the air. "And I won't stop until I finish you, Frieza." The Emperor snarled in rage. His white and crimson aura exploded so violently that the nearby sea split in two, as if fleeing from his presence. "Enough talk." They launched at each other. The collision was brutal. Whong! Fist against fist. The shockwave obliterated miles of terrain, sending pillars of lava, dust, and rock into the sky. They struck each other at impossible speeds, punches, kicks, knees, elbows. Bursts of ki. Every impact was an explosion. The planet roared with every blow. In the middle of the battlefield, Frieza landed a devastating kick that doubled Goku over. The Saiyan spat blood again, dropping to his knees in mid-air. The tyrant laughed wildly. "You see, not even the legendary Super Saiyan can defeat me." He raised one hand, red energy gathering at the tip of his finger. "This will be your end, monkey." But before he could fire, Goku's voice struck him like thunder. "You're wrong." He lifted his head, green eyes blazing with fury. His golden aura exploded again, brighter than ever, lighting the sky like the sun. Frieza blinked in shock. "What?" Goku roared. "This fight isn't over yet." He launched forward, cutting through the air like a golden meteor. The next collision was so violent that the entire planet of Namek trembled as if it were about to explode. The air of Namek grew heavier than ever. The planet roared like a wounded beast, spewing pillars of lava from its cracks, trembling beneath every clash between the two titans battling in the distance. The green sky was streaked with golden and crimson lightning, as though the atmosphere itself could no longer endure the strain. And amid all that chaos, a small figure pushed forward with all his strength. Den flew at top speed, arms stretched forward. His small body trembled from the effort, but his eyes were fixed on a single goal, the Emerald Titan rising in the distance. Purunga, the sacred dragon of Namek. His gigantic silhouette glowed with a light that illuminated the artificial night created after his summoning. His serpentine body, muscular arms, and sun-red eyes made him the embodiment of an entire people's hope. Den's heart pounded wildly. "I have to I have to make the wish," he gasped, tears mixing with the sweat on his face. The Grand Elder ordered it. Every tremor beneath his feet nearly threw him off balance. Every distant explosion made him glance fearfully toward the horizon. But he didn't stop. He knew every second mattered. Far away, at the opposite end of the battlefield, another gaze was fixed on that same horizon. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, standing atop a half-destroyed rock formation, her black hair disheveled and her armor in tatters, she watched. Her eyes were locked on the duel between Kakarot and Frieza. Gall, Den and crimson flashes illuminated her hardened face. Every clash made the ground tremble beneath her feet. Every roar reached her like an echo of war. Normally, she would have thrown herself into the fight. She, proud, unyielding, never accepted being left behind. Never allowed someone else to take the spotlight. But now she knew getting closer would be useless. She clenched her fists, lowering her gaze for a moment. Even I would only get in his way, she whispered bitterly. She raised her head again, her dark eyes burning with a strange fire. Kakarot. The name echoed in her mind not as an insult, but as a weight she couldn't shake. She remembered the first time she saw him. On Earth, that low-class Saiyan standing against her with a ferocity she hadn't expected. He defeated her, and since then something had awakened. Her brow furrowed, her heart beating faster even as she admitted it to herself. Ever since you defeated me, you awakened something in me, something I couldn't identify or didn't want to. A golden flash forced her to close her eyes for a moment. Kakarot's roar transformed into a Super Saiyan struck her like thunder. His golden aura lit the sky like a sun. Vegeta clenched her teeth. Idiot, she whispered, though her lips trembled with something that wasn't anger. Even now you still make me feel this. Her thoughts tangled with the memories she carried. Kakarot's naive smile, the way he fought ferocious, yet with that incomprehensible calm. The look in his eyes when he held her at the edge of death, tears falling over her. She pressed a hand to her chest, gripping the torn fabric of her armor. The heat there wasn't fury. You were clearly raised by humans, she murmured hoarsely. But you're a Saiyan through and through. The sky roared again, golden lightning illuminating Vegeta's face. Her lips trembled. Kakarot, why do you make me feel this way? She had always known, like every woman of her race, that Saiyans were drawn to strength. That power was instinct, the spark that ignited desire. But it wasn't just that. Not with him. It was something different, something deeper. The way he fought wasn't just violence. It was devotion, faith in his friends, a rage that burned but always to protect someone else. Vegeta lowered her eyes, a knot tightening in her throat. Tisk, she muttered, her voice trembling with a low growl. It's not just your strength, it's something you have, something I've never seen before. Her fingers curled tightly, and then she remembered the words of that damned Earth woman. Chi-Chi, Kakarot's wife, her gentle voice, the love in her eyes when she spoke about him, the way even in death she trusted him. Vegeta closed her eyes, a shiver running down her spine. Maybe that woman wasn't so wrong. Her breathing faltered, a rebellious tear slipped from the corner of her eye, but she wiped it away angrily, clenching her teeth. Saiyan pride roared within her, refusing to accept such weakness. But the warmth in her chest remained. Vegeta looked toward the horizon once more. There he was, the Super Saiyan, Kakarot, and for the first time, she accepted it in silence. He wasn't just a rival. He wasn't just a low-class warrior. He was something more, and while she struggled with that truth, Den kept flying, tears burning in his eyes. The sacred dragon waited. The final wish was about to change everything. But on the distant rock, the Saiyan princess whispered, barely audible even to herself, Kakarot, damn you. And deep in her heart, though she would never admit it out loud, she knew that Kakarot's wife might have been right from the beginning. Maybe what she felt for Kakarot was love, Saiyan love. The battle roared across the skies of Namek. Goku and Frieza clashed with such violence that the planet itself seemed ready to shatter beneath them. Every punch, every blast, every shout made oceans and mountains tremble. Lava burst from the entrails of the doomed world, and the air was thick with smoke, ash, and raw power. Frieza, panting, his muscular body soaked in sweat and purple blood, drifted back several meters in the air. His breathing was uneven, his red eyes blazing with a fury that bordered on desperation. That was when he saw it. In the distance, there, on the shattered horizon, an emerald glow illuminated the blackened sky. A colossal body, a titanic serpent with blazing red eyes. An ancient roar that echoed across mountains and seas. Purunga, the dragon of Namek. Frieza's eyes widened. Is that? His voice cracked between awe and greed. The sacred dragon of Namek. The tyrant's heart began pounding like a drum. If that monster could grant wishes, then there was still hope. He could still obtain the one thing he had always desired. Immortality. Ha! He laughed, a hysterical cackle echoing through the air. At last, fate smiles upon me. Without another thought, he shot toward the horizon like a white and crimson lightning bolt. Goku frowned, gritting his teeth. What the hell? He muttered, watching the tyrant's trajectory. Then he realized. His heart skipped. No, it can't be. Without wasting a second, he burst forward in a flash of speed. His golden aura roaring like a blazing sun. I won't allow it. Frieza. Both of them tore across the sky, one chasing the other, while the waters of Namek boiled beneath their passage. Meanwhile, Den finally arrived, breathing hard. Before the Emerald Titan, Purunga stared down at him with burning red eyes. His voice boomed like thunder in the ancient language of the Namekians. "Tell me, young Namekian, what is your final wish?" The little priest could barely lift his head, trembling before the immense creature. His hands opened and closed nervously, but he knew what he had to do. "The Grand Elder ordered me," he whispered in his native tongue. "I must save everyone." But before he could finish speaking, a voice tore through the air. "Wait, dragon." Frieza appeared like a meteor, descending violently. His smile was twisted, his red eyes burning with greed. "I am the one who commands now. Make me immortal, grant me eternal life." His shout echoed like a savage roar. His hands trembled with excitement, as if he could already feel eternity flowing through his veins. But the dragon did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the small Namekian. Frieza blinked in disbelief. What? Didn't you hear me? I order you to make me immortal." Purunga continued to ignore him. Frieza's mouth fell open. The shock on his face wiped the smile away instantly. "What? You ignore my orders? I am the Emperor of the Universe." Dend clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Taking advantage of the distraction, he lifted his head with determination. His voice rang out clearly in Namekian, steady and without hesitation. "Purunga, my wish is for you to transport all living beings on Namek and the visitors from other worlds to Earth. Except Frieza and Goku." The dragon's body shone brightly. "It shall be done." Frieza froze. "What?" His shrill voice shattered like glass. "No, that can't be." He extended a clawed hand toward the child. "You damned insect, you." But he couldn't move forward. A presence stopped him cold. From a nearby cliff, a figure slowly descended, floating. Black hair flowing, eyes burning with fire. It was her, Vegeta. Frieza's heart nearly stopped. "Impossible, I killed you." Vegeta smiled with a cold smirk, though there was something different in her eyes. "Maybe," she said calmly. "But I came back from my grave, monster." Goku landed a few meters behind her, surprise written across his face. For the first time since his transformation, another emotion appeared in his green eyes. "Vegeta," the Saiyan princess looked at him. Her smile softened slightly. "So you did it, Kakarot," she said, her tone almost reverent. "You became a true Super Saiyan." They looked at each other, the air between them charged with something impossible to name. For a moment, Frieza's rage faded into the distance. The trembling of the planet vanished. Only the two of them existed. Vegeta descended a little more, floating before him. Her breathing was unsteady, her lips slightly parted. "Kakarot," she whispered, her voice low, almost secretive. "Damn you." Before he could react, she lunged forward. Her lips crashed against Goku's. The golden-haired Saiyan's eyes widened in shock. His entire body stiffened. For a moment, confusion overwhelmed him. But that sensation, that warmth on his lips he had never felt before. It completely enveloped him. Without thinking, instinctively, his hands moved to her waist, pulling her close. Vegeta wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. There was no pride, no anger, no resentment left in it. Only the burning intensity of a feeling denied for far too long. They floated together in the chaos of the world's end, the legendary Super Saiyan, and the warrior princess. Frieza stared in disbelief. His jaw trembled, unable to process what he was seeing. What is this?" he stammered. "What the hell are you doing?" But Goku didn't hear him. In that moment, the entire universe seemed to shrink to that single connection, a spark burning brighter than any aura. Around them, lights began to appear. One by one, the survivors of Namek were surrounded by magical glows. The revived villagers, Gohan, Bulma, Piccolo's unconscious body, each was enveloped in white light and lifted into nothingness. "Dodd," Gohan cried, but he vanished in a flash, safely transported to Earth. Bulma stared at her hands in shock. "What's happening?" Little Dend was also surrounded by light. His trembling voice echoed one last time before fading away. "Please win, Goku." Then the light surrounded Vegeta. Her body began to dematerialize, wrapped in the dragon's glow. But she didn't break the kiss until the final second. Goku held her tightly in his arms as they floated together, their lips streaked, ill-joined, as if everything else had disappeared. When they finally parted, Vegeta looked into his eyes. Her smile was soft, different from any she had ever shown. "Crush him, Kakarot," she whispered, her voice firm yet filled with emotion. And she vanished in a flash of light, transported to Earth as well. The dragon roared. With one final burst of light, every living being on Namek disappeared. All except two, Goku and Frieza. The sky turned red once more as the planet roared toward its destruction. Goku, chest heaving, lowered his gaze for a moment. His lips still burned with the memory of the kiss. His hands trembled. That felt almost as good as a good meal back home. The silence on Namek was unnatural, where voices, gasps, screams, and the murmurs of an entire people struggling to survive once filled the air. Now only two presences remained. The wind carried ash and smoke across the devastated surface. The planet trembled beneath them, its cracks spewing lava like open veins. The green sky had turned crimson, lit by golden lightning that roared in rhythm with the warriors' hearts. Goku floated in the air, his golden aura blazing like a small sun. But his gaze wasn't on Frieza yet. His trembling hand slowly rose to his lips. The warmth was still there. Vegeta's kiss lingered alive in his memory. His fingers gently brushed the place where she had kissed him. Her lips were so soft. Frieza, panting, his chest rising and falling violently, stared at the scene in disbelief. His jaw trembled, his red eyes wide. What was that? He muttered, his voice cracking with rage. What just happened here? He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. The princess, that insolent woman, she should be dead. And you damned monkey. His voice rose, shrill and hysterical. What does all of this mean? Saiyan? Goku slowly lowered his hand, pressing his lips together in a grave expression. The echo of the kiss lingered, but his gaze hardened as he turned back to the tyrant. His green eyes cut through him like blades. What does it mean? His voice was deep and steady, calmer than any scream. It means your reign is over. Frieza frowned, drifting backward slightly. What? Goku stepped forward in the air, his golden aura intensifying until the floating rocks around him began to shake. Don't you understand yet? That last wish. He paused, breathing deeply. There's no one left on this planet anymore, Frieza. The Emperor's eyes widened in fury. You're lying. Goku shook his head. Everyone was transported to Earth. The Namekians, my son, Bulma, even Vegeta. They're all safe. Silence followed, broken only by the distant roar of lava. Frieza blinked several times, his face twisting between shock and rage. Everyone? Goku nodded faintly. Everyone except us. The words struck Frieza like a hammer. His breathing grew frantic, veins pulsing in his forehead. And no, he screamed, shaking the air with pure fury. This can't be. I will not be trapped in this damned hell with you. His ki exploded outward, crimson shockwaves tearing through the landscape and shredding fragments of rock. I curse you, Saiyan, he shrieked, his voice cracking with hatred. I curse you, your race, your stupid friends, and that dragon. He screamed like a furious child, but the rage in his face was raw, uncontrollable. Goku, however, remained still, floating, his golden hair whipping in the wind of his own aura. Then he smiled faintly, a small smile, not mocking, but terrifyingly calm. You're wrong, Frieza. The tyrant glared at him, shaking with rage. What? Goku took a deep breath. His voice came out clear and heavy, carrying the weight of judgment. You condemned yourself the moment you tried to kill my friends. The moment you destroyed planets without caring about anything but your power. He leaned forward, his green eyes blazing. And now I'm making sure you don't leave this planet alive. Frieza's eyes widened. For a moment, his body trembled. Not with rage, with fear. You intend to? Goku clenched his fists. Golden energy erupted around him like an endless flame. Yes, you're not leaving this planet. He paused, his voice low and heavy enough to echo even in the Emperor's soul. Neither am I. Silence fell once more. Frieza trembled in disbelief. His lips parted as if he couldn't even form words. You too? Goku nodded calmly. I'm not going to let you escape, Frieza. This is the end for you, and if I have to drag you down with me, I will. For a moment, all arrogance vanished from the tyrant's face. His breathing grew uneven, his body instinctively drifting backward. But soon, the fury returned. That twisted smile crept back onto his face, though his eyes still flickered with the fear he couldn't hide. Fool, he roared, pointing a finger at the Saiyan. You're a damned madman. His voice cracked into a shriek. Don't you dare think you can chain me down, Saiyan. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. Goku closed his eyes for a moment, remembering the final looks of his friends. Krillin's scream before he exploded. Vegeta's tears in his arms. Piccolo's sacrifice. Gohan's cries. And the unexpected kiss he had just received. When he opened his eyes again, everything burned with unbreakable fire. You're nothing now, Frieza. His golden aura expanded, lighting the sky like a sun defying the planet's destruction. And I am the one who will finish you. Frieza roared, spreading both arms as crimson energy gathered into a massive sphere that throbbed like a heart made of hatred. Then let's end this, you damned Saiyan. The air vibrated, the planet groaned, and the final battle began. The air felt different. Vegeta noticed it with her very first breath. It wasn't the toxic smell of a dying planet, nor the stench of ash or lava. It was fresh air rich with the scent of damp grass and life. She opened her eyes slowly, and a green light blinded her for a moment. She blinked, pushing herself up awkwardly, until she found herself surrounded by an impossible landscape. A clearing, a vast field covered in bright grass swaying gently in the breeze. In the distance, blue mountains and dense forests rose along the horizon. Above her, the sky was pure and endless blue. The Saiyan clenched her teeth, pressing her hands against the soft ground. Her heart pounded hard in disbelief. The earth, she whispered hoarsely. The contrast was brutal. Just seconds ago she had been on Namek, the planet roaring beneath her feet, Kakarot at her side and Frieza raging like a demon. And now she was here, alive. She slowly rose to her feet, frowning as she looked around. That was when she heard something else. Voices. At first, deep, rough voices speaking in a guttural language she immediately recognized Namekian. She turned her head and saw them. Dozens of green figures gathered in the clearing. Namekians she had never expected to see standing again. Elders, children, warriors. Their antennae trembled and their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the new world where they had appeared. Vegeta narrowed her eyes. So that was the wish transporting us, she muttered. But she didn't have time to think further. A sharp, desperate voice cut through the air. Dend, the Saiyan turned her head and saw him. A small figure dressed in Saiyan armor sprinting across the field, his cheeks soaked with tears. Gohan. The boy threw himself at Dend with all his strength, hugging him as a sob echoed across the clearing. You're alive, you're alive. The young Namekian wrapped his arms around him, still confused, but his smile was warm. Gohan, yes, his voice trembled. The Grand Elder explained that Shenron brought us back to life. The boy held him even tighter, trembling. I thought I'd never see you again. Dend smiled through his tears. I thought the same, but then Gohan pulled back slightly, wiping his cheeks clumsily. Dend, can you, Mr. Piccolo, he said, turning and pointing behind him. There, lying on the grass, was the tall Namekian warrior. His body was battered from battle, unconscious. His chest rose and fell with difficulty. Dend's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, the boy grabbed his hand, almost dragging him toward the fallen warrior. Please, heal him. The young priest nodded firmly and knelt beside the injured fighter, placing both hands on his chest. His healing ki began to flow like a bright green light. Piccolo's body trembled as his wounds slowly began to close, his breathing growing steadier. While this scene unfolded, another figure pushed her way through the crowd. Bulma. Her blue hair was tangled, and she looked around in disbelief, touching the grass as if afraid it might vanish beneath her fingers. The earth, she whispered, her throat tight. But how did we get here? Her mind raced. She remembered the light, she, Gohan, and Piccolo disappearing. And then nothing. A jump through space and time. She stood up, looking at the Namekians around her, at Gohan hugging Dend, at Piccolo breathing again. Her heart pounded. Goku, she murmured, barely above a whisper. Vegeta, who had been silently observing everything, clenched her teeth. Her heart was still restless, the memory of the kiss too recent. The warmth she had felt when she let herself get carried away still burning inside her. She didn't want to think about that. Not now, but then something happened that she didn't expect. As Gohan turned his head while checking on Piccolo, he saw her. His body stiffened. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Vegeta, he whispered. The Saiyan princess raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms arrogantly, ready for hatred, shouting accusations. But that's not what happened. The boy ran toward her with all his strength. Vegeta, before she could react, he threw himself at her, hugging her tightly as a sob escaped him. His small arms wrapped firmly around her waist. His face pressed against her damaged armor. Tears soaked into her chest. You're alive, Vegeta froze, eyes wide. What the hell are you doing, brat? She stammered. She tried to push him away, raising her arms, trying to regain her composure. See, calm down, you don't have to. But the words died in her throat. The memory struck her like lightning. The kiss, the warmth of Kakarot's lips. And now this strange feeling. A child hugging her so tightly, crying for her as if she truly mattered. She sighed, and to her own surprise, she slowly lowered her arms. She didn't push him away. She let him hug her. Her pride roared in protest, screaming within her, but she couldn't resist. Something in her chest cracked. She closed her eyes for a moment, and though her voice was rough, her tone softened slightly. "It's fine, brat." Gohan held her even tighter, as if afraid she might disappear again. In the middle of the strange silence, a deep, weary voice rose. "Where are we?" Everyone turned. A group of Namekians stepped aside, helping a massive elderly figure walk forward. His skin was wrinkled and green, his body trembling but alive. The Grand Elder. The villagers bowed before him, some in tears, others smiling in disbelief. The old Namekian lowered himself onto a rock, breathing heavily, though his eyes still shone with wisdom. "This is not our world," he said deeply as he looked around. "But I can feel the energy, so this must be Earth." Mori, one of the taller Namekians, knelt before him. "Grand Elder, what happened?" The old Namekian looked at him calmly. "The wish, Purunga's final wish. All the survivors of Namek were transported here. To safety." Murmurs spread among the villagers. Their antennae trembled as their eyes scanned the strange planet. Mori clenched his fists. "But Grand Elder, what about the Golden Warrior who was in the sky? And Frieza?" Silence fell. Everyone looked at the old Namekian. The elder closed his eyes for a moment and breathed slowly. Son Goku and Frieza remained on Namek. A chill ran through everyone present. Bulma covered her mouth with her hand. "Goku is still there?" The elder nodded. "Yes, he chose to stay. He chose to face Frieza alone even knowing the planet is doomed." Vegeta clenched her teeth, looking away. Her chest rose and fell, the memory of the kiss still burning like fire on her skin. Gohan, still hugging her, suddenly lifted his head, fresh tears in his eyes. "Dad," the elder looked at him gently. "Your father chose his destiny, little one. He chose to carry that battle on his own." Tears streamed down the boy's face. "No, he can't die there." The old Namekian sighed and looked at Mori. "Come here, my child." The warrior stepped closer and bowed before him. "Grand Elder?" The old Namekian took his hand with a weak smile. "My time in this world is ending. The leadership of our people will now be yours." Mori's eyes widened. "Mine?" "Yes." The elder nodded slowly. "The responsibility of guiding our people in this new land will be yours. Protect them, care for them, and never forget those who fell on Namek." Tears welled in the Namekian's eyes. "Grand Elder, I am not worthy." The elder squeezed his hand with surprising strength. "You are, because by doubting yourself, you prove you will never abuse power." A deep cough shook him. His breathing weakened, but his voice remained firm. "I trust you, Mori." Silence once again fell over the clearing. The Namekians looked at their elderly leader with wet eyes, knowing each word could be his last. Gohan lowered his head, still hugging Vegeta, while Bulma watched with a heavy heart. And in the middle of it all, the Saiyan princess closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to accept that her heart trembled not from fear, but from something else. The echo of the kiss still burned on her lips, and as the Grand Elder passed on his final legacy, she whispered quietly to herself. "Kakarot, you'd better win." The dying planet roared. Cracks spewed columns of lava that rose like crimson serpents toward a sky stained black and scarlet. The seas churned with waves as tall as mountains, crashing against coastlines that crumbled like paper. The air was thick with dust, ash, and electricity, and in the middle of that apocalypse, two lights streaked across the horizon like living meteors. Goku and Frieza, the Super Saiyan against the Emperor of the Universe. Their fists collided at impossible speed, every impact unleashing shockwaves that split entire islands apart. The sky flashed with bursts of gold and crimson like lightning exploding in every direction. Wham! Bam! Krash! Every clash made the planet's core tremble. Their speed was so extreme that from the Our face only random explosions could be seen, pillars of water and rock rising into the air for no visible reason. Suddenly, Goku vanished in a blink. What? Frieza snarled, whipping his head in every direction. A second later, a fist slammed into his back. Whong! The tyrant screamed, spitting purple blood, but before he could turn around, another blow smashed into his face. Then one to his stomach, another to the back of his neck. Goku appeared and disappeared like a golden phantom. Afterimage technique. His extreme speed multiplied his form into dozens of flickering flashes. Frieza could only see Shadow's golden fists attacking from every angle with surgical precision. "Gah!" he roared, racked with pain and fury. With a hysterical scream, the Emperor unleashed his ki in every direction. Boom! A crimson sphere exploded outward from his body like a brutal shockwave. The air ignited, the seas split apart, and mountains were pulverized. Goku's afterimages vanished instantly, only the real one remained. Floating a few meters away with his arms crossed, his golden aura roaring like living fire. Frieza panted wildly, his chest rising and falling violently. "Enough with the tricks, you filthy monkey," he spat, his voice shaking with rage. "I'll tear you apart right here." He lunged forward, his movements so violent that every charge seemed to tear craters through the air itself. Goku blocked, dodged, and countered, but Frieza was completely unhinged. The battlefield stopped being a single place. Every collision hurled them kilometers away. They passed over what remained of a Namekian village, wiping out its ruins in seconds. Then they blasted across a boiling lake, evaporating it with the heat of their auras. Finally, they spiraled upward into the blackened sky, leaving a trail of absolute destruction behind them. Both warriors hovered there, breathing heavily, surrounded by a fractured sky and a dying planet groaning beneath them. Frieza smiled through blood-stained lips. "You're a damn nuisance, you know that?" His voice was a venomous shriek filled with hatred. "You just won't die, no matter how many times I crush you, stab you, burn you, you always get back up." He clenched his fists, his crimson aura blazing like a sun of pure hatred. "But it doesn't matter, I'll grind you into dust, just like I did that pathetic earthling." The air froze. Goku's eyes slowly widened. His green pupils glowed with a fire that could no longer be contained. "You mean Krillin?" he said, his voice low, trembling. Frieza grinned, showing his blood-stained fangs. "Exactly, that insignificant little runt who begged like a dog before he exploded." "Ha ha ha ha." The veins in Goku's face bulged. His breathing grew heavier, his fists trembled, his golden aura began expanding violently, roaring with such power that the ground beneath him split open into a new crater. "Krillin," he repeated, his voice louder now, edged with something impossible to ignore. The wind exploded into whirlwinds. Rocks floated around him, disintegrating under the pressure of his ki. Goku's eyes burned like embers. His entire body trembled not from pain, but from pure fury. "You mean Krillin?" The explosion of ki was monstrous. Whom! A golden sun was born in the middle of Namek. Goku's aura expanded with such force that the nearby ocean split in two, walls of water rising before evaporating seconds later. The clouds were blasted away, leaving a black sky pierced by golden lightning. Frieza instinctively recoiled, shielding his face with his arm. What the hell is this pressure?" Goku's voice struck him like thunder. "Krillin was my friend, my best friend." He shot forward like lightning. His fist slammed into the tyrant's stomach before he could react. Whong! Frieza was blasted backward, tearing through an entire mountain that collapsed behind him. Goku didn't stop. He flashed in front of him again and drove a brutal knee into his abdomen. Bam! The Emperor spat purple blood, his body bending in agony. "This is for Krillin." A downward elbow smashed him into the ground, shattering the crust and unleashing more lava. For Vegeta, a punch to the face exploded dust and fire. For Piccolo, another blow to the stomach doubled him over. And for every innocent life you murdered, a savage uppercut launched him back into the sky. Frieza screamed hysterically, his body shaken by the avalanche of blows. He tried to counterattack with a barrage of crimson beams. Zop, 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 but Goku deflected every single one with a roar, his golden aura acting like a living shield. "Your attacks don't mean anything anymore, Frieza." He lunged again, cutting through the blasts like they were smoke. His fists struck over and over, every impact cracking like thunder in the middle of the apocalypse. The Emperor was being pushed back, humiliated, torn apart, his body unable to withstand the fury of that Saiyan. Finally, the two warriors floated once more in the air, breathing heavily, their bodies blazing with their respective auras. Frieza, bloodied and staggering, glared at him with pure hatred. You can't defeat me. I am the Emperor of the universe." Goku pointed at him, his voice deep and unwavering. "And I'm the warrior who will avenge my friend." His gaze burned fiercer than ever. "I am the Super Saiyan." Planet Namek groaned like a wounded animal. Cracks spewed boiling columns of lava that lit the darkness like veins of fire. The green sky was stained red, pierced by lightning that fell like spears. And the air trembled under the pressure of two auras colliding at the heart of that hell. Goku and Frieza, the legend against the tyrant. The two warriors crashed into each other again and again, their bodies barely visible amid the storm of flashing lights. Every impact made the air roar, shook the seas, and pulverized mountains. Wham! Bam! Crash! Goku struck with the precision of a hunter, each punch sinking into the Emperor's body. Frieza retaliated with savage attacks, bursts of crimson ki clashing against the Saiyan's golden light. But there was a difference. You could feel it in the air, in the blows, in the tension. Goku endured. Frieza faltered. In one clash, the two fighters were violently thrown apart, hovering several meters from each other. The Emperor's body was drenched in sweat and purple blood. His chest heaved violently. His right arm trembled uncontrollably. Frieza noticed it. He looked down at his own hand, watching his fingers vibrate without fully obeying him. What? He muttered weakly. He tried to clench his fist, forcing his muscles to obey. The grinding of his teeth echoed in the air. Stop it, he growled, speaking to his own body. I am Frieza, I am the Emperor of the universe. I do not tremble. But the shaking did not stop. His gaze lifted. There he was, Goku, floating in mid-air, his torso bare and marked with wounds yet standing firm like an unbreakable mountain. His golden aura roared like eternal fire, every breath he took sending waves through the air. And his eyes, those burning green eyes, locked directly onto him. They were not the eyes of a mere warrior, not the eyes of a soldier. They were the eyes of someone who had left behind all doubt, all fear. They were the eyes of a legend. Frieza swallowed. A chill ran down his spine. And no, he whispered, barely audible. It can't be. He tried to repeat it in his mind, shouting it internally. I'm not afraid. I can't be afraid. I'm Frieza. But his body refused to listen. The trembling grew worse. Then Goku spoke, his voice deep and merciless. You have nowhere left to run, Frieza. The Emperor clenched his teeth, fury overflowing across his face. Shut up. His crimson aura exploded outward, roaring through the air in violent shockwaves. His breathing was erratic, but his laughter returned hysterical, fractured. You think you've won, monkey? You think that just because you have that form now you've surpassed me? He raised both hands toward the sky. Energy gathered in his palms, forming a crimson sphere that grew larger and larger until it illuminated the entire horizon. The ocean beneath them boiled, evaporating from the heat. Look at it, Saiyan, he screamed, his voice filled with desperation. This will be your grave. The grave of both of us if necessary. The sphere expanded like a miniature crimson moon. With every second it grew, Namek's cracks widened as if the planet itself feared what was about to fall. With a roar, Frieza hurled the attack. The sphere descended like a mad sun, devouring the air and making the entire world tremble. Goku didn't move. His gaze hardened. With a fierce roar, he raised a single hand. Wham! The impact shook the air. The ground beneath him shattered, and lava erupted upward in towering pillars. The sphere pushed down with impossible weight, trying to crush him, to drag him toward death. Goku's muscles trembled. His teeth clenched as his outstretched arm resisted the avalanche of energy. Frieza laughed, tears of rage streaming from his eyes. Ha 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 ha, you can't hold it, monkey. It'll crush you, it'll disintegrate you. No one can stand against my power. But the Emperor's smile broke seconds later. The sphere stopped. Goku roared, his golden aura exploding in a blinding flare. The sphere began to move backward, millimeter by millimeter, pushed away by the Saiyan's strength. The air vibrated, lightning crashed in every direction, mountains crumbled. And no, Frieza whimpered in disbelief. It can't be, that's impossible. Goku gritted his teeth, his voice low and burning with fury. This is for everyone you murdered. His other hand rose, gathering blue energy in an instant. Kamehameha. Frieza's eyes widened, his breathing spiraling out of control. And no, stop, With one hand, the Kamehameha erupted. The blue wave pierced through the crimson sphere, merging with it and forcing it upward with unstoppable violence. The entire sky lit up. The sphere along with the Kamehameha shot into space, disappearing in seconds before detonating in a distant explosion that shook the silent vacuum of the stars. Silence fell for a moment. Only the dying roar of the planet could be heard. Goku lowered his hand, panting, his chest rising and falling. His golden hair shimmered beneath the storm, his green eyes still locked onto his enemy. Frieza floated several meters away. His body trembled, his breathing was uneven, his face twisted with disbelief. His lips moved, barely forming a whisper. No, that can't be. For the first time in his entire existence, his mind accepted the truth. He was losing. Goku inhaled deeply, his voice firm amid the chaos. I warned you, Frieza. Your power isn't enough anymore. The Emperor stared at him with wide, bloodshot eyes. His body wouldn't stop shaking. He didn't understand what he was feeling. Was it exhaustion? Was it pain? No, it was fear. The same fear he had forced thousands of races to feel throughout his life was now devouring him. Goku knew it. He could see it in his eyes. You're getting tired, he said, his voice low and sharp. The wind roared again. The planet trembled. The seas boiled. The battle wasn't over yet. But something had changed. The Emperor of the universe had begun to tremble, and the Super Saiyan had no intention of stopping. At the same time, the blue sky of Earth was a complete contrast to Namek's red inferno. White clouds drifted peacefully, and the air was clean, no trace of smoke or ash. But on the plain where everyone had appeared thanks to Purunga, the calm was only an illusion. The survivors of Namek gathered together, confused as they stared at the unfamiliar landscape. Their clothes were stained with blood and dirt, their eyes filled with disbelief. Murmurs spread through the crowd like an echo. Bulma, her hair messy and her clothes covered in dust, immediately pulled a capsule from her pocket and threw it to the ground. Pong, a technological suitcase unfolded, antennas extending while screens flickered to life. She began typing frantically as her breathing quickened. Come on Dad, answer. Static appeared on the screen. Then, after a few seconds, the image of Dr. Briefs appeared, a cigarette hanging from his lips while he held his cat in his arms. Bulma, why do you look so nervous, honey? Did you already come back from Namek? I didn't expect you so soon. Bulma nearly shouted. Dad, I need you to send transport ships immediately. Lots of them, as many as you can. The doctor raised an eyebrow, absent-mindedly petting the cat. Transport ships? What for, dear? Because we have. Bulma glanced behind her, where dozens of Namekians watched her with trembling antennae and confused expressions. Because we have guests. The doctor blinked in surprise. Oh my, and here I thought, why? Oh, you were only going to revive your friends. I suppose many of them came with you, like Piccolo, right? As long as they're not as grumpy as he is. Dad, this is not the time for jokes, she shouted, slamming the console. I need large transports right now. We have to take all these Namekians to Capsule Corp, give them shelter, food, whatever we can. The doctor sighed, but nodded. All right, I'll see what I can do. The screen went dark. Behind Bulma, a tall figure began to stand. Piccolo. His body was still covered in scratches, but Den's healing had already brought him back to fighting condition. He stretched slowly, his green muscles tightening beneath the torn fabric of his GI. Then he saw him. A few meters away stood Gohan. The boy's eyes were swollen from crying, but now there was a different light on his face. Because he was hugging someone he never expected to see alive. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, stood there with messy black hair, broken armor, and a faint frown. But there was something strange on her lips, a crooked, proud half-smile that refused to fade while the boy clung to her waist. Her gaze met Piccolo's, and then she did it. She smiled with clear defiance, raising one eyebrow slightly, as if silently saying, "Go ahead, try to pull him away from me." Piccolo frowned, his arms crossed, his jaw tightening. "TCH, so you came back to life." His thoughts were a storm. She was crucial on Namek. Yes, she fought Frieza and held on until the end, but not long ago she was just as cruel as him. A ruthless killer. The tension between them felt like a rope stretched to its breaking point. Mori, now acting as the leader of the Namekians, moved through the crowd, counting the survivors one by one. His trembling hands pointed as he murmured quietly. Finally, he raised his voice. One entire village is missing. Silence spread like a shadow. The village of Kiriju, he said sadly, lowering his head. They are not among us. The Namekians around him bowed their heads, their antennae drooping in silent mourning. Vegeta, still standing with her arms crossed, let out a faint sigh. Oh, so it was them. Her mind remembered instantly. The raid, the screams, the Dragon Ball she had been searching for, the blood staining her gloves. She assumed that since she had already deserted Frieza's army, the wish that revived those killed by Frieza and his forces. no longer counted her as one of his soldiers. The inhabitants of Kiriju had fallen by her hands. The urge to mock them crossed her mind, an automatic instinct born from her pride. How ironic they mourn those insects, when their deaths only proved my power. For a second, she almost opened her mouth. But then she looked down. Gohan was still hugging her, his small arms wrapped tightly around her waist, as if afraid she might disappear again. And doubt struck her like a punch. Her pride roared inside her, demanding that she tell the truth, with a sneer that she remind them they were nothing but ants before her power. But another voice rose within her, a far more annoying voice. Are you really going to tell this brat who trusts you that you slaughtered an entire village? This child who's hugging you with that much faith? Vegeta swallowed. She had no answer. Piccolo noticed. His piercing gaze locked onto her. What? You're quiet, Vegeta? That's unusual, he said, his tone dripping with venom. She shot him a deadly glare. Tisk. Shut up, Namekian. But her voice didn't sound as firm as usual. Mori continued, unaware of the tension between them. We must thank the warriors who helped us, but we must also know the truth. If an entire village is missing, we need answers. Murmurs grew among the Namekians. Suspicious looks turned toward the Saiyan princess, the outsider who till recently had been little different from Frieza himself. Her ki didn't lie. There was darkness in her. Vegeta crossed her arms and lifted her chin arrogantly. HMPH. You have no proof. But deep down, she knew they did. They simply didn't dare confront her directly. Gohan lifted his face, tears still on his cheeks. Vegeta, what's wrong? The Saiyan's heart skipped. The boy's eyes were innocent, full of hope. Hope placed in her as if he truly believed she was someone he could trust. Vegeta clenched her teeth. A simple yes, it was me, would be enough to shatter that illusion. To return to the cruel image she had always been. But she couldn't say it. And nothing, brat, she replied with a sigh, gently ruffling his hair. Nothing you need to worry about. Piccolo watched her silently. He said nothing more, but his eyes made his thoughts clear. I don't trust you, and I won't let you deceive Gohan. Vegeta held his gaze for a few seconds. Then she looked away, sighing softly as Gohan held onto her even tighter. For the first time in her life, the Saiyan princess wasn't sure who she really was. The air of Namek burned like an open furnace. Mountains collapsed in cascades of molten rock. The oceans boiled like giant cauldrons, and every crack in the ground spat lava toward a red sky torn by lightning. At the center of that apocalypse, two figures floated. Goku, his golden hair standing on end, his bare chest streaked with blood, breathed heavily, but his green eyes burned with steady resolve. Across from him, Frieza panted with every breath. Purple sweat covered his body. His swollen muscles no longer looked firm. They quivered, trembling as if every fiber of his body begged him to stop. For the first time in endless minutes, the clash had stopped. Only the murmur of lava and the distant roar of the dying planet filled the silence. Frieza slowly raised his head. His red eyes were wide, his teeth clenched in a mask of fury. Why you? He gasped, his voice hoarse. Damn you, you still haven't beaten me. His words echoed weakly. There was no conviction behind them, only desperation. Goku watched him silently. For the first time since his golden rage had erupted, his breathing began to calm. His aura still roared, but his eyes were no longer blinded by hatred. Krillin's shattered body, Vegeta's blood, Gohan's screams, all of it had pushed him beyond his limits. But now, as he looked at the tyrant staggering before him, what he felt was no longer anger. It was something else, a heavy calm, a certainty. The Saiyan took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his voice was deep, clear, almost solemn. I give up. The silence was absolute. Frieza blinked, unable to understand. His lips trembled. What? He whispered. What did you just say? Goku didn't look away. I'm done fighting you. The Emperor froze. A chill ran down his spine. What are you saying? His voice broke between rage and confusion. Goku lowered his head slightly, his golden hair glowing softly. There's no point anymore. Frieza felt as if thunder had struck his chest. What do you mean there's no point, you damn fool? He screamed, his voice bordering on hysteria. You've lost your mind. Goku narrowed his eyes. As a result of using your power at 100%, your ki has dropped drastically, he said calmly, almost analytically. Every second you're getting slower, weaker. He leaned forward slightly, a faint smile on his face colder than any blow. I'm satisfied, and the best part is that your precious pride has been completely shattered. Frieza trembled. His claws curled as his hands shook violently. That happened because someone stronger than you ever imagined appeared, Frieza, Goku continued, his voice hardening, his eyes blazing green. And the worst part, he paused, letting the silence weigh like a stone. Is that it's a Saiyan? The Golden Warrior's smile widened slightly. Frieza stared at him, speechless. His lips parted, but no words came out. His mind spun wildly, refusing to accept what he had heard. Him, the Emperor of the Universe, the Conqueror of Worlds, the terror of countless races. Humiliated, ridiculed, abandoned by his enemy, the Saiyan was refusing to kill him. Not out of mercy, not out of weakness, but because he had already won. Goku slowly turned his back. His golden aura still roared, lighting the sky with flashing bursts. There's no point in defeating you if you're already afraid, he said calmly. You'll just have to live with that trauma. His eyes drifted toward the ruined horizon, where fragments of islands floated like corpses in a sea of lava. I'm heading back to Earth. I think my ship is still here. If I hurry, I might reach it in time. He paused. You should probably do the same. Just don't ever show your face in front of me again. Then he began to drift away, slowly floating into the distance, his golden silhouette shrinking. Frieza trembled. His muscles quivered. His red eyes widened with rage and humiliation. How, he whispered. How dare you? Each word dripped with hatred. How dare you turn your back on me? His breathing became ragged. Shut up, shut up, shut you. His crimson ki exploded in a hysterical roar. With a swift motion, he formed a spinning disk of energy in his hand, a crimson halo slicing the air like condensed hatred. I'll cut you in half, you damn monkey. He hurled the disk straight at the Super Saiyan's back. The air whistled. The disk shot through the sky like a killing blade. Goku turned his head at the last instant. His eyes widening, he moved just enough. SSSHHHK. The disk grazed his face. A thin red line appeared across his cheek. Blood trickled slowly. The Saiyan stopped. His heavy breathing echoed like thunder. He touched the blood with one finger. Then he looked up. Frieza was smiling, panting, his eyes wild. Ha 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 ha. He laughed hysterically. Even the legendary Super Saiyan can't lower his guard around me. I'll kill you even if I destroy myself trying. Goku's voice cut through the air. You're a complete idiot. Frieza blinked. The Saiyan's tone had changed. Deeper, more dangerous. Goku slowly turned around, his green eyes glowing like burning embers. His golden aura surged violently. I gave you one last chance. His voice was like sharpened steel. The wind spiraled around him, lifting pillars of dust and floating rock. And you wasted it. Frieza swallowed, instinctively stepping back. His twisted grin faltered. The golden sun before him was no longer an opponent. It was a sentence. And for the first time, he realized it. He had crossed the line. The Super Saiyan was no longer looking at him calmly. He was looking at him the way one looks at the condemned. The final battle wasn't over. It had just begun. The planet roared, cracks split open, lava burst upward in pillars of fire. And the Golden Warrior advanced toward the Emperor of the Universe, his green eyes blazing like the fury of 1,000 suns. Namek's air was an inferno of ash, lava, and lightning. The red sky burned with crimson bolts falling like spears, and the planet's crust split into fiery chasms. At the center of the chaos, the Emperor of the Universe still screamed with blind fury. Frieza, breathing heavily, extended his hand once more. Die, Saiyan. Another crimson energy disk formed in his palm, humming with a deadly whistle. He threw it with a savage scream. SHHHHHHK. The disk flew like a hungry blade, slicing through the air at impossible speed. But Goku barely moved. He twisted his body slightly. The disk passed by his shoulder without touching him. The Super Saiyan looked at him seriously, green eyes burning with calm fire. No matter how many you throw, you won't hit me. Frieza snarled, purple sweat dripping down his forehead. You filthy monkey. Then dodge this. He raised his other hand. Another disc appeared spinning like the scythe of hell. He hurled it. Now there were two. Both moved like red predators circling through the air. Frieza laughed hysterically. Let's see you escape now, you filthy monkey. Goku didn't answer. He simply moved. His golden silhouette vanished and reappeared between the spinning discs. One passed over his head. The other sliced past his feet. They chased him like hungry wolves, but he slipped through them with lightning precision. Every dodge was perfect. Every movement showed that no matter how fast they were, they couldn't catch him. Frieza screamed in frustration. Stop dodging. His voice shook with desperation. But Goku had had enough. With a fierce roar, he charged straight at him. It's over, Frieza. His fist smashed into the tyrant's head. Whong! The Emperor spat purple blood, his eyes rolling back for an instant. Before he could react, Goku closed the distance and slammed a brutal headbutt into his face. Krash! Frieza shot downward like a white and crimson comet, crashing into Namek's shattered surface. Rock exploded into fragments, and a pillar of lava erupted, swallowing him in a sea of fire. Silence lasted only a few seconds. Goku floated above the crater, panting, his golden hair lighting the red sky. Suddenly his expression hardened. The discs, both energy blades, forgotten by their creator, were still spinning in the air. And now they descended, searching for the nearest target. Frieza, Goku shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Don't get up, duck now. The Emperor staggered upright from the lava, his lips bleeding, his eyes wide. What? Goku raised his hand urgently. Duck, but it was already too late. The discs descended like inevitable blades. Shhhhhhhhk. The first pierced straight through his torso. The second sliced from his hip up to his shoulder. Frieza's scream was inhuman. Ogh! His body was severed in half at the waist. Purple blood burst out in a torrent, staining the air with a sickening metallic smell. His entrails sizzled against the lava while his two halves fell like broken dolls. The silence that followed was brutal. Goku slowly descended until he stood on a nearby rock beside the ruined body. His breathing was heavy, his face hardened. He looked down. Frieza was still moving. His upper torso trembled, his claws scraping desperately against the rock. His red eyes were wide and wild, panting like a wounded animal. The Super Saiyan clenched his teeth. Pathetic. He turned his head, ready to leave. There was nothing left worth defeating. But then he heard it. A weak voice. A broken whisper. Please. Goku froze. What? Please help me. The Saiyan slowly turned back. His golden aura crackled like living fire, illuminating the Emperor's severed body. Frieza stared at him with glassy eyes. His lips trembling, his breathing ragged. Help me. Goku watched him in silence. His jaw tightened, the muscles in his neck tensed. A flood of images filled his mind. Krillin exploding before his eyes. Vegeta bleeding on the battlefield. Piccolo collapsing from his wounds. Gohan screaming. The Namekian villagers slaughtered. All of it because of the being now begging before him. Goku clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. His breathing became a restrained growl. After everything you've done, he said, his voice low and trembling with contained fury. You still have the nerve to ask me for help? The Emperor gasped, tears of rage and humiliation running down his face. Oh, only you can save me. The Super Saiyan closed his eyes for a moment. The wind howled around him. The planet groaned like a dying beast. Goku knew he had two choices. Leave him there to die like the monster he was. Or give him one last spark of life. The decision weighed on his chest like a mountain. The Emperor of the universe, cut in half, begged for his life. The final gesture of shattered pride. And before him stood Son Goku, the legendary warrior forced to decide whether he enemy who had destroyed worlds deserved to be saved. The planet roared. Namek's core erupted in pillars of lava that rose like crimson serpents, illuminating the blood-stained sky. The air was thick with ash, ozone, and the metallic scent of purple blood spilling from the Emperor's severed body. Goku floated above the crater, his golden aura surrounding him like a miniature sun. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. He had won. He knew it. The monster who had made the universe tremble was now reduced to half a body, gasping like a trapped animal. He wanted to leave. Every instinct told him to walk away and let Frieza die in the misery he had created. But then he heard it. Please. The voice was weak, barely audible over the roaring planet. Help me. Goku stopped. His aura crackled louder, reflecting the tension coursing through him. He slowly turned his head, his green eyes locking onto Frieza's mutilated body. The Emperor stared back in desperation. His claws scraped the rock, his teeth stained with purple blood. His once proud face, the symbol of his power, was twisted into the most humiliating expression imaginable. Help me, he repeated, tears of rage and fear filling his eyes. Only you can. The Saiyan clenched his fists. His muscles trembled not from exhaustion, but from restrained fury. Help you? His mind screamed the obvious answer. No. Images struck him again and again. Krillin exploding into pieces before his eyes. Vegeta crying in his arms, begging for revenge. Piccolo impaled and falling. Gohan's terrified screams. Namekian villagers slaughtered like insects. The terror Frieza had spread across the universe even among the Saiyans. All of that horror was his doing. And now that same creature was begging for help. "You're a miserable bastard," Goku muttered through clenched teeth. But something else surfaced through his anger. A memory. Mount Paozu. Little Gohan, barely 3 years old, looking up at him with wide innocent eyes during a quiet afternoon. "Dad, why did we help that turtle that was trapped? It was ugly and old anyway." And Goku's own voice answering calmly. "Because even if it's ugly, even if we don't like it, it's helpless. And we help the helpless. That's what makes us different, Gohan. Whenever it's in our power, we should help." Goku closed his eyes. Those words cut through him like a blade. He opened them again and looked at Frieza. The tyrant trembled and gasped, nothing more than a shadow of what he had been. "Damn you," Goku growled. "Even like this, you still make me hesitate." He leaned forward and raised a hand. His golden aura flared brightly, and from his palm formed a warm sphere of energy. Frieza stared at it in disbelief. What are you doing?" Goku's gaze hardened. "Take it, it's part of my ki. Enough to keep you alive." The Emperor gasped. "You're helping me?" The Saiyan frowned. "Don't mistake it for compassion." His voice was cold and firm. "If you survive, you'll live with the knowledge that a Saiyan saved you. That'll be your greatest shame. And if you waste this chance..." His eyes sharpened. "You'll die here like just another insect." With a sharp motion, he hurled the sphere. Whoom! The energy struck Frieza's ruined body. A warm aura surrounded him, closing some of his wounds and restoring movement to his arms. It didn't heal him completely, but it gave him enough strength to stay alive. Frieza gasped as the power flowed through him. His expression shifted between shock and utter humiliation. Goku watched him for a few seconds more. Then he turned away. "That's it. Use it, escape or die with this planet." His golden aura roared, and he rose into the sky, leaving his enemy behind. As he ascended, his thoughts began to clear like never before. The battle had consumed everything. It had turned him into a being of pure fury. But now he could think again. He remembered Gohan, his little boy, waiting for him on Earth with the broken promise that they would go fishing together. He remembered Chi-Chi, her gentle smile that still lived in his memory even years after her death. He remembered Krillin, his best friend, and he swore he would never forget his sacrifice. And against all expectation he remembered Vegeta. That clash of lips in the middle of chaos. The warmth of her mouth, the intensity of her gaze before she disappeared. His heart beat faster. He didn't fully understand it, but he knew that memory would stay with him forever. "If I manage to get back, I'll have to face all of it. Promises, goodbyes, and maybe I'll have to talk to Vegeta about what that was and why I liked it." But the moment shattered. A purple flash rose from below. A dark, poisonous ki heavy with hatred. Goku's green eyes widened. Frieza's crimson aura rose through the air, distorted and trembling, but still alive. The Emperor glared at him with bloodshot red eyes, panting with rage. "You filthy monkey, how dare you pity me?" In his hand, a violet sphere pulsed like a poisoned heart. With a broken roar, he hurled it. "Die!" The projectile tore through the air like a comet of hatred, aimed directly at Goku's back. But this time, the Saiyan didn't hesitate. There was no compassion, no reflection. He spun around instantly, raising his hand. Blue energy gathered in his palm with inhuman speed. "Ka!" His voice thundered across the sky. "Me!" The sphere swelled, roaring with the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. "Ha!" Frieza's eyes widened as the air itself trembled before the energy. "Ha!" The Kamehameha exploded outward in a colossal golden beam, ripping through the sky like a divine torrent. "Idiot!" Goku roared, his voice filled with fury and disappointment. The beam struck the purple projectile head-on, devouring it instantly before continuing forward. Frieza barely managed to scream. No, the blast engulfed him completely, dragging him down toward the shattered surface of Namek. A blinding explosion swallowed his figure in fire and ash. The silence afterward was grave-like. Only the roar of the dying planet remained. Goku floated there with his arm extended, breathing heavily. His gaze was hard, merciless. But there was also a trace of pity. "I gave you one last chance," he murmured quietly. "And you wasted it." His golden aura still crackled, but sadness flickered in his eyes. Because even though he had won, deep down he knew something had been lost. The planet roared again, reminding him the battle wasn't completely over. Now he had to survive Namek's apocalypse. And as golden and crimson lightning split the sky, the legendary Super Saiyan prepared for his next challenge. Namek's air burned like a furnace. Mountains collapsed into rivers of rock. Oceans rose into pillars that evaporated before falling again. The green sky had turned dark red as if the planet itself were bleeding its final breath. Goku flew forward. His golden aura still surrounded him. But every second he felt his body betraying him, weakened after the most brutal battle of his life. His breathing came in ragged gasps. "I've got to hurry," he growled through clenched teeth. He knew Namek had only minutes left. King Kai had been clear. The core was destroyed, and the planet would explode any moment. He needed a way out. His first thought was obvious. His own ship T, he capsule that had brought him to Namek with its gravity training system. If it still works, I can get out of here. But the horizon revealed nothing. The terrain was unrecognizable. Where plains and seas had once existed, there were now boiling oceans, fractured rock, and massive chasms. A violent tremor shook the world so hard he nearly lost his balance. The planet roared like a beast dying of mortal wounds. Goku frowned. There's no time to search. Then he saw it. Amid the devastation, a metallic structure protruded from the ruins like a cursed shell. Frieza's ship, massive, spherical, its distinctive spikes still visible. It had been damaged in battle. Parts of its hull were torn open and smoke poured from inside, but it was still standing. Goku's heart jumped. Maybe I can use it. He clenched his teeth and dove toward it at full speed. Every muscle screamed with pain, but he couldn't stop. He landed hard before the ship's entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, he rushed inside, forcing the damaged doors open. They groaned shut behind him with a metallic shriek. Darkness swallowed him. The interior was dim, lit only by sparks jumping from broken panels. The smell of burnt circuits filled the air. Goku clenched his fists. "TCH, it's worse than I thought." He ran through the corridors, his footsteps echoing through the metal halls. He reached the control room and slammed both hands against the console. Tack, 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 nothing. The buttons didn't respond. Screens flickered with alien symbols before some died entirely. Come on, damn it," Goku growled, pounding the panel. The planet roared again. The entire ship tilted violently, like a giant wave had lifted it. Goku grabbed the console to keep his balance. "I don't have time for this." Then he looked up. Through a rupture in the ship's hull, he saw something. A small metallic silhouette, a spherical pod like the ones Vegeta and Nappa had used to travel to Earth. Goku's heart pounded. That's it. He didn't hesitate. With a roar, he punched through the damaged wall. Krash. Metal tore apart, leaving a smoking hole. Goku shot toward the pod, lava heat licking at his feet while lightning crashed around him. He leapt inside and slammed the hatch shut. The interior was cramped, barely space for one person. A padded seat, a control panel covered in alien symbols. "Come on, you can do it," he gasped, dropping into the seat, fingers shaking over the buttons. Outside, the planet roared. Every second the cracks widened and lava advanced like a devouring sea. Goku began pressing buttons randomly. Beep, beep, beep. Lights flashed red and green. The pod trembled beneath him, as if waking from a long sleep. "Come on, take off already." His fingers moved frantically until, clunk, a hum filled the cabin. The seat reclined. The displays lit up. A mechanical voice spoke in a language he didn't understand, but the meaning was clear. The pod had activated. Goku breathed heavily, relief flashing across his face. It worked, but there was no time to celebrate. The ground beneath the pod split apart. A massive pillar of lava erupted toward the sky. The P shook violently as if the planet itself were trying to swallow it. "I'm not dying here," the Saiyan roared, with one final strike on the controls. The pod launched. Whoosh, the small sphere hot through the hole in Frieza's ship and blasted into the red sky. Flames engulfed it, but it kept climbing. Behind it, Namek spewed massive lava columns twisting like serpents, trying to drag the escaping warrior back down. Goku gripped the seat, sweat and blood covering his face. "I did it." Through the small window, he watched Namek convulse beneath him. Mountains collapsed. Entire oceans evaporated in seconds. The planet was an open wound. Goku's heart tightened. "I'm sorry I couldn't save your home." He closed his eyes for a moment. His golden hair slowly relaxed. The light around him faded. His hair turned black again. His body slumped into the seat, exhausted. The Super Saiyan was gone. Only the man remained. Vegeta, Gohan, everyone, all come back, he whispered weakly. His breathing slowed. His body, pushed far beyond its limits, finally gave in. The pod pierced Namek's atmosphere. Behind it, crash, a colossal explosion lit up the void. Planet Namek shattered into countless fragments like a dying star breaking apart. The shockwave raced through space after the tiny pod fleeing the inferno. Inside, half-conscious, Goku barely managed to open his eyes. He saw the green and crimson light swallowing the horizon. I did it. His head fell to the side. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to rest. In the silent depths of space, a tiny pod traveled alone. Inside it, Son Goku slept. His chest rose and fell slowly, with a peace he had not known in years. The Super Saiyan had won. But the story of the warrior was far from over. Earth's sky was clear, painted in a pristine blue that stood in sharp contrast to the hell that had consumed Namek. A gentle breeze stirred the grass in the valley where the Namekians had appeared through Porunga's power. The murmur of dozens of voices filled the air, warriors, elders, and green-skinned children who still couldn't believe they were breathing again. A short distance away, massive transport ships descended slowly from the sky. The Capsule Corp emblem emblazoned across their hulls. Their engines hummed as they kicked up dust, ramps unfolding to receive the survivors. Bulma moved back and forth with a tablet in hand, issuing orders. "All right, one at a time. Nice and easy, there's room for everyone," she called out, her voice firm despite the exhaustion on her face. The Namekians obeyed quietly, still wary, but deeply grateful. A little apart from the commotion, Gohan stood frozen, his eyes locked on the sky. The boy didn't speak. His small body trembled. His fingers clutched the fabric of his clothes while his tear-filled eyes refused to leave the vast blue above. It should have exploded by now. His breathing faltered, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. "Dad," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Dad, he's gone." A sob escaped his throat as he squeezed his eyes shut. I know Namek can't still exist. And Dad stayed behind, Dad stayed there." A deep voice cut through the air like a blade. "Kakarot isn't dead." Gohan's head snapped up. Standing beside him, arms crossed and posture unshaken, was her Vegeta. Her black hair fell messily over her shoulders. Her armor was torn to shreds. Her face still marked by battle. But her voice did not waver. Gohan blinked in shock. What?" Vegeta glanced at him from the corner of her eye, cool and composed. "You heard me. I don't believe Kakarot is dead." The boy swallowed, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. "Why would you say that?" Vegeta looked away, as if she despised having to explain herself. Her fist tightened, her eyes hardening. "Because in the end that idiot," her voice lowered, carrying a strange weight. "He had something to live for." A pause. Her lips pressed thin before she continued. "He had something to come back to." She turned her head slightly toward the boy, a flicker of fire in her eyes. "His son." Gohan's eyes widened. Vegeta held his gaze for a moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, her hand rose and brushed lightly against her own lips, a quick, subtle gesture that did not go unnoticed. Her expression tightened. She lowered her hand immediately and turned her face away with a small growl. TCH. Piccolo, standing a few meters away, observed everything. The Namekian narrowed his eyes, folding his arms. "That gesture, HMPH. So that's it." But he said nothing more. He simply watched in silence, like a predator analyzing movement. That was when Bulma approached, tablet tucked under her arm and a tired smile on her face. "Vegeta." The Saiyan rolled her eyes toward her, arching a brow impatiently. "What do you want, human?" Bulma took a steadying breath. She knew what she was about to suggest was insane, but someone had to say it. "Well, now that you're here," she crossed her arms awkwardly. "I assume you don't exactly have anywhere to go. And considering that, technically you're on Earth now." Vegeta's gaze turned icy. "Get to the point." Bulma cleared her throat. "I'm offering you a place to stay at Capsule Corp. A room, food, a roof over your head at least until you decide what to do. Think of it as thanks for helping us against Frieza." Gohan stared at her in surprise. Vegeta let out a low, dry laugh, thick with disdain. "You, offering me your home?" Her eyes sharpened. "You underestimate me, woman." Bulma instinctively stepped back, intimidated by the intensity of her glare. But before she could respond, Vegeta turned toward Gohan. She looked at him directly, her expression more serious now. "I'll stay at the Cub's house." Silence fell. Gohan blinked. Huh? At my house? Vegeta nodded firmly. Yes, if you don't mind. Bulma's eyes widened. What? She nearly shouted. At Goku's house? The idea threw her completely off balance. In the back of her mind, she had already been considering letting the boy stay at Capsule Corp if Goku truly didn't return. It was the logical choice. He had no mother, and his father who knew if he had survived. His grandfather, Ox King, was another option, though he lived isolated in the mountains. Even Piccolo, strange as it sounded, could have become the boy's guardian. But Vegeta, the same Vegeta who, only months ago, had tried to wipe them all out, the one who had nearly killed Goku in their battle. Bulma stared at her, speechless. Gohan, however, didn't hesitate. He looked up at the Saiyan princess, remembering everything on Namek, how she fought the Ginyu Force, how she battled Frieza, how she protected him, and how she had cried in his father's arms before dying. The boy nodded shyly. I don't mind. Vegeta pressed her lips together and looked away, as if unwilling to show what she was feeling. Good, then it's settled. Bulma was still in shock. Are you serious? She muttered, rubbing her forehead. She looked at Vegeta again, searching for any trace of deception, manipulation, hidden intent. But what she saw in her eyes was something different. Not tenderness, not regret, but a spark of interest, of concern, toward the child who was now clinging to her waist as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Bulma sighed, lowering her arms. This is insane. Piccolo watched the scene in silence, arms crossed. His brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. He didn't trust her, not even a little, but he had seen it too, the way she looked at Gohan. That uncomfortable mix of pride and something else. A change was happening. That didn't mean he wouldn't keep watching her. The wind swept across the valley, stirring grass and clothing alike. The transport ships continued loading Namekians one by one as the murmur of voices filled the air. Gohan clenched his fists and looked up at the sky once more. Tears still streamed down his cheeks, but his expression was no longer only sorrow. It was hope, Vegeta noticed, and though she would never admit it out loud, that same hope burned in her chest. Kakarot, you'd better come back. Night had fallen over Earth. Cool air drifted down from the mountains, carrying the scent of damp grass and clear water. The moon lit the path as two silhouettes flew in silence toward a distant hill surrounded by forests and rivers. It was them, Gohan the boy with the sad but steady gaze, and Vegeta, the Saiyan princess who now followed him like a silent shadow. When they descended, the landscape embraced them like a memory frozen in time. There it was, Mount Paozu, the Sun family home. Gray stone walls rose in a natural dome, crowned with trees and waterfalls. And in the middle of the green clearing stood a simple wooden house. Its chimney dark, its windows veiled in dust. Vegeta landed beside Gohan, crossing her arms. Her black eyes scanned every detail with a faint frown. So this is Kakarot's home? She muttered with disdain, though there was a trace of curiosity in her voice. The boy took a deep breath. His eyes grew wet. Yeah, he replied softly. I haven't been back in over a year, not since before Nappa and you came to Earth. He clenched his fists. Every corner of the place seemed to whisper memories to him. His father laughing, his mother cooking, peaceful training days. All of it gone too soon. Vegeta watched him from the corner of her eye, saying nothing. They pushed the door open. It creaked with a long, aching groan. Inside, a thin layer of dust covered everything, as if time itself had stopped. The wooden table was still set with empty plates. The shelves held books and simple ornaments. Gohan walked slowly, brushing his fingertips over each surface, as if he needed to confirm it was still real. This was my home, he whispered, voice trembling. I lived here with Dad and Mom. Vegeta followed at a distance. There was something unsettling about this place to her. Too human, too warm. The boy stopped in front of a low cabinet. He knelt and pulled out a dust-covered picture frame. After wiping it clean with his sleeve, he held it up for Vegeta to see. It was a photograph. In it, Goku smiled, young and carefree, holding a baby in his arms. Beside him stood a woman with long hair and dark eyes. Her skin looked pale, her expression slightly tired, yet her lips curved into a gentle smile. Chi-Chi. Gohan swallowed. She was my mom. She died not long after I was born. His voice trembled, but he didn't cry. He held the frame with both hands as though it were treasure. Vegeta stared at the picture in silence, her expression unreadable. Her lips parted slightly. I met your mother, she said suddenly, her voice low, almost a whisper. Gohan looked up sharply. Huh? Vegeta kept her gaze on the photo. When I was dead, in the other world. The boy blinked repeatedly. Why, you really met her? The Saiyan nodded slowly. Yes, it was brief, but long enough. Gohan pressed the frame against his chest, eyes shining. What was she like? Vegeta closed her eyes, recalling the memory. I expected a weak Earthwoman, the kind who would cling to Kakarot. I was wrong. She was strong even if her body no longer was. Calm even after losing so much. She had that damned serenity only someone with a stubborn heart can have. She paused, her lips twisting into a faint, bitter smile, like Kakarot. In a way, Gohan let out a soft laugh through his tears. Yeah, Dad told me Mom always said he was hard-headed. Vegeta studied him for a moment, then looked away. She talked about you. A lot. The boy held his breath. About me? Yes. Vegeta frowned slightly, uncomfortable. She told me to take care of your father. And of you. She even gave me her blessing. Her voice cracked for a fraction of a second before she corrected herself, clenching her fists. Ridiculous, isn't it? A human placing her trust in me. Gohan lowered his head, tears falling silently. That sounds like something Mom would do. Silence filled the room. The boy placed the photograph back on the table and turned to Vegeta. His eyes were red, but gratitude shone within them. Thank you for telling me. Vegeta pressed her lips together. Part of her wanted to look away, to pretend it didn't matter. But she couldn't. I didn't do it for you, cub, she said roughly but not harshly. I did it because she asked. Gohan smiled weakly, wiping his face with his sleeve. Still thank you. The night breeze drifted through an open window, stirring the dusty curtains. Vegeta walked over and rested a hand against the frame, gazing out at the moonlit mountains. HMPH. This place is quiet. Too quiet for a warrior. Gohan chuckled softly through lingering tears. I like it that way, it lets me read more. And Dad could cook without burning himself. The princess turned her head slightly, eyebrow raised. Kakarot doing housework? She said incredulously. Yeah, Gohan replied with a shy smile. He wasn't very good at first, but he tried. Vegeta shook her head, a faint, almost imperceptible laugh escaping her. That idiot. The boy suddenly yawned, covering his mouth. After everything that had happened, exhaustion was finally claiming him. Vegeta glanced at him. It's late. Go to sleep. You must be exhausted after everything that's happened. And you? Gohan asked, rubbing his eyes. The Saiyan crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. I'll stand watch. I still don't trust this planet. Gohan nodded sleepily and walked toward his room. Before entering, he stopped and turned back. Vegeta, can I ask you something? What? Are you really going to stay here with me? Silence lingered for several seconds. Vegeta pressed her lips together, uncomfortable, then gave a small nod. Yes, someone has to make sure you survive until that idiot returns. Gohan smiled softly, fresh tears in his eyes. Then good night. He disappeared into the room, closing the door behind him. Vegeta remained alone in the living room, moonlight washing over her face. She looked again at the photograph on the table. Chi-Chi, Goku, the baby, a human family, and now a cub who depended on her. Her fingers brushed her own lips again, unconsciously. She remembered the kiss. She remembered the promise made by that woman in the other world. TCH, she muttered, closing her eyes, but she didn't move the photo. She left it there, in front of her. And for the first time in a very long while, she didn't feel alone. Vegeta stood by the window, watching the mountain bathed in silver moonlight. The night wind flowed into the house, carrying the crisp scent of grass. Her eyes moved slowly, studying the interior, the simple furniture, the wooden table, the photograph on the shelf. Everything was absurdly modest. Incredible, she murmured to herself, a crooked smile forming. The legendary Super Saiyan living in a place like this, in the middle of nowhere. How ironic. She crossed her arms, letting out a quiet snort. And to think this idiot chose simplicity over a palace, slaves, or riches when he had the power to claim them all. Suddenly, her body tensed. A presence, a key she knew far too well. Not hostile but intense. Vegeta didn't panic. She simply turned her head toward the front door. The hinges creaked softly, and in silence, the tall, dark figure of the Namekian stepped inside. Piccolo. Moonlight illuminated his stern face, his piercing eyes, and the white cape that shifted gently behind him. Both remained still, measuring each other in silence like predators recognizing one another. Vegeta broke the silence first. She tilted her head, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. What's wrong, Namekian? Afraid of me that you came to keep watch? Her voice dripped with sarcasm, but there was a hint of genuine amusement beneath it. Piccolo didn't answer immediately. He stepped forward, stopping just a few meters away. His eyes didn't blink once. It's not fear. His voice was deep, steady like restrained thunder. Gohan trusts you. Goku trusted you. His brow hardened. That's why I came to warn you. Vegeta arched an eyebrow, her smirk unfading. Warn me? Yes. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, each word landing like a blunt strike. If you lay a single finger on Gohan, I'll kill you. Vegeta blinked. Then she let out a low, rough laugh that echoed through the empty house. Kill me? She repeated, almost entertained. HMPH. I have no intention of harming the cub. Piccolo didn't relax. His arms remained crossed, but the tension in his aura felt like an invisible blade. Maybe not now, but I don't forget who you are, Vegeta. His voice sharpened. You were a monster. Her smile vanished, replaced by something colder. And you're telling me this? She shot back. I can feel it in your ki. You're not so different from me. Piccolo clenched his jaw but didn't look away. Yes, I was a monster too. Just like you, just like Frieza. Silence fell heavily between them. Vegeta studied him carefully. There was no mockery in her eyes, now only curiosity. Piccolo continued, his voice weighted with memory. I didn't know anything but hatred. I believed my destiny was to destroy, conquer, take revenge. But, he paused, closing his eyes briefly. Then I met Gohan. The memory struck him, like lightning, the small child crying alone in the wilderness, looking at him with fear and later, with trust. That boy changed me. Piccolo opened his eyes again, locking them onto hers. So I'm telling you clearly. If anything happens to Gohan, I don't care how strong you are. I don't care if you're a Saiyan princess. I will kill you. Vegeta remained still, her gaze fixed on the Namekian. She didn't laugh, didn't mock him. Her jaw tightened. Slowly, she uncrossed her arms, letting her hands fall at her sides. I don't want to hurt him. Her voice was low, rough, more sincere than she expected. Not him. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, searching her face for deception. Vegeta looked away toward the table, where the photograph of Chi-Chi, Goku, and the baby still rested. I'm not blind. I know what you see when you look at me. A monster, a killer. Her fists clenched, her voice vibrating with restrained anger. And you're not wrong. Many of the things I did in the past, I'd do them again without hesitation. Her breathing deepened, but I wouldn't harm the cub. Silence filled the room once more. The night wind stirred the dusty curtains, and the distant river filled the space between their words. Piccolo watched her for a few seconds longer. Then he gave a small nod, though his expression remained hard. Remember that. His voice was firm, like a verdict. Because I won't hesitate to keep my promise. Vegeta turned her head toward him, a spark of challenge flashing in her eyes. I'd like to see you try, Namekian. You'd shatter against me like rock against steel. Maybe. Piccolo didn't back down. His eyes gleamed with iron determination. But I don't care. They stood in silence for several more seconds, measuring each other again. The air felt charged, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. But it didn't. Vegeta exhaled slowly and turned her gaze back toward the window. How ironic, she murmured. One monster telling another how to protect a child. Piccolo didn't respond. He simply turned and walked toward the door. Before stepping outside, he stopped and spoke without looking back. Don't underestimate what he means. To him, or to me. And then he disappeared into the night, his silhouette fading among the trees. Vegeta was alone again, moonlight washing over her face. She lifted a hand to her lips, pressing them tightly. HMPH, she whispered, closing her eyes. Damn brat, even when it's against me, everyone talks about you. She dropped into a chair, staring once more at the photograph on the table. The silence of the mountain wrapped around her, but Piccolo's words echoed in her mind like something impossible to ignore. If anything happens to Gohan, I'll kill you. Vegeta clenched her teeth, and for the first time, another's threat didn't wound her pride. It stirred something else, a sharp pang in her chest. Age 783. The wind dragged dust and ash through what had once been the proud West City. Skyscrapers jutted toward the gray sky like broken bones, and the distant echo of explosions rumbled like a cruel reminder that the androids were still hunting. Amid the rubble, breathing raggedly, a young man with purple hair stumbled forward. A sword hung across his back, his clothes torn and stained with dried blood. Trunks could barely stay on his feet, but his resolve was harder than steel. He had tried to stop them. He had believed that maybe, just maybe, he could delay the massacre in the neighboring town. But those two beings, those two androids, were unstoppable, and he had learned that lesson again with his own body. Still, he had survived. For now, the half-destroyed Capsule Corp building rose before him like a familiar beacon in a sea of ruins. He shoved the shattered door open and limped inside, leaving a faint trail of blood across the cracked floor. He had barely taken a few steps when a firm voice laced with concern stopped him. "Trunks!" A young woman rushed toward him. It was Terra, a warrior with dark hair and fierce eyes, her gaze burning just as the old stories described the Saiyan princess Vegeta. Though weakened by constant battles, her ki still radiated pride and determination. Her tail edged sharply when she saw the state he was in. She caught him by the arm before he collapsed. "Thanks," Trunks whispered, forcing a smile despite the pain. Terra looked at him with a mix of anger and relief. "You're an idiot," she scolded, though her voice trembled slightly. "What were you thinking, going up against those two monsters alone?" Trunks let out a weak laugh, more out of habit than humor. "They were about to destroy a village," he gasped. "Since Gohan died, there are only 4 of us left to protect what's left of the world. I couldn't just stand by." Gohan's name fell like a weight in the air. Terra clenched her teeth, squeezing her eyes shut. She remembered perfectly the older brother figure who had guided them in training, who had taught her and her siblings to fight, to never give up. He had died like a hero, facing the androids alone to give them a chance. Years had passed. The wound was still open. Her fist trembled, but then she lifted her head with a defiant grin. "Come on." She tugged Trunks forward. "Goten and Maka are waiting in the main hall. I refuse to let them say I'm the one who's late." Trunks smiled, exhausted but grateful for the energy Terra always radiated when things seemed lost. "You know," he said between breaths as they walked through the dark corridors of what had once been a shining corporation, "you're exactly like Mom, and Gohan used to say the most like Mom Vegeta." "No doubt about it." Terra raised an eyebrow, though a faint blush touched her cheeks. "You think so? Then I hope when we meet Mom and Dad they're just like Gohan described." She paused, her smile turning mischievous. "Though I still don't know how you're going to explain that technically you have 2 moms. You're definitely a rare specimen, the son of the world's greatest scientist and the Saiyan princess." That drew a genuine laugh from Trunks, echoing faintly through the empty hallway. "Yeah, that's going to be fun to explain. Maka's been helping me practice how to tell Mr. Goku." They walked together, supporting one another. The hallway creaked beneath their steps, its walls covered in resistance graffiti, desperate messages from those who once believed Capsule Corp could save the world. They entered a wide chamber where 2 figures were waiting. Maka, her dark hair tied in a high ponytail, sat cross-legged, practicing controlled breathing to stabilize her ki. She was the calmest of Goku and Vegeta's 3 children, but her eyes reflected fierce resolve whenever her loved ones were in danger. Resting beside her was the power pole, a way of honoring her father. Next to her stood Goten, arms crossed. His expression was serious, though he tried to remain composed. A spark of pride burned within him whenever the word battle was spoken. When they saw Trunks injured, Maka jumped to her feet. "Trunks, we warned you not to go alone." "I already told him he's an idiot," Terra added with a snort, though she still supported him carefully. Goten stepped closer, his gaze sharp but worried. "You should have called us." His eyes locked onto Trunks like blades. "If we'd gone together, maybe we could have forced them back." Trunks lowered his head. "I know, but if we'd all fallen, no one would have been left to protect the people." Maka placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled gently. "Even so, don't carry everything alone. We're a team. Gohan taught us that." His name filled the silence again. This time, Terra didn't look away. "Gohan," she murmured, almost like a prayer. Trunks straightened slightly, leaning against the wall. "He gave his life because he believed in us. We can't let that sacrifice be meaningless." For a moment, the 4 stood in silence, listening to a distant explosion rumble through the ruins. Each of them carried the memory of the Tiak, her and brother who had fallen, and each bore that wound differently. Terra with restrained fury, Maka with quiet sorrow, Goten with pride bordering on anger, and Trunks with a constant ache of sadness. Finally, Terra broke the silence with a fierce grin. "Let's make something clear." She crossed her arms. "As long as we still draw breath, this world will not fall." Trunks looked at her, and for a moment, he saw in her the indomitable spark of Vegeta but also Goku's hope. He nodded. Then, he said firmly, "We fight. For Gohan, for our parents, and for Earth." The others answered with determined looks. Even among ruins, even in a world devoured by despair, The 4 young Saiyans represented the last spark of resistance. And in that moment, as the wind carried dust through the shattered city, and the distant roar of the androids echoed across the horizon, they made a silent promise. The future could still be changed. 2 months after the battle against Frieza, the sun over Mount Paozu timidly peeked between the peaks, bathing the distant waterfalls in gold. A cool breeze drifted through the open windows of the wooden house, carrying with it the scent of the damp forest. It was a peaceful morning, one of those mornings that, in other times, would have seemed simple and ordinary. But for Gohan, every day that dawned without his father still felt strange, heavy, different. "Puppy, get down here for breakfast now," Vegeta's voice thundered from the kitchen, shattering the silence of the house. The boy, still in his room flipping through a math book, jumped in surprise. He clumsily shut the notebook and dashed down the hallway, nearly leaping down the wooden stairs. When he reached the dining room, he froze in the doorway. The scene was, to say the least, peculiar. Vegeta stood before the stove with her arms crossed, watching over a massive fish sizzling atop an improvised iron griddle. The aroma was strong, slightly smoky, blended with spices the boy didn't even know they had in the pantry. She wore a tight black sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts that looked more suited for training than resting. Her black hair, always wild and untamed, shimmered beneath the sunlight streaming through the window. Gohan tilted his head, incredulous. "Fish again?" Vegeta slowly turned her head and shot him a glare that would have made any elite warrior tremble. "Is there a problem, puppy?" "And no," Gohan replied, raising his hands nervously. The Saiyan woman grabbed a knife and flipped the fish, which crackled with an appetizing sound. "Your father must have cooked for you like a weak human, with absurd delicacy, as if food were a luxury. Saiyans don't have time for that." The boy approached cautiously, curiosity and hesitation mingling in his expression. "Dad cooked well, though he always ended up burning things. He told me Mom gave him a few lessons before she died." An uncomfortable silence filled the kitchen. Vegeta said nothing, but her lips pressed together slightly, as if the mention of Chi-Chi unsettled her more than she wished to admit. Finally, she placed the entire fish on a wooden platter and set it on the table. "Sit," she ordered. Gohan obeyed. In front of him, the fish was nearly the size of his torso. Its scent was intense, salty and faintly earthy, like the river Vegeta had surely pulled it from. She sat at the opposite end of the table, tea, ring into a piece without concern for bones or clean cuts. She devoured it in large bites, with an almost animalistic ferocity. The boy watched her, eyes wide. "Dad ate a lot, but you?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a piece of meat still in her mouth. "What?" Surprised? "A little," he admitted, picking up a small piece with his chopsticks. He tasted the fish cautiously. The flavor was strong, smoky, and slightly rough. It lacked the softness of the dishes his father used to prepare, but there was something robust, authentic about it that made him smile without meaning to. "It's delicious." Vegeta let out a low, almost mocking chuckle. "HMPH. Of course it is. Saiyans know what their bodies need." Gohan tilted his head, curious. "What do you mean?" The Saiyan leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table, her expression turning more serious. "Our bodies are living weapons, puppy. From the moment we're born, we're designed to fight, to burn more energy than any human could imagine. Every muscle, every cell consumes calories like a furnace. If we don't replenish that energy with food, we die." The boy blinked several times, astonished. "I never thought about it like that. Your father is a perfect example. You've surely seen him eat such enormous quantities that you always wondered why." Vegeta tore off another piece of fish with her teeth. "That's why he eats like a beast. And you should do the same." Gohan lowered his gaze to his plate, thoughtful. "So am I like that too? Does my body work the same way?" Vegeta watched him intently, a spark of interest in her eyes. "You have Saiyan blood in your veins. You may be half human, but your body responds like a warrior's. Haven't you noticed?" The boy fell silent for a few seconds. He remembered his training with his father, the battles on Earth, the journey to Namek. He remembered the sensation of his energy exploding in the midst of despair. "Yes," he finally admitted. "When I fight, I feel something inside me awaken, as if I have no limits." Vegeta smirked. "Exactly. That's your Saiyan heritage." Silence fell again as they ate, broken only by the sound of crunching bones and pieces of fish being torn apart. Outside, the wind stirred the trees. It was hard to believe that nearly 2 months had passed since the destruction of Namek, 2 months without any sign of Goku. Gohan chewed slowly, his gaze lost on his plate. We still haven't heard anything about Dad. Vegeta dropped a bone onto her plate with a sharp clatter. He's not dead. The boy looked at her, surprised. But how can you be so sure? She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. Because I know him. That idiot wouldn't give up, not after what he achieved. Her lips curled into a faint, almost proud smile. A warrior like Kakarot doesn't die in silence. Gohan lowered his head, a trembling smile forming on his lips. I want to believe that too. Vegeta watched him for a moment without speaking. Then she picked up another pie, ECE of fish, and placed it on the boy's plate with a brusque gesture. Then eat. If you're ever going to measure up to your father, you'll need strength. The boy nodded, and for the first time in weeks, he ate with genuine appetite. The morning passed amid empty plates and the murmur of the forest. Outside, the world continued on its course. The Namekians were adapting to life on Earth. Bulma was working tirelessly at Capsule Corp. And everyone awaited the moment when the Namekian Dragon Balls would shine again to revive the fallen. But on Mount Paozu, in that modest house, a boy and a Saya and princess were beginning to build something unexpected. A routine, a shared home, a bond neither of them had ever imagined. And although Goku's shadow still weighed heavily on them both, that morning remained etched in Gohan's memory as the day he understood that being a Saiyan wasn't only about fighting. It was also about living. And Vegeta, though she would never admit it aloud, knew it well. The afternoon slowly settled over Mount Paozu. The golden, warm sun bathed the peaks in an orange glow. The murmur of the nearby river filled the air, mingling with the songs of birds returning to their nests. A gentle breeze stirred the treetops, carrying the fresh scent of damp grass. It was one of those days that seemed endless, and ever since returning from Namek, Gohan had learned to cherish them more than ever. He walked along a rocky path, his boots kicking up dust with every step. At his side, as she had been in recent weeks, was her Vegeta. The Saiyan princess walked with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed as if simply being there were an inconvenience. Yet her black eyes never stopped moving, alert to every detail of the forest like a hunter who never let her guard down. I do. Ain't understand why you waste your time on this, she grumbled, kicking a stone that tumbled down the hillside. Walking through these mountains won't make you stronger. Gohan smiled, already used to her complaints. Not everything is training, Vegeta. Dad brought me here many times. I wanted to show you this place. She scoffed, tilting her head. Tisk, your father is an idiot. The boy chuckled softly. Maybe, but he was a happy idiot. They advanced through bushes and towering trees until a heavy crack shattered the calm. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The air filled with a deep, thunderous roar. From between the trees, a gigantic dinosaur emerged, its scaly hide gleaming, its fangs dripping with saliva. Its shadow darkened the path. Gohan took a step back, not out of fear, but readiness. Vegeta, however, smirked with disdain. Seriously? She raised an eyebrow. Are these beasts the most dangerous creatures you have here? The dinosaur lunged, its claw kicking up a cloud of dirt. But before it could reach them, Vegeta and Gohan extended an arm at the same time. Two flashes of ki, one blue, the other white, roared in unison. Boom! The combined blast struck the dinosaur square in the chest, sending it flying through the air like a rag doll. The creature roared as it crashed among the trees, retreating wounded and defeated. The forest fell silent once more. Gohan exhaled, relaxing his shoulders. That was amazing. We did it together. Vegeta glanced at him sideways, her expression proud and aloof. I could have handled it alone. I know, he replied with a gentle smile, but it was more fun this way. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She simply huffed and turned her head toward the trail, resuming her march. Foolish puppy. The path grew steeper. They climbed over rocks and roots, the wind growing stronger as they gained altitude. Vegeta showed no sign of fatigue. Her stride was steady, her movements precise, as if the terrain were meaningless. Gohan, on the other hand, was sweating slightly, though his eyes shone with anticipation. At last, after several minutes, they reached a natural ledge on the mountain. The boy stepped forward, breathing heavily, and pointed ahead with a wide smile. Look, Vegeta, this is the place. She raised her gaze. The landscape unfolded before them like an endless canvas. From that height, they could see the entire valley stretching to the horizon. Rivers shimmered like silver threads. Forests swayed as vast green seas beneath the wind, and distant mountains resembled sleeping giants under the orange sky of dusk. The air was pure, fresh, different. Vegeta fell silent. For the first time in a long while, she found nothing to criticize. Gohan smiled as he gazed outward. Dad brought me here when I was 2 years old, not long after Mom died. Vegeta glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Really? The boy nodded slowly. I don't remember her much. Dad always told me stories about her, but the one thing I knew for sure was that she loved him very much. And me too. He hugged his knees, sitting at the edge of the cliff. That day Dad told me that no matter what happened, I should always look toward the horizon. That even when I felt sad there would always be something new waiting ahead. His eyes shimmered with restrained tears. He taught me not to be afraid. Vegeta remained standing with her arms crossed. But her expression had changed. The usual mask of arrogance was gone. Her lips were pressed together, and a strange glimmer flickered in her dark eyes. She remembered Chi-Chi's words in the other world. She remembered Kakarot's gaze as he held her dying on Namek. She remembered the kiss in the midst of the apocalypse. And now, the puppy spoke of it all with a disarming innocence. Your father, she finally murmured in a low voice. He was stronger than he appeared. Not just in battle. Gohan lifted his head, surprised. You admit that? Vegeta frowned, turning her gaze toward the horizon as if to avoid the question. Tisk, don't put words in my mouth, puppy. But he smiled, understanding. The wind blew stronger, stirring Vegeta's black hair and Gohan's alike. The boy stood and stepped closer to the cliff's edge, stretching out his arms as if he wished to embrace the entire landscape. When Dad brought me here he lifted me onto his shoulders. I was afraid of falling. But he just said, trust me, Gohan. I'll never let you fall. Vegeta watched him in silence. For an instant, she saw Kakarot's face reflected in the boy's expression, the same unwavering faith. That absurd calm in the midst of any storm. Her lips parted, but she said nothing. The sun finally vanished behind the mountains. The sky deepened into shades of purple and dark blue. The first stars appeared, shimmering faintly on the horizon. Gohan sighed, lowering his arms. I like coming here because it makes me feel close to Dad. Vegeta closed her eyes for a moment. HMPH. Then we'll keep coming back. The boy looked at her in surprise. Really? She opened her eyes, a crooked smile forming on her lips. Yes, until that idiot returns someone has to remind you not to fall. Silence once again embraced the mountain. But it was not uncomfortable. It was a shared silence, heavy with memories, yet filled with something new. Gohan sat down once more, and Vegeta remained standing beside him as they watched the starry horizon together. On Mount Paozu, amid the memories of an absent father and the scars of a blood-stained past, two souls who would never have imagined standing side by side were beginning to build something strange, something resembling a family. Night had settled peacefully over Mount Paozu. The murmur of the nearby river filled the air, while the moon illuminated the cliff where Gohan and Vegeta still sat after their walk. The sky was covered in stars, glowing like distant embers in the darkness. The boy hugged his knees, his curious eyes shining. Beside him, Vegeta stood with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The silence was comfortable until Gohan broke it softly. Vegeta, can I ask you something? She arched an eyebrow, glancing down at him. That depends. If it's something stupid, I won't answer. The boy smiled shyly. It's not stupid. I just want to know more about you. Vegeta remained silent for a few seconds. Her expression hardened. She lowered her gaze to the ground, as if the request were an unnecessary nuisance. About me? She repeated disdainfully. What do you think I have to tell you, puppy? My life was training, battles, and orders. Nothing that could possibly interest you. Gohan tilted his head. You're wrong. You always ask me about my dad, about what he did here, about my memories, but I don't know anything about you. He paused, clasping his hands tightly. And I want to. Vegeta pressed her lips together. The wind stirred her dark hair. Finally, she sighed in resignation. Tisk, as persistent as your father, fine. I'll tell you something. She sat on a nearby rock, resting one elbow on her knee. Her voice lowered, growing more solemn. I am the eldest daughter of King Vegeta III, she said with quiet dignity, her eyes still fixed on the horizon. And Queen Celeria. Gohan's eyes widened in surprise. A queen? I thought you always called yourself a princess because of. Vegeta smirked. My ego, right? No, puppy. I am the princess of our race. The boy blinked several times, incredulous. That's incredible. You've never said it like that before. She raised an eyebrow. What for? It means nothing on a dead planet. Especially when our race was nearly wiped out. For the first time, Gohan saw a flicker of vulnerability in her eyes. Vegeta wasn't boasting. It wasn't arrogance. It was a memory that weighed heavily on her. I had a younger brother, she continued quietly. Tarbell. Gohan tilted his head. Tarbell? I've never heard that name before. Of course you haven't. Vegeta scoffed. He was weak, useless by our race's standards. My father despised him, saw him as a disgrace. She clenched her fist, her eyes darkening. I don't know if he's still alive. He may have died when Frieza destroyed our planet. The boy lowered his gaze, feeling the weight of her words. I'm sorry. Vegeta glanced at him, her expression hardening again. Don't pity me. The weak die, that's how it always was in our world. She paused. But if he's alive, I hope he found a place far from all this. Silence lingered for a moment. The night wind blew softly, rustling the leaves. Gohan spoke again, his voice timid. And your full name? You said you were a princess. Vegeta looked at him directly, a half smile of pride and bitterness on her lips. My full name is Vegeta too. The second? She nodded. My great-great-grandmother was Vegeta I, an imposing queen, the first to unite the factions of our race under a single banner. She was feared and respected, a legendary warrior. Her eyes gleamed with admiration. She etched our name into history. Gohan smiled in awe. So your name is like a legacy. Vegeta pressed her lips together. A legacy I was never able to honor. I was raised to be her successor to rule, yet I ended up as just another soldier under Frieza's yoke. The mention of the tyrant darkened the atmosphere. Gohan swallowed hard. What was it like, being under Frieza's command? Vegeta narrowed her eyes, her voice turning cold. Horrible. She paused, choosing her words carefully. We were his army, but in truth we were his slaves. He sent us to conquer planets, to exterminate entire races, and then we handed those worlds over so he could sell them to the highest bidder. Her gaze hardened. For years, my life was nothing but receiving orders and obeying them. I killed, I destroyed because it was all I knew, and because I believed that someday I would avenge my father and overthrow that monster. The boy lowered his head. He knew those words were not easy to say. And what about Raditz and Nappa? He finally asked. For the first time, Vegeta showed something different, a faint glimmer of nostalgia. Raditz was useless, but loyal, always eager to prove himself, even though he wasn't worth much. Her lips twisted into a faint, bitter smile. Still, he trusted me as if he truly believed I could restore our race's glory. And Nappa? Vegeta sighed, her brow furrowing. Nappa was also a fool, but he took care of me when I was a child. He taught me survival techniques. Her voice softened briefly before hardening again. He died because he was an idiot. Your father had already broken his back, I merely put him out of his misery. Gohan listened intently, his eyes wide with fascination. I never imagined you had so many stories. Vegeta looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Don't call them stories. They're scars, and though they follow me, I wouldn't change who I am. The boy nodded slowly. I understand. Silence fell once more. Vegeta turned her gaze to the starry sky, as if wishing to lose herself in its vastness. Gohan, however, kept his eyes on her, and then he smiled. You know, Vegeta, I'm glad you told me. She frowned. And why does that matter? Because now I know you better. And even if you say you only carry scars, I think you have good things to tell as well. Vegeta glanced at him sideways. For a brief moment, her expression softened. Then she huffed, trying to hide it. Foolish puppy. The wind blew once more, caressing the mountain. The boy and the princess fell silent, gazing at the stars. And though Vegeta would never admit it aloud, that night she felt less alone. The night breeze caressed the summit of the cliff. The sky was blanketed with stars that flickered like distant embers, and the moon illuminated the valley with a calm that contrasted sharply with the intensity of the conversation they had just shared. Gohan, sitting cross-legged on a rock, rubbed his eyes clumsily. A yawn escaped his mouth, so wide it almost sounded like a restrained roar. Fua, he groaned, lowering his arms. I'm sleepy. Vegeta, still standing beside him with her arms crossed, let out an exasperated scoff. Tisk, of course you are, puppy. She turned her head toward him, raising an eyebrow. If you didn't spend your afternoons showing me these reedy, coolest landscapes as if they were relics, you'd have more energy. Gohan chuckled softly, shrugging. It's just I want to show you everything my dad showed me. Vegeta rolled her eyes, though deep inside. His words stirred a faint warmth in her chest, one she stubbornly ignored. HMPH. Enough nonsense. We'd better head back before you fall asleep right here. The boy tried to stand, but his legs faltered after just one step. His shoulders slumped, and another yawn shook his small body. Vegeta watched him coldly, though inwardly, she was almost amused. Pathetic. You can't even walk a few meters without wobbling. Without asking permission, she stepped forward and, in a swift motion, lifted him into her arms. Gohan gave a small startled jump. Hey, I can walk on my own, he protested, though his voice sounded more like that of a spoiled child than a warrior. Vegeta arched an eyebrow, a crooked smile tugging at her lips. Oh, really? Sure, puppy, until you pass out halfway and I have to drag you like a sack of potatoes. Quote. Gohan huffed, trying to sound annoyed, but a laugh escaped his lips. Okay. He settled against her chest, sighing tiredly. Vegeta began descending the mountain path, floating gently so she wouldn't waste a single step. The wind stirred her black hair, and in her arms, the young Saiyan seemed light, so small compared to her strength. This is why we're training tomorrow, she said firmly, eyes fixed ahead. If you truly want to be strong, you can't tire so easily. No more spending the whole day reading your ridiculous human books. Understood? Gohan opened one eye slightly, a mischievous smile forming. Training really? Really? Vegeta frowned. I refuse to look after a weak Saiyan. The boy laughed softly, snuggling closer against her battered armor. I'm alright, but don't take away my books, okay? Vegeta let out a low, rough chuckle that echoed into the night. We'll see. The journey continued in silence. Only the chirping of crickets, the murmur of the river, and Gohan's steady breathing filled the air as he gradually drifted off to sleep. Vegeta glanced down at him. His long lashes fluttered closed, his face relaxed, and every so often his head tilted, as though it were too heavy to hold upright. This brat, she thought, feeling something strange tighten in her chest. It wasn't annoyance, it wasn't irritation, it was something else. Near the house, Gohan murmured in a drowsy voice, half asleep. Vegeta. She tilted her head to hear him better. What is it now? The boy barely lifted his gaze, his eyes half closed, and smiled tenderly. Good night. He paused, his lips trembled for a moment, and then, almost in a whisper, the word slipped out. Mom. Vegeta froze in place. The air seemed to crystallize around her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and for an instant it felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her feet. What? She murmured, her voice unsteady. She looked down. Gohan was already fast asleep, a gentle smile resting on his lips, his head nestled against her chest as if he had found shelter there. Mom. The word echoed in her mind again and again, striking her like a blow to the stomach. Her breathing grew uneven. She, the proud princess, the coldest and most ruthless Saiyan, stood frozen, her heart pounding wildly. A rebellious tear welled at the corner of her eye, but she clenched her teeth, refusing to let it fall. Stupid puppy, she whispered, barely audible. You don't know what you're saying. Yet her arms instinctively tightened around him, as though, she feared he might disappear if she let go. They reached the house. Vegeta gently pushed the door open, the creak of wood breaking the night silence. She stepped inside slowly, her movements uncharacteristically careful. She floated up the stairs, making sure not to make a sound. Gohan's room lay in darkness, illuminated only by moonlight streaming through the window. She laid him gently on the bed. The boy murmured something unintelligible and turned onto his side, hugging the pillow as though still seeking her warmth. Vegeta watched him for a few moments, his peaceful breathing, sleepy smile and the echo of that word still ringing in her ears. Mom. She remained standing beside the bed, fists clenched, her jaw tight. I am not your mother, she said quietly, as if trying to convince herself. But her eyes grew moist again. I'm not. She gritted her teeth, turned on her heel, and left the room almost in haste, closing the door behind her with a sharp click. She descended to the living room, where Chi-Chi's photograph still rested on the table. Vegeta sank into a chair, burying her face in her hands. For the first time in a long while, she did not feel like the proud princess, nor the Saiyan warrior, nor the cold soldier who had served Frieza. She felt something else, something that terrified her. She looked at the photograph again, the earthling woman smiling with Goku and the baby in her arms. Chi-Chi. The words she had spoken in the other world echoed once more in her memory. Take care of him. Take care of Gohan. Vegeta squeezed her eyes shut, her breathing trembling. Stupid puppy, she whispered again, bringing a hand to her lips, where she could still feel the echo of that kiss with Kakarot. What the hell are you doing to me? The mountain lay in silence, but within her, a storm had awakened. The midday sun poured down over Capsule Corp, glinting off the massive white and blue walls of the complex. Outside, in the wide garden Bulma had carefully prepared, figures from across the universe had gathered. The Namekians stood together in a respectful semicircle, their antennae trembling gently in the breeze, anticipation written across their calm faces. Closer to the main dome were the Earthlings. Oolong, Puar, Master Roshi leaning on his staff with that eternally weary smile. And among them stood Piccolo, arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed forward as always. Off to one side, Vegeta stood with a faint scowl, as if the entire event were a waste of her time, though the spark in her dark eyes betrayed her. Gohan stood beside her, fists clenched, his heart pounding in his chest. At the front was Dend. The young Namekian priest had grown during his months on Earth. His expression was firmer now, his hands steadier. And with Porunga waiting to be summoned, it would be his voice that decided everyone's fate. The air began to tremble. The sky darkened, washed in a deep green hue. Clouds spiraled inward as a column of light ended over the Dragon Balls gathered on the ground. The 7 Namekian Dragon Balls now resting on Earth glowed with a radiant golden light. The ground shook beneath everyone's feet. Then, with a deep roar that echoed through every corner of the city, Porunga appeared. His titanic green body rose into the sky, muscles coiled with divine power. His red eyes burned like embers, and his booming voice rolled like thunder rising from the depths of the earth itself. You have gathered the Dragon Balls. You are granted 3 wishes. Speak. The Earthlings instinctively stepped back, awestruck. Oolong nearly hid behind Puar, and even Roshi adjusted his glasses nervously. He was very different from Shenron. Gohan, however, stepped forward. His heart hammered in his chest. Dad Krillin. Dend raised his voice, firm and clear, speaking in his native tongue. Porunga, our first wish is to bring the souls of Goku and Krillin, wherever they may be, here to Earth. The dragon blinked, his chest glowed, and the air rippled in response to the command. For several long seconds, a heavy silence blanketed the garden. Porunga closed his eyes before speaking again. The soul of the Earthling called Krillin has been transferred. But the other, his eyes flared brighter red. It is impossible. Son Goku is not dead. The words crashed down like thunder. Gohan froze, fresh tears filling his eyes instantly. What? Dad is alive? Piccolo clenched his jaw, though a flicker of relief crossed his hardened features. Roshi exhaled shakily, while Oolong and Puar clung to each other in shock. Bulma covered her mouth with both hands. Stunned. I knew it. I knew that idiot couldn't have died like that. Then her expression shifted, brows knitting together. But if he's alive, why hasn't he come back? Her thoughts raced. Was he stranded on some distant planet? Had his ship been destroyed wherever he landed? Or had he decided to train somewhere in deep space, wandering like some battle-hungry savage? With Goku, anything was possible. Off to the side, Vegeta let out a low chuckle barely audible, yet sharp as steel in the silence. HMPH. I knew it. That idiot wouldn't die so easily. Her lips curved into a sideways, almost proud smile. He always finds a way to keep standing. Gohan looked at her in surprise. For the first time, there wasn't disdain in her voice, there was something closer to respect. Porunga roared again, cutting through the commotion. 1 wish has been granted. You have 2 remaining. Speak. Den took a deep breath and turned toward Bulma. She stood with her arms crossed, thinking rapidly. All right, she muttered, biting her lip. The logical choice is to use the 2nd wish to revive Krillin. If his soul is already here, then... Yes, Gohan interrupted with a radiant smile. Let's bring Krillin back. Bulma nodded firmly. Porunga, our 2nd wish is to revive Krillin, the Earthling. Den translated without hesitation. The dragon's eyes flared again. The air trembled, as if the entire planet bowed to the weight of the decision. On the ground nearby, a spark of light began to form. Faint at first, then brighter. A silhouette emerged within the glow. Gohan held his breath. Vegeta narrowed her eyes, arms crossed. Bulma stepped forward, clutching her tablet to her chest. The light shattered into golden particles. And there he was, Krillin. He lay on the ground at first, whole again, breathing. His eyelids twitched then snapped open. What? He stammered, lifting his head. Where? Gohan didn't wait, he ran forward and threw his arms around him. Krillin. Krillin blinked in surprise before breaking into a wide grin when he saw the boy. Gohan, you're okay? Bulma dropped to her knees beside him, gripping his hand as tears spilled freely. Idiot, we thought we'd never see you again. Krillin let out a nervous laugh, still dazed. I thought so too. His eyes moved around, spotting the others. Namek, Frieza, Piccolo's deep voice cut in. That's over. You're on Earth now. Krillin took a deep breath, still processing, but his smile alone was enough to lift everyone's spirits. 2 wishes have been granted, Porunga thundered. 1 remains. Silence fell once more. Bulma crossed her arms thoughtfully. 3 names echoed in her mind, the 3 who had fallen against the Saiyans. Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu. She remembered how Tien and Chaozu had always chosen to train together, even likely in the other world. Perhaps they wouldn't want to be separated yet. Perhaps they still had lessons to learn before returning. But Yamcha, Bulma pressed her lips together. Knowing him, he'd already be desperate to come back. He'd never tolerate staying in the afterlife for long. And Puar had cried for him every night since he fell. She had missed him too. She glanced at her small feline friend, who watched her expectantly. I think it's time to bring Yamcha back. Gohan looked up, surprised. What about Tien and Chaozu? Bulma offered a gentle smile. They'll be fine. I'm sure they're still training together. But Yamcha, he deserves another chance. Puar nodded vigorously, eyes shining. Yes, please, Bulma. She inhaled deeply and raised her voice with conviction. Porunga, our 3rd wish is to revive Yamcha. Den translated immediately. The dragon roared once more, and another surge of energy swept through the garden. A second silhouette formed beside them, wrapped in golden light. First, the wild hair. Then the athletic frame. Finally, eyes snapping open in shock. What the? Yamcha dropped to his knees, gasping. His gaze darted across the crowd in disbelief. I'm alive. Puar squealed and launched herself into his arms. Yamcha, I missed you so much. He laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Hey, I missed you too, Puar. Bulma watched quietly, smiling. There was love in that smile, old wounds too, but above all, relief. Welcome back, Yamcha. In the sky, Porunga spoke one final time. The 3 wishes have been granted. The Dragon Balls shall remain dormant until the next cycle. The dragon's colossal form shone once more before vanishing in a blinding flash. The Dragon Balls fell to the ground. Lifeless stones for now. The sky returned to its soft blue. The breeze resumed its gentle whisper. For several moments, no one spoke. Krillin stood with Gohan's help, still unsteady. Yamcha held Puar tightly, as if afraid to let go. Bulma stared up at the sky, thoughtful. Goku, if you're alive, where the hell are you? Beside her, Vegeta observed everything with her arms crossed. That faint half-smile still in place. Kakarot, you'd better come back. I'm not waiting forever while I babysit your son. The garden of Capsule Corp slowly filled with voices, laughter, and tears of relief. But beneath it all, one question lingered. Goku was alive, somewhere in the universe, and sooner or later he would return. 2 hours later, late afternoon settled over Capsule Corp, washing its white walls and glass windows in gold. The garden that had witnessed miracles and tears only hours before was now nearly empty. The Namekians rested in their new quarters. Krillin and Yamcha were adjusting once more to the world of the living, and for the first time in months peace felt possible. Vegeta walked beside Gohan, more than ready to leave. She couldn't stand the earthling noise, the chatter, the constant curiosity she felt in every lingering glance. She had fulfilled her obligation by being present for the wishes. She had learned what mattered. Whether Kakarot was alive, he was. Now she wanted to return to the solitude of Mount Paozu, to that improvised refuge that was beginning to feel uncomfortably like hers. Let's go, brat, she muttered, arms crossed. We've wasted enough time here. Gohan looked up at her, still wearing a smile he hadn't been able to shake since Krillin's return. Already? But we just got here. Vegeta shot him a sharp glare. I didn't come to socialize with your human friends. Before they could take another step, Bulma's voice rang out behind them. Wait, they turned. The blue-haired woman hurried down from the entrance, tablet in hand, her expression tense. What do you want now, woman? Vegeta huffed, clearly irritated. Bulma stopped in front of the boy and the Saiyan princess, slightly out of breath. Before you leave, I need to ask you something. It's important. Vegeta arched a brow. I'm not wasting any more time on your nonsense. But Gohan tilted his head, curious. What is it, Bulma? The scientist offered him a tired smile. Come with me. It's easier to show you than explain it out here. Vegeta clicked her tongue in annoyance. Dealing with that woman was exhausting. But when the brat nodded softly, those cursed eyes always asking for more than she wanted to give, she exhaled sharply. TCH. Fine, but if this is stupid, I'll make you swallow that tablet. The main corridor of Capsule Corp led THM to a polished metal elevator that descended with a faint hum. Vegeta stood stiffly, arms folded tightly across her chest. Her discomfort was obvious. Gohan, on the other hand, looked around in fascination at every glowing panel and digital display lining the walls. The doors slid open, revealing a massive laboratory bathed in bright white light. Metallic tables, monitors flickering with strange symbols, glass tubes bubbling with unknown liquids. The air smelled of disinfectant and ozone. Welcome to my sanctuary, Bulma said with a theatrical gesture, though her voice carried more exhaustion than pride. Vegeta scanned the room with open disdain. A room full of junk. It's cutting-edge technology. Bulma shot back, spinning toward her. With this junk, I could save your life one day if your pride allows it. Vegeta smirked coldly. As if I'd ever need your toys. Gohan stepped in before the argument could escalate. What did you want to show us, Bulma? She shifted the tablet under her arm and pointed to a metallic reclining chair at the center of the lab. Beside it stood a machine equipped with articulated mechanical arms, sleek needles gleaming under the lights. I need a blood sample. From both of you. Vegeta blinked. What? Listen. Bulma raised both hands, anticipating the explosion. Ever since that guy Raditz showed up telling us Goku was an alien, I've never had time to properly study anything about Saiyans. Between invasions, exploding planets, intergalactic tyrants, everyday life lately. She smirked sarcastically, then grew serious. But now we have the opportunity. Right here, I have two perfect examples. Vegeta, a pure-blooded Saiyan. And Gohan, a Saiyan hybrid, half Saiyan, half human. Gohan's eyes widened. You want to study our blood? Exactly. Bulma nodded eagerly. I want to understand how your bodies work. What makes you so strong? What changes in a hybrid? Maybe I can even help you with your training, Gohan, or predict how your body will develop. Vegeta narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You expect me to sit there and let you stab me with needles? Oh, please, it's nothing. Bulma rolled her eyes. Just a small sample. You won't even feel it. Vegeta growled under her breath, looking away. The very idea disgusted her. Some random human daring to analyze her like she was an exotic specimen. Then she heard Gohan's soft voice. Well, it's Bulma, so it can't be bad. I want to do it. She glanced at him. The brat stood with fists clenched, eyes shining with curiosity and hope. Vegeta sighed, defeated by something she couldn't quite name. TCH, fine, but if you stick that needle in wrong, woman, I'll destroy this laboratory. Bulma grinned broadly. Deal. They started with Gohan. The boy sat nervously in the metallic chair as the robotic arms descended with mechanical precision. Bulma adjusted the controls with practiced hands. Don't worry, Gohan, she said soothingly. This won't hurt at all. He squeezed one eye shut as the needle brushed his arm. A small vial began filling with bright red liquid thicker than normal. All done. Bulma withdrew the needle and placed a small bandage on his arm. You're very brave. Gohan smiled shyly. Thanks. Vegeta watched from a distance, arms crossed. Her frown deepened when she noticed the liquid in the vial seemed to emit a faint glow, almost imperceptible. His blood, it's different from any Saiyan I've ever seen. Your turn, Bulma said, turning toward Vegeta with confident expectation. The Saiyan princess pierced her with a glare. I'm still considering it, insect. Oh, come on. Bulma placed her hands on her hips. You're my best chance to understand how a pure Saiyan works. What do you lose by giving me a little blood? Dignity, Vegeta muttered, clenching her fists. But Gohan looked at her with wide, pleading eyes. Please, Vegeta, just a little. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. That damned brat. TCH. Fine, but understand this, I'm only doing it because you asked. And tomorrow, we train twice as hard. Bulma could barely hide her victorious smile. Perfect. Sit down. Vegeta dropped into the chair, rigid as a statue. When the mechanical arm lowered the needle, she stared at it as if she could vaporize it on the spot. The needle pierced her skin. She didn't flinch. The vial began to fill and Bulma's eyes widened. The blood was red, like a human's, but denser, almost metallic in texture. And just like Gohan's, a faint inner glow pulsed beneath the surface. Incredible, Bulma murmured, not realizing she'd spoken aloud. The energy is in the blood itself, it's like every cell is a reactor. Vegeta arched a brow. And what does that mean, woman? Bulma removed the needle and sealed the vial quickly. It means I have a lot to study. Her eyes shone with scientific excitement. Maybe I can understand how you achieve those massive power increases, or even why you grow stronger after surviving near-death experiences. Vegeta scoffed as she stood. TCH, finished with your experiments? Let's go, brat. Gohan nodded, though curiosity still burned in his gaze. Bulma, meanwhile, stared at the samples like she'd uncovered treasure. This might be the research of a lifetime. On their way back to the exit, Vegeta walked in silence, her face hardened. Yet a strange thought lingered in her mind. My blood, my heritage now in a human's hands. What will she discover, and what would Kakarot say about all this? She glanced sideways at the brat walking calmly beside her, and for the first time, I didn't feel complete rejection at the idea. Maybe there were things worth understanding. At the same time, planet Yardrat was a strange world. From orbit, it looked like a violet jewel, crystalline seas shimmering beneath twin suns. Mountains rising like liquid glass. The atmosphere pulsed in shades of pink and blue, and across its surface, vast plains blended with natural towers that pierced the sky like luminous spears. At the top of one of those white, gleaming spires sat a solitary figure. Son Goku. He rested cross-legged at the highest point, hands on his knees, eyes closed, breathing slow and steady. A light breeze stirred his dark hair, now returned to its natural shape after months of calm. His body still carried scars from the battle against Frieza, but his spirit, that was another matter. He tried to meditate, he tried to empty his mind. Yet every time he reached a fragile calm, memories tore through it like lightning. Gohan, crying amid Namek's chaos. Krillin, exploding before his eyes. Vegeta's tear-streaked face before her death. The golden blaze of his Super Saiyan awakening. And among all of it, one memory that refused to fade. A clash of lips, a kiss in the middle of hell. His heart jolted in the silence. Damn it, he muttered, squeezing his eyes shut. A deep, composed voice echoed behind him. Your spirit wavers, Goku. The Saiyan opened his eyes and turned. There stood Paibara, leader of the Yardratians. His round physique contrasted sharply with the immense aura surrounding him. Pale skin, serene features, large eyes shining with quiet understanding. Paibara floated forward, descending lightly a few meters away. His voice was gentle, yet each word carried weight that resonated in Goku's chest. Remember to control your spirit. You must cultivate inner peace. If your heart burns with doubt, you will never master our techniques. Goku scratched the back of his head, offering his trademark sheepish grin. Heh, sorry, Paibara. I was trying to focus, but my head got crowded. With what? The master asked. Goku exhaled, gazing toward Yardrat's violet horizon. My son. It's been 4 months since I've seen him. I keep wondering how he's doing, if he's training, if he's eating enough. Warmth softened his eyes. Whenever I think about Gohan, I just want to go back to Earth immediately, but I know I need to stay here and get stronger. Paibara listened closely, as if hearing more than Goku himself understood. And, the Saiyan continued, visibly more nervous, I keep thinking about someone else. Someone else? Goku rubbed his hair awkwardly. Yeah, a woman. Silence thickened between them. It's weird, Goku admitted. I've never felt anything like this. She confuses me, she makes me angry, makes me smile, but she also gives me strength. And, he swallowed, faintly blushing. Our lips kind of collided. Paibara blinked slowly. They collided? Yes. Goku raised his hands defensively. It was during the fight on Namek. I don't even know how it happened. We were at the brink of death, everything exploding around us, and then bam. He clenched his fists. And ever since I can't get it out of my head. Even before that, really. Paibara folded his hands into his sleeves thoughtfully. Your spirit is divided. Love for your son and confusion of the heart toward this woman. Goku nodded. Yeah, that's it. That is not weakness, the master said softly. It is the most natural thing in a living being. Spirit is not only energy, it is emotion. To deny it is to tear the roots from a tree. Goku looked at him, surprised. So I shouldn't ignore it? No, you must understand it. If you wish to learn our techniques, you must first accept the truth in your heart. Goku fell silent, staring at the deepening purple sky. The truth in my heart. Memories surged again. Vegeta during their first battle on Earth. Vegeta appearing in dreams more often than he admitted. Vegeta fighting beside him on Namek. Vegeta healing him. Vegeta crying in his arms. Vegeta defying Frieza until the end. Vegeta pride and pain burning in her eyes. And that fleeting instant when their lips met amid apocalypse. Goku pressed a hand to his chest. "It's her," he whispered. Vegeta. Paibara regarded him calmly. "And what do you feel when you think of her?" Goku swallowed. "I don't know, it's like something in me wakes up. She's strong, proud, sometimes cruel, but when I think about her, I feel respect. And I want her by my side." He smiled nervously. "In the middle of all that hatred, I like that moment." Paibara nodded slowly. "Then you know your true challenge. Not only to train your body but your spirit, so you may accept what you feel." He rose into the air. "When you succeed, Goku, I will teach you the techniques of Yardrat. The mastery of spirit." His eyes glimmered like distant stars. "Until then, there will be no progress." Goku remained alone atop the tower. For the first time in a long while, he understood. The hardest battle he faced now was against himself. Days passed. Yardrat's dawn was unlike any other world's. The sky blended purple and blue beneath twin suns. Crystalline clouds reflected shimmering light, and the land seemed to hum with quiet life. In an open meadow surrounded by crystal towers, Son Goku stood with eyes closed, breathing deeply. Across from him floated Paibara. "Focus, Goku. Do not attempt to control space. Feel the spirit." Goku nodded, sweat beading along his brow. "Right. The technique you seek, instant transmission, is not physical speed. It is listening to a spirit's vibration and letting yours travel to it." Goku clenched his fists. Feel the vibration. He sensed the air, his heartbeat, Paibara's steady energy, the peaceful lives of the Yardratians nearby. For a brief moment it clicked. "I've got it." Quote. He leaned forward, flash, and reappeared half a meter above the ground. "Huh, wah," he face planted. Paibara sighed. Once again, confusing intention with direction. Goku laughed sheepishly. "At least I didn't land in the lake this time." "If you continue," Paibara replied dryly, "you will smell like fish for weeks." They both laughed. "Remember," Paibara continued, "your body does not travel first. Your spirit does. The flesh follows." "I get it." Morning meditation. Afternoon discipline. Goku trained to sense distinct spiritual signatures. "Every being is a melody," Paibara explained. "Your son, your friends, the woman who troubles your heart. Each carries a unique note." Eyes closed, Goku listened. A gentle pulse Gohan, a steady echo Piccolo, and sometimes a fierce spark that tightened his chest. "That one, that's Vegeta." "Correct," Paibara said. "When you can grasp that spark fully, you can reach her, no matter the distance." But another challenge awaited. In a wide valley beneath purple mountains, Goku stood firm. He remembered Krillin, he remembered Vegeta, he remembered Gohan. His ki erupted. Womb. Golden light exploded around him. Hair blazing upward, emerald eyes burning. Super Saiyan, but maintaining it drained him brutally. After minutes, the aura collapsed. He dropped to his knees. "Damn, I can barely hold it." Paibara approached. "You still believe Super Saiyan is fury?" "It is not." Goku blinked. "It isn't." Rage awakened it. "But true mastery will come when you ignite that flame from calm." From calm. That night, beneath Yardrat's stars, Goku meditated alone. He felt sadness, he felt love, he felt respect, and within that balance a golden spark flickered. His hair slowly lifted. A soft golden aura surrounded him. No roar, no explosion. Just a steady, tranquil flame. For the first time, Goku became Super Saiyan without anger. His breathing remained calm. His heart was at peace. "I did it," he whispered. From afar, Paibara watched with quiet pride. His student was not only learning to master space, he was learning to master himself. The end.